So kumekuwa na hii expose yenye imefanyika ya Silaha Mtaani, so I'm playing kidogo then we discuss. We are live.
Kwa njia rahisi sana kama anavyotuarifu mwanahabari wetu Purity Mwambia katika makala ya Silaha Mtaani.
Bunduki, silaha hatari. Kuna baadhi ya maafisa wa polisi ambao wanakodisha bunduki zao na majambazi wanaotumia bunduki hizo za polisi kuiba na kuua.
Tuseme kama mimi wenye najua 100% watu kama waine.
Ni taswira hatari na ya kufadhaisha. Mara nyingi kifo huwa karibu sana.
Si mimi nimtoka kwa mamoto tukamkula, tukamuua.
Tumefuatilia biashara hii haramu kwa takribani mwaka mmoja sasa. Tulifanya upekuzi na kutangamana na wahalifu ambao kodisha bunduki, pingu, sare za polisi na hata risasi kutoka kwa maafisa wa usalama nchini. Niliposikia kuhusu sakata hii, nilidhani ilikuwa ni hekaya. Nikaamua kuanza safari ya kuwasaka watu wanaosemekana kuhusika na biashara hii hatari. Katika mtaa mmoja hapa jijini Nairobi, nikakutana na jamaa huyu. Nitamuita Papa, sio jina lake halisi. Papa ni jambazi anayejulikana. Idadi ya watu alioua na kuwaibia ni kubwa sana, kiasi cha kwamba hakumbuki ni wangapi.
Jojo kuna ile unaendanga manze ukihepa unapiga, sasa utajua ulipiga mtu ama kwa kupiga. Tuseme kama mimi wenye najua 100% watu kama waine.
Ukitaka kutekea na kuhunt.
Mimi wasiniambia kitu yote. Sistuki. Hakuna sababu za nikiwa soba kila saa ni kama ndoto zangu.
Anasema kuwa mamake alichangia pakubwa uamuzi wake wa kujihusisha na uhalifu.
Nakumbuka kuna siku chuo moja shenishika, nilikuwa na kabag. Nilikuwa nafichanga doa hapa hivi ndani. Kutoa kanipata niko na ngiri mbao. Na tulikuwa tumepanga chuo tukaenda kwa buda mwingine. Tulikuwa tumechapia na msi wa chuo. Akona doa tukamsanya. Hizo do ndio nilikuwa nimeficha. Siku nipata nazo. Wakapiga simu mtaa. Madhe kuja pia madhe akanichezea poro. Kadai hizo do zilikuwa ni nini? Kwa hiyo nimemtuma pesa fulani. Hapo ni story lakini zikarudi. Ndio story kaishia hivyo. Unaona?
Wakati huu akuwa hata amefikisha umri wa miaka 18 na maisha yalibadilika kabisa.
Sasa pole nikuja nikiingia tu kwa crime, nikahepa chuo. Jeshi yangu yenye sana kuja kushikana nayo hapa. Tukaanza kwenda tukiwa magunia sisi kama machokora. Tukaja tuingie tukitime kama kuni kwako uyuko, tunavunja. Tunachaka tumechima TV nini hivyo. Na ni asubuhi sana kitu saa kuanzia saa 9. Jamaa mwingine sasa mwenye tuko napelekea hizo vitu kubai. Alikuwa na kianga mamuri wengine hapo mic mbili. Unaona? Bili Mike bunduki. Naona jamaa ndiye akatuambia basi kuna jembe mbili ziko huku. Sasa waliniachianga nazifanyika kazi. Sasa tujaizitumia tukazichukua bila magazine tukaingia nazo kazi. Hiyo siku mazee jo tumepata do. Tumelima mpaka sasa tuko na ile confidence tuko na hii ndio kitu yenyewe.
Na baada ya muda alianza kukodisha bunduki kutoka kwa maafisa wa polisi.
Besti yangu mwingine pia marehemu alikuwa na makaro wengine wa besti zake hapa hivi kwa chief. Lakini kama walipigwa transfer moja naonanga moja sionangi. Akatuambia aje karao moja kuna wenye anaweza bonga na yeye akuwa atupatia nini ndio wao tunaingia nao job, unaona. Lakini atakuwa atupatia kama ina nini mawe, akitupatia kama ina mawe na kujitafutia nini mawe. Sasa sisi tukati haya hii mic nayo tulikuwa tunachukua kwa siku, kama alikuwa tupatia na masaa sana sana usiku. Atupatia usiku inafaa by saa 10 tulikuwa tumerudisha. Alikuwa tumerudisha na za ngapi? Za 6. Unaona? Na ilikuwa ni lazima mpate msipate, ilikuwa lazima mpeleke kwa hiyo do.
What's going on this show?
Lakini katika maisha haya ya uhalifu mara nyingi mambo uharibika.
Sasa siku nyingine tumeingia job vizuri, tumetolewa na dem fulani. Alikuwa afanya kazi kwa buda mwingine. Kaambia buda kuna venye sijui kwa na mita sijui ni 12 kwa nyumba. Na hizo ndio port naweza hazikuwa zimefichwa, zimekuwa tu mahali za hata si safe. Unaona? Sasa tukachora vizuri mpaka ule karao sasa. Ndio best yetu. Fika pesa kwenda kuingia job. Sijui ni kama alikuwa amebonga na makarao wengine sasa mabeste zake. Akatuambia tia mabeste zake amewaita ati wakuja kule nini? Booster. Ingia kwa buda tukapata hakuna siku. Tupata masoja wawili. Tukawateka vizuri, tukaingia nao ndani, tukachaka tumewafungia. Tukachukua maziwa. Tukitoka si wale makarao manzesi washapiga muri wangu mmoja. Sasa ile mimi nikatokea mlango wa nyuma kuhepa nini kurudi na huku ule karao ati yeye kupigwa. Hapa siku 2 naambia je atafutwa. Na zile ndio yenyewe siwezi kudara sikitoka nazo. Mimi nilipanic nikaangusha bag na nikasikia tu ile karao anatafuta ati mimi ndio.
Okay, Nancy. Hello guys, I hope mmeona. So tunashangaa sasa kama hiyo ndio polisi yenye tuko nayo. Where are we headed? We start with you Nancy. Nancy unatupata? Okay, ila unatupata?
Nawapata. Yes.
Okay. So sijui tuanze na hii expose ya Citizen ya Silaha Mtaani ama tuanze na curfew ya jana?
Let's start from curfew ya jana.
Yes, was it necessary?
What was it? What was the question?
Curfew ni lockdown, kuna lockdown ilifanyika jana, Thika Road ikaleta vita sana.
Okay. They were roadblock. They were roadblock. Yeah. So I think roadblocks curfew was imposed like roughly a month ago, maybe some weeks now, almost a month now. But you see, there was a situation that was to be addressed very urgently. Like from where I wasn't there, but from the clips I've watched, is that there was a woman that was seriously in a medical need. So a situation like that, even if there's a curfew, but you really need to save life, because you cannot deny someone basic right like access to health. So for me, I think that was very barbaric, and I joined some few people as talking against it. But all the same, I think people knew very well that there are cessation of movement, especially their curfews. So getting home in time, that one for
ila kidogo nijibu Samson Macharia, unasema the same government that I defend. You voted for this government, my friend. Muthembe never voted for Uhuru. So kama ulivote tuna support Uhuru ndiye president wetu sasa. Endelea ila.
No. Muthembe?
Yes.
But when you vote a government in from the beginning, you don't realize that halfway they can become dictatorial.
No, Nancy. In government imekuwa kwa power for 5 years. It has been kazi yao ni kuharibu everything. Then you vote it for the second time.
No, Mutembe, you can't say
nani
no.
hakuona the scandals since 2013 mpaka 2017 ndio
Mutembe,
mkaimba kumera the second time, then saa hizi ndio watu wana pretend wamekasirika.
No,
Why were you not getting angry in 2014?
Your comment is not valid because Uhuru has started. It's not valid, my brother. I can dispute that till cows come home. Or the
and the same people, you see Nancy, the same people wenye wanajifanya sasa wamekasirika sana na Uhuru, they are the same guys who were voting Ruto.
Yeah, but no, I don't think so, because voting Ruto does not mean Ruto will be the same as the president, because Ruto is his own man. Now, I hate it and I dislike it, and I wanted to say before I start my discussion to Sage, thank you so much for supporting the diaspora people. Yesterday, I was listening to the discussion. You supported the diaspora people so well. Normally, tunaambiwa we don't understand Kenya. Go away. What are you telling us? So thank you for knowing that we have something to contribute and build one another. So my brother Sage, well done. But
thank you.
Tulivote Uhuru hatukuwa tukijua what he was about to do. Uhuru ameanza dictatorship from 20, in fact is in the last kitu 18 months ndio tumekuja kuona Uhuru is not actually the Kamwana people thought he would be. He's actually changed. And yesterday's incident on Thika Road, I watched it. And I have my own reservation because the person who brought it live on Facebook is an attention seeker who's actually not given our country a very good light when it comes to our police and our investigators being fit and being people who know what they're doing. But give her credit. There was a woman who could not dictate when her labor would have started, the time you need to go to the hospital. For me, the fact that an ambulance was there with its lights on and the police were still saying you cannot pass. And this is why when people talk about Matiang'i, I get angry. This guy has very bad dictatorial traits in him. He should train his officers that when they see an emergency vehicle, they have a way of, Thika Road has 3 lanes. Why can't everybody else line up on the 2 lanes and then leave the other lane for emergency vehicles? And this is why Kenyans, we really need to think about these leaders properly, because last night clearly showed us our leadership is rotten. I'm sorry. You cannot let a mother in labor stay there for hours arguing about time, and then you open the motorway and let everybody go. What kind of crap is this? Are we living in a state where the army are in power, or we have a proper elected government? I was disappointed last night. So we did not elect Uhuru knowing that he would turn up against the common man.
So
but he has turned against all of us.
Nancy, ngoja. Turning up ya Uhuru ni kwa ameanza kuwa kina Raila, hiyo ndio imechange.
He never no.
Whatever Uhuru is doing now, he did it in 2013, he did it in 2014, he did it in 2015. And that is what
give me an example of Uhuru's dictatorship between 2017 2013 to 2017. Give me a good example.
Teachers, readers is it in medical? Oruga was put in jail. Ulikuwa unajua hiyo?
No. I'm talking about something that affects the majority of citizens.
That was yani medical affect citizens.
Anyway, allow me interject, Mtembei. I think there's a point that you are trying to bring on, but how you are putting it is not right.
Yes.
This is how I think it should be at least presented. You know, when we vote, and this is I always say this: when you vote, you give people some privilege to deliver. But if they are not able to deliver, the Constitution, according to how I've read it, give us the leeway to be able to bring these people into account. And we really need to blame the representative, every members, both the MPs and the senators we elected, because they have a constitutional mandate to either look at the conduct of the president and bring him on check. What the Kenyans... Hello? Rupia, can you allow me present?
Okay, continue.
Yes, thank you. So I'm saying that we have that role of making sure that people who are there in power delivers. But so long as we are there talking and we are not doing they are not doing their constitutional right, definitely we are going to miss it.
Sanje, my problem is you guys watu wenye wanasapoti nani Ruto sahi, they are pretending that Uhuru amechange kutoka 2018. Uhuru has been the same. The guy has been a dictator. We have been warning people. This guy is a dictator. Amefinya country,
can you allow me to say something?
Mutembei, you cannot, you're making a sweeping statement.
No,
the
it's
people,
true.
You have. You're saying that no.
Come on, doctors go on strike, they are arrested, they are put on jail, and then mnakuja mnasema hakukuwa na anything ilikuwa inaonyesha. We had already told you guys. So stop pretending that Uhuru amechange simply because he is working with the Ruto.
Can I say something, please?
Ebu Rupia ongea the answer, then we'll come back to you.
Let me say something. Mutembei, what we have seen, and we know very well that we voted in 2013 along tribal lines. Those who voted for Uhuru and Ruto did not vote because there was any track record or anything good about Uhuru and Ruto. They simply voted because I am a Kikuyu, I'm voting Uhuru Kamwana. I am a Kalenjin, I'm voting Uhuru because of William Ruto. So we did not elect leaders who can lead us, but we elected tribal kingpins. So they know that with the numbers they have, I'm a Kalenjin with my numbers, I'm a Kikuyu with my numbers. So this is how we have come to power. So you don't expect anything. You don't expect any service. You don't expect any servant leadership from them because the way we voted, and it is in their head. It is right inside their head. So kitu ya kuwa accountable or transparent about government, it can never be there. They can never deliver for us because the way they were voted. I have watched the clip. I don't know Silaha nini. How do you call it? It's Silaha Mtaani. That is very unfortunate for our policemen. And you can see the police was changed from police force to police service. I think in this constitution it is police service. These people have not changed. It is the name that has changed from police force to police service. If a sick person can, in an ambulance, not even in a private car, in an ambulance, can be blocked from reaching an hospital, somewhere to get services, that is quite unfortunate. And if somebody can even say orders from above, my friend, you know, even where we work, there are orders from above. But with your brain, there's something you can do, which is within the order, or there's something you cannot do, which is without the order. So our police officers are rogue. It is high time they realize that they are rogue, because even if you are given orders and you've seen an ambulance, I think this ambulance was supposed to be part of essential service providers, because they are carrying sick people and they are offering that service, and that is what ambulance is meant for. They ought to have checked inside what is happening here. And the issue of curfew, what I said last time, curfew is unnecessary. Hakuna curfew yenye ina control COVID hii Kenya. Hakuna. Tuseme tu kweli, our advisors wana advise president, they are advising him wrongly. Because if you can close all the business and you close the night economy, and you expect our country to move, you expect us to pay taxes, and then the state that Kenyans are, if you go to Kibera, if you go to Olympic, if you go to everywhere, people are, let me use the term hustling for the first time. People, they are coming from their houses, they are going to town, they are going to look for, it is hand to mouth kind of. The government cannot provide for these people. Somebody who went to look for a casual job somewhere in the morning, he has sat somewhere from morning to around 5. He has not gotten any job. He has children in the house who are waiting for food. He also must eat. And you expect this person. So between curfew, if you see that there is some work you can do to get 200 shillings, and curfew is also coming, which one can you choose as a common mwananchi? You would definitely choose to look for that money, because the reality is with us. It is with us. Then this issue of tribalism, because I've watched your clip that the former president of Tanzania, Julius Nyerere, was saying, we as Kenyans are thinking along tribal lines. But wow, Tanzania, they don't think like that. But ameanza kusikia ati kuna watu wanauliza maswali ya kikabila. So hiyo ni upumbavu kabisa, na hiyo sijui ni nini. Amesema hizo vitu zote. So that is what is ailing us. If we can stop thinking of tribal lines, along tribal lines, we will move as a country. Because for me as a Luo,
malizia 1 minute, malizia Nancy aongee.
For me as a Luo, you know, if it were not for Raila's and Uhuru's handshake, there's nothing. The government is supposed to serve me. But Uhuru, I know, even before they had the handshake with the Enigma, he owed me nothing as a Kenyan, because I did not vote him, and I'm a Luo. There is a time that they said they are the majority, the two tribes. So this tribal Nancy, you voted along tribal lines, so don't expect any service. That is what the kind of thing you should expect. That jam yesterday at Thika Road.
Ngoja sasa Nancy aongee. Umemtaja Nancy.
Rupia, I have never voted for Uhuru, because from the beginning he was somebody's project, and for me, I never saw him, since he was the finance minister, I never saw him as a person who understands the problems of a common man. If it was my choice, I even tried to convince my own parents not to vote for Uhuru. For me, I've never rated him as a president. Even when he came to the United Kingdom, I went to the meeting hoping I could hear something different, but he's somebody who came to power to protect his own self-interest. And today, me and you know that is what he's doing, because what is kind of telling, it is the advertisement of Ben Mute. It is the advertising of, he gazetted the election of the new IEBC officers, because he already knows who they are electing for the Chief Justice. So he already putting his game plan in place for who to succeed the presidency, because, and this is why as Kenyans we need to start thinking. The fact that he has refused to elect 41 judges, he has refused to declare the IEBC commissioners vacant for such a long time. So the question that we are asking our president, how come now we started the interviews of a CJ he's now decided all of a sudden IEBC has got commissioners who are vacant, when Parliament is responsible for vetting and making sure that we have new IEBC commissioners. It is suspicious, and we need to hold this guy, and we should not allow Kenya to go into an election that clearly shows will be rigged to feed into his own interests and his family. For me, I think, and I always said it, Kenyans, we need to get together and actually show these politicians the country belongs to us. We donate our power to them. But at the moment, from last night, it shows Kenya iko na wenyewe, which is wrong. Kenya is ours, all of us. And we need to start telling politicians, Kenya, start from us. And Nyambora Ochieng, I never voted as you're trying to imply. I will vote for anybody who gives me ideology, and I believe in that ideology. And unfortunately, because I'm in the UK, I believe in the bottom-up approach, because that is what is in the UK today. In the UK, there is no trickle-down economy. The government makes sure the basic need for the poor is met when they do their own capitalism at the top. But in Kenya, the poor person remains poor and the rich keep being rich. So for me, I will always say we need to start telling the government, stop, listen to us, we hold the power.
Okay, sawa. Nameless.
Yes.
Nameless. What's huyu Nameless aongei? Yes.
Yeah, I've muted my camera for security purposes. Yeah, so one thing I will say, like, I've never heard for Uhuru, and I think I will never do that, because only Uhuru never considered Kenya wa kawaida, like venye alianza kuweka views you never considered, like, now you know, we are not like ever is not
unakatika sana. Angalia your settings. Let's go to Ben.
Saying is that
Yes.
the political class we have, whether we look from the side of Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, or we look at the side of Raila Amolo Odinga, the political class at the top is actually a rotten class, a rotten politicians. And whether we are choosing, maybe we choose from the side of Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, we are pegged. Whether we choose the side of Raila, we are pegged. Whether we choose the side of Ruto, we are pegged. Whether we choose the side of the so-called One Kenya Alliance, we are pegged. The Kenyans have not reached a point where they know that they have power. And until the time when Kenyans will know that they have power, that is actually when Kenya will be the Kenya we want. Because you find that the best politician, they don't see the right of the day. And you will find that mostly we, the Kenyans, we go to the tribal cocoons. Because I have listened to most of us, you will find if I am a Luo, I will be saying Raila Kende. I will be telling somebody who may be supported Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, I will tell, are you now saying Uhuru Kenyatta is not good because maybe he has come up with an handshake? Because whether we like it or not, the political class we have in this nation is a rotten class. It is something which we are supposed to do away with. And you will find from the start of this nation, we started badly. Yeah? Other people went and cocooned somewhere. They took If it is land, they took the claim of this land. If it is about the political, they build what we call a political school inclined to their what? To their families. And that's why day in, day out, if now Kenyatta was to become alive, he will tell the son, hey, what are you doing in my seat? I'm the president. If still Moi comes around, still you will find Gideon is there. If Mudavadi, the father to Mudavadi comes around, you will see Mudavadi is there. And still, we are feeling so much happy. And we are trying to glorify these people. These people are the same. If we could want to change this country, we have to come up with fresh people, fresh minds, people who have ideology. Because currently as we are, if you look at the kind of parties we have, no party in Kenya has what we call party ideology. It does not have any kind of ideology which it is built on. And actually, most of the parties we have are vehicles of delivery. I want to become a president, I will come up with a party overnight. And because we believe in tribal cocoons, people will come around me, even if I don't have any ideology. That's why if you go to developed countries where parties are known to have ideology, you will find one party stays now and again, another one comes now and again. Because you will find, if you look at the United States of America, you will find we have two parties. Majorly, we have two parties. And they are competing. And each party ideology is known. But look at Kenya. What do we have? What's about Jubilee? What is the ideology of Jubilee? What is the ideology of ODM? So, whatever we are trying to glorify these people, other people are standing from the Raila side, other people are standing from the Jubilee side, other people are standing from, I don't know, One Kenya Alliance. The truth remains, we are not going to make it if still we are going to be in our tribal cocoons. And majorly, the people who have to stand up are the youths of this nation. If they stand up and say enough is enough, they come up with parties which have ideology. They stop glorifying money, because that's another thing which is killing us. Because if you are a person without no money, actually you cannot make it in this country called Kenya. Because we look at capital. Somebody comes and tells you, if we give you presidency, what do you have? Are you able to campaign the whole campaign, a presidential campaign? But if you look to those nations where parties have ideologies, it does not matter who you are, because you will find even the people, so long as they know that party is doing well, they can support you because they understand you. They know what you are going for. They know that you are going for their what? For their well-being. But today, even if you look even what we are trying to come up, we are saying BBI will cure everything. But look, even the current constitution, we have not even done what is better about it. Because if we could do what is better, then our economy will come up smartly. We are coming with another constitution. And majorly, if you look at what we are coming up with, it's majorly inclined to leadership, to positions, etc. That's why we say Kenya, instead of a president being the leader of the nation, a president is seen as a person from a certain tribe. And that's why we are even becoming and creating other positions, because everybody wants to be in. Because if, so I was saying, what is actually ailing our nation is because we don't understand ourselves. We don't understand that the politics which is happening now is the politics of families. So unless we understand that and we move away from that trajectory, then we are doomed. So
Okay.
whatever we are talking, we should actually talk. How can we move away from that kind of trajectory? That's when we can be able to help the Kenyans. That's when we can make ourselves to be people who understands what they want and what they are going for. Thank you.
Okay. Sawa. Ishmael. Yes.
So, habari zenu nyinyi wote.
Mzuri sana.
I've been following up the debate. The debate is kind of interesting because at the end of the day, we are up there blaming our say wako pale because of sisi. Our say whether Uhuru, whether ni Raila, whether ni Mudavadi, hiyo wana alliance, hawa watu wote wako pale because of sisi. So the problem starts with the wananchi, not with the top management. Because what is taking place in Kenya is that ikifika siku ya election tunasema kama ni watu wa Central tunasema mtu wetu, kama ni watu wa Nyanza tunasema mtu wetu, kama ni watu wa Rift Valley tunasema mtu wetu. So what is happening with the Kenyan politics, it is only that it is our time to eat. So when eating become that like a norm, it has become a problem, like it is a norm, it become a routine. Ndio unaona tunakuwa na issues. Every election tuko na issues, every election kuna issues, every election kuna issues.
Ismail, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Don't you think our main problem is the fact that we cannot have a proper and a transparent election? Because if we elect the leader, even 2022, the person we're going to elect might not even the leader that me and you elect, okay? Because we do not have a transparent election process. So us as Kenyans, and I've always said, let us try and forget about identity politics. Let's identify what is the root problem of our problem. Our problem is that we do not have a transparent, a fair election. So tukisema leo tuna elect Ismail, is Ismail going to be our president, or it will be somebody who figures are manipulated for? Don't you think that is our main problem rather than tribal?
And then we have tribal, then the issue of IBC, that is another, it is just wanna work into any kama they're working in hand. IBC, tribalism, these leaders, all of them. If we need to clear, I had someone, I don't know, Laton was trying to say that we need to clear from top, because the people we are trusting, the people to not trust now, in our trust in the country, they are just misleading us. But I think you cannot tell me, okay, you cannot be telling me that because the president is a Kikuyu and is being supported by Luo, now the country is okay. The country is not okay, because at the end of the day, Sai country inchi mefungwa. The whole country it is lockdown. It is not the issue of kuniambia ati Nairobi iko lockdown, Mombasa, the whole country is lockdown. That's why unaona watu hawezi move. Then nani anaumia? Mwananchi. Just a minute, mwananchi ndiye anaumia. Mimi na wewe ndo tunaumia. Hawaumii. Hizo times za curfews, they are not being locked on the kwa roadblocks. So we need to change the whole system. Tuanze na hapo. How are we going to change the system? Instead of shouting kwa media, just a minute, instead of shouting kwa media, kwa Instagram, kwa Facebook, revolution start by practical, physical vitu tunazaona. Because at the end of the day, tukiaddress the president through tuseme kama msema ameandika kitu Instagram, president mwenyewe alisema yuko Twitter, because Twitter people watu wanatukanana huko. So how will he be getting the information? And the people who are there to pass information to the president, they are not feeling the pain of mwananchi. Because now in Kenya hakuna opposition, so ni wananchi mpaka tu oppose kile kitu tunaona ni mbaya. Hakuna opposition. Opposition was swallowed by handshake. Na handshake is there, just there to na support handshake. Saa hii tuko hapa tuna complain 100%, kila mtu ako hapa na complain about the government, everybody. But when 2022 kikuja, I hope 2022 kikuja we will be having the same conversation, so that we change the narrative, to change the system. So kulingana na maoni yangu kama mimi as individual, mimi naona the problem with the Kenya It's not even the president, it's the wananchi. If we change your mentality, we do.
And Mutembei, can I come in for a second?
Moses. Yes,
Yeah,
Nancy,
that's
1
about
second, then
Just 1 minute. Ismail,
Okay.
a very valid point where you said in your conclusion, the problem is us. But our problems begin with our electoral process. If we were to think about, and we've always said that, and we were saying last time, we should be a show of young people that identifies the problem and the solution. Because even if you were going to go for uprising without identifying what our problem is and what the solution is, we will not win what we are trying to do. So a valid point is starts with me and you.
Can I ask Nancy a question?
Yeah, can I talk?
Nancy, you know, even when we talk about the electoral body being a problem, first it is us. Remember, if the people of this nation knows what we are doing, then I am 100% sure the electoral body will not do anything, because people will arise and they will say, you have done what is not right. Remember, it is us who fought. It is us who are at the voting sides. So if Kenyans could stand up, nobody will touch their votes. But because Kenyans are not able to stand up, and the political class have known that, they are sitting on us because they know they can manipulate everything. But once we know ourselves very well, once we know what we want, nobody will touch. Yes. So it's about us. So you can come in. I'm done.
Exactly, Ben. You are now getting. We are now reading on the same scripture. Okay, just a minute, Masai. Just a minute, Mose. Ben, we are now talking the same language, because at the end of the day, the thinking capacity of Nancy ako hapana to blame IBC. No. Tuna blame wananchi.
No, Ismail, I dispute what you're trying to say. I am not blaming IEBC. The IEBC on my thinking is very separate. My thinking is, and I'll give you an example, as to me, it's not about Chebukati and his guys. To me, it's like if a court of law orders for any system to be open, it should be open to show us who was elected a valid leader to lead Kenya. And I said to you, I applaud your thinking, saying it starts from me and you. The shifting of our cultural thinking that we've been told you have to vote in your tribal cocoons. I agree 100%. But even if me and you change, the systems have to be right. And that's why I said, if a court of law orders the government of the day to provide analysis of who was elected on the day, it should be open and transparent. Tukisema leo Ismail ndio president au prime minister, tunafaa tujue he was voted in by the common man. But I still do agree 100%. The first change is between me and you as a common person who
Nancy, acha sasa tusikie Moses.
Moses, come in.
Yes.
Thank you. So on that, here there's a lot of issues. Like, one, there's lack of voter education in our country. We can talk about IEBC, we can talk about vote rigging, but there's a problem with the voter education. People vote, they don't know the importance of it. There is psychophancy that has been invested in it as well. If you go to Luo Nyanza today, talk negatively about Raila Odinga, utachomwa. Go to Central Kenya, talk negatively about Uhuru Kenyatta, utachomwa. Go to Rift Valley, talk negatively about William Ruto, utachomwa. Because our people, they don't know the importance of education, and the future of maybe our kids or us here depends on us here, because this is a good forum. If we can educate our people on what is coming ahead about the elections, I'm sure we will have those leaders that are able to change our country. For example, Major Said, there's also issues with this document of BBI. The other time I had some of our leaders talking about how pesa itakuja kwa mlango. People will just be knocking your doors after this document is passed, and there will be money all over. They are lying to our people because this document belongs to them. They want to add their own positions. Like you see, the 75 new positions for MPs. This is nothing for the people. There was a document sometimes back for Okuro Court. That one was for Punguza Mizigo. This document was good for our country, but the political class shut it down because this document was reducing the Mizigo. It was reducing Mizigo initiative. But today, our people, for example, I'm not talking bad, but our people from Luonyans are very arrogant. Some of them will talk about that I will not read BBI because Baba's already read it. Who is me? Mimi ni nani apinge Baba? They don't know what is
A
in this
question for you,
document.
Moses. A question for you, Moses.
Go for it.
A question for you, Moses.
Go for it.
I think sometimes when we generalize, we make a big mistake.
Okay, I
Me
take that
personally,
back.
I have lived in Luo Nyanza. Those
Yes.
people are good. It's not that they are bad. They are very
Some.
good people. The only thing we have, not some. Let us not. If
Okay, go
actually you
ahead.
come to Nyanza, if
Go
actually you
ahead.
come to Nyanza, you will find also the people from Nyanza can blame another tribe. They say those people are bad. That is stereotyping. Because actually, what we are supposed to do is that we are supposed to have individuals who stand with integrity. It can be you or it can be me. Even sometimes when we say that going to a certain particular place, it is very dangerous. Also, we are selling the fear. And that fear, when we sell that fear, that is actually one of the things which propels those politicians from those places. Because every person will know, if I go to that place, my life will be in danger. But if we get one or two people who stand up, and when they are doing their political campaign, they are able to go to any part of Kenya and campaign, let come what may be, then Kenya can change. But if we have the mentality that I have also to do my politics within my locality, that will tray us behind. Because if you look where reparation has come, is where we have one individual who is able to stand up no matter the odds of the day, and is able to go and campaign all the places. And I'm very sure we have Kenyans from any part of this country who can recognize this, the goodness in you. So that fear also has made us to be backward. Because I fear, if I go to Nyanza, I will be stoned. If I go to Central, nobody will listen to me. So that kind of fear also make us never to stand, make us never to go forward. So we should come up and realize that this generation we are, we need people who can stand. Even if it means you are alone, at least you can make a point. If you stand persistently,
Yeah.
no matter what. Remember,
Ben,
at Magandhi,
Ben took all my time.
India,
Ben took
it
all
was
my
just
time.
one person. Other people also
Ben.
feared the whites.
Ben,
But because of our persistency, because he wanted to stand up and to be seen and to do the right thing,
Ben.
he had to make the country. Yes.
Ben took all my time.
Moses finish his point, please.
Swali ni
Hello?
30 seconds to 1
Yeah.
minute umeuliza swali yako na umemaliza. Ila
Yes.
ningetaka umoderate the group at least narudi in the next kitu 10 minutes ama 20.
So are you suggesting I remove Ben because he's a
Hacha.
Let me finish my point. Let me finish my point.
Hello.
Yes, let me
Malizia.
finish my point.
So
So I was talking about voter education for our people. I gave example with BBI. Sometimes back, there was also a by-election in Uganda about this guy, David Ochieng. David Ochieng was whipped out of ODM because he talked negatively about the party. But after that, he went and convinced the people that is the man. And I'm proud of the people of Uganda for standing up with him and voting him and telling ODM that you are wrong here. So if we can just educate our people, the importance of elections, the importance of these leaders, and then sometimes back when President Barack Obama was in Kenya, his sister said a very important thing about gonya gonya. Gonya gonya means like if you're a politician and you go to campaign, you have to give people money so that they can. It's a sort of bribing. He said like we want to leave that culture of kwecho. And she was called names. They said that she was wrong, but she was very right. Because once these leaders they come to our villages and campaign and use all their money, you know what they're going to do once they win? They are going to fill back the basket that they took away from to campaign with. So we should educate our people. We should tell them the importance of these elections, and that's my point.
Okay, thank you. Any one who wants to object or maybe add something?
Can I react, please, to what Moses has talked about? And I want to tell Moses that one thing you need to know. You might be a son of a rich man.
I'm not.
This gonya gonya is a predicament that is a plight of some people. And you have to know that, because the leadership that we've had up to now has not empowered our people. And just to talk about what you said about, I cannot read the BBI because Baba has read it. We know very well that we just say that because it's the mood of politics. But we do read these things. If you are really interested in reading something and knowing something, you are going to read it. But after all, Baba is always right. And we have seen. There's a time that Baba said,
problems.
Let me
These
finish.
are the problems. These are the
Let
problems.
me finish.
Moses,
Yes.
Just give him some latitude.
Okay, continue, but these are the problems.
Yeah, you will have time
there is no time that Baba this country as president or as deputy president. But his ideologies is what makes us to follow him. For example, if Baba said that one day somebody from Wajir will become the president of this country, is that not good to the ears? It's good, because this habit of recycling leadership, it was Moi. You want to give it to Moi again? At least we voted along tribal lines in 2013 and 2017. But right now, we have to face the truth, which means we must move from tribal lines. But you have to know that there is something that must be done. We cannot just wake up here and say, now we are going to vote in Mukisa Kitui and he will become president. He will not. And for your information, we know, let me finish. We know that in
you have given 1 minute.
In 2022, we know the people who will line up as vying for presidency. We know there will not be the person who will become president in 2022 will not be any new person that we have never seen. That one cannot happen in this country. But at least the people who have been president and have been deputy president, and we have seen their non-performance, we should not allow those such people to get back into leadership, because they have actually failed us, and we've seen that. So at least We should try those who have not been president, and we know that Raila is there, Mudavadi is there, Nani Wetangula is there, Kalonzo is there. For me, those are the only options that I have for presidency.
Thank
But
you.
for
Thank
Okay,
you.
you're done.
for
Let me
these
agree
other
with you.
people,
Let me disagree with you. You're done. Okay. Rupia.
So Mudavadi has been president.
Let me disagree. For example, I am from Gem, and Gem is in Siaya County. I grew up in a small village called Sirembe. I went to a primary school there. I went to day school there. Then I got a scholarship to go to the US. Okay. After that, what I wanted to say, I respect Raila Amolo Odinga so much for some things. He fought for democracy, devolution, and freedom. But at the end of the day, no Kenyan will have that democracy on the table as food or as a tuition money to go pay for their kids for school. Another thing, you say that Baba is always right. That's very wrong. Because you see, people like you, and I know there's a lot of people like you, Mr. Rupia, people like you are the problem that Kenya has today. Because you have that mentality that Baba is always right.
I didn't vote for Jubilee government, and we have a problem. So
I did not
am I
vote
a
for
problem?
Jubilee either. I did not vote for Jubilee either.
So
I was
I'm not.
Baba
I'm
supporter.
not a problem.
Just give him time to present.
Tukuwe na moderate mtu mmoja after another, unajua.
Yes.
Yeah, I was given that need, so let me just do that.
Rupia, we know as you talk here, you want us to agree that you are always right the way you think that Baba is always right. And that's not right here.
I have
So
wisdom.
to tell you, Baba is not always right. Right now he's misleading people with the idea of BBI. And that's going to kill Kenya. He should retire with a good legacy. He has fought for Kenya. He has helped Kenya a lot, you know. But when you say that Baba is always right, yesterday I talked about how our county, Siaya County, is very less developed. And that's a place where the former Prime Minister of Kenya hails from. But when he was the Prime Minister, he did nothing for the Siaya community. What Baba only did, he took a superhighway to Thika, which is not bad.
What is Baba retiring from?
Baba should retire, Rupia, then become statesman. That is just simple. Baba is bigger than even president.
He should retire from what?
He should retire from active politics.
Rupia.
In politics, there is something called Baba is now an octogenarian. Let me tell you, Baba
Guys,
is now.
I'll be back after 5 minutes.
Can you mute your Nini? Can you mute your microphone?
You cannot retire from what you have not become. And Moses must understand this. Baba is not president. He cannot retire from what he has not become. The people who are supposed to retire are like the likes of Uhuru Kenyatta and William.
He has already retired from opposition. Right?
Do people retire from opposition?
He retired from opposition.
Rupia.
Is there opposition in Kenya today?
Rupia.
Yes.
My friend, you said a very good point, and I want let me get back there.
Does
so that at least
the constitution provide for opposition?
Kindly mute your Nini first before then I present. I'll give you time.
Constitution do you read, my friend?
Hello. Now, good. Rupia, I was saying this. You said that Baba one day said that it will be nice when someone from Marsabit becomes a leader and voted by the people, right? I was born when Baba was in political field, right? Up to date, he's aging almost 70 or almost 80 there. He still wants to be the president. So how practical is this, brother? Can you just educate us on how we are going to achieve this? If the same people who are there donkey years ago are still there and they still want to be there and with their sons.
Let me tell you, in mature democracies and developed world, the people who become president are 70 and above years. The people who are young like you are still very energetic. You're supposed to work hard to grow the economy. from inside. You are not supposed to
Rupia,
become president. Don't tell us that somebody who is young should
can I
become
come in?
president.
Oh, okay,
Look at,
please, let me
can you look at Joe Biden? Even look at the UK
It's
and
Joe
everywhere.
Biden,
The
not
people
Joe
who are,
Biden.
because
Excuse
of the
me.
wisdom. Let me finish.
guys,
If you give
finish.
me a chance, let me
We
finish.
allow him finish, but be brief, bro.
Yes.
Be 30 seconds, man.
Yeah. For example, now we have governors, and there is what is called exit strategy. If we had a governor, a very young governor from Nandi, just behind me here. Tell me, if Stephen Sang retires from being governor, where will he go? But somebody like Professor Nyang'nyongo, who is my governor, if he retires from politics, from being governor, he can go home and say that he's home. But somebody who still should give his energy to the economy, to grow the economy, should not even run as a president. Presidency is left for retirees. That is why we have a problem in Kenya today. That who is still too young to retire. Too young. Why did he become president?
Thank you.
Knowing that he
Allow
will retire in 10 years.
Thank you. You've argued. Now, Nancy, you can at least give your opinion, please.
Thank you, Sage. Rupia, come on. My brother, you're so young. You need to inspire people in Kenya to think change is a good thing. You cannot perpetuate this ideology of Raila. We said we leave identity politics because what we're trying to do as a community of young people is trying to think how we can move Kenya forward outside the leaders that we have. And that is why I was trying to get you guys to see why our problem starts with our voting process rather than, although we have a problem of tribal issues, we also have an issue that we cannot verify the person who is elected. Raila has let, like me, if you ask me as Nancy, I think Raila has let majority of us who looked up to him. He has abandoned Kenyans at the time that we need him to try and hold the government accountable about the pandemic. But what he's doing now, the common man is suffering, he's saying nothing. So if he was a true and a patriotic leader, as you're trying to tell us, this is a time that we should have seen him fighting for proper curfew hours, proper support for businesses, proper support for the poor people of Kibera, Mathare, and everywhere else, and trying to tell the government, come on, you cannot just impose a curfew. You need to bring a package
So
alongside.
Raila has failed more than Uhuru Kenyatta, who is the president.
No, Rupia, I gave you your time to listen.
Allow
choices have consequences. You are going to make a wrong choice again, and you will come back here crying the way you are crying right now.
Let me ask you
choices have consequences.
Can I ask him a question?
Give us time to present, please.
Okay, Nancy, go ahead.
Moses.
No, go ahead, Moses. I'm keen to hear what your question was.
Yeah, Rupi, I want to ask you a question. You are defending Raila so much. Raila was the Prime Minister of the Republic of Kenya for 5 years. Can you give me like 5 or 10 projects that he initiated as a Prime Minister for the Republic of Kenya, please?
Kisumu Airport, or Thika Superhighway. We also have, there are a lot of projects. I might not be having all of them, but I've mentioned 2 at least. So you have to know that we have to know. Let me finish. Let me answer and finish. When Kibaki was in power for 5 years, from 2002 to 2007, we did not see Super Thika Highway. When they were in a coalition government with Raila, we saw the economy grow by over 5%. That is a fact, and we cannot dispute that. So I'm not telling you to vote Raila. I'm not campaigning for him, but I'm saying, at least for the people who have failed us, we should tell them to go home. I'm not saying you vote for Raila. Raila, if he's my presidential candidate, I don't know your presidential candidate, but I've not told you to vote for him.
Rupia, you've answered the question.
Excuse
so can
me.
I finish my trail of thought?
Finish, Nancy.
Nancy,
So,
please.
I will say this, and
Yes.
I'm really sorry, Rupia, but the problem we have is that way of thinking. And if we are going to go anywhere, is to be a bit more open-minded and trying to think outside the box. So Raila is a person, he has progressed a kind of politics for so many years, but I've given you an example when we really need
I
him
need to be
now.
protected.
Rupia, wait, Rupia, you cannot
I
be
need to,
doing what
I
you're
need to
doing.
be
No,
protected.
no, 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 no,
I'm
no.
not saying Raila is the person. So can you remove that from your mouth? Then continue.
No, I've listened to you, and all I'm saying, I'm replying to your holistic approach to politics.
Rupia, hold
So,
bana.
so
Tulia.
you can't tell us we have a problem and then tell us to go continue with identity politics as you're doing. If we're going to progressively move Kenya forward, we need to stop identity politics around certain individuals who have not helped our country move forward for many, many years. And I've said a classic example is now we need Raila now to hold the government accountable of the abuse of basic human rights that even happened not long, 24 hours ago. He's not doing that for us because he's getting whatever he's getting from the current government. So Raila, for me, if he retired 5 years ago, he would have gone home with his held high. At the moment, his history is tainted, and he will go away in the history book as the man who abandoned Kenya when we really, really needed him.
Mr. Ela, Mr.
So
Mr.
be
Ela.
it.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
Skiza. You guys, I have to listen to each other and everyone. There are people who are
You
waiting.
should have some decorum. You just
So okay, Nani, you can go ahead and at least so that we give Ben time. And
Ela.
yes.
Naweza enda ama kuna mtu ataka kwenda?
Okay, you can speak, then I'll give Nani to pass.
Okay.
Yes, someone.
I have something to add.
Yes.
Okay. First of all, I think we should think as people who are trying to give solution to our country. Let us not kind of
attack
attack one another or talk something that can anger people, because what we in this platform, we are just trying to give options and ways that how can we make our country better. We know we have leaders, and we know people are very fanatical about their leaders. That's something that is there, and I think we should talk, even if somebody is there watching us can get something out of it. That is first. Then secondly, as much as I may disagree with some leaders, especially Raila, but most of the time when I listen to or when I read the history of Kenya, there are times that when Raila was in opposition, was fighting, some people were kind of criticizing him. I always believe that it's not only Raila should be standing up for the country when what happened in the superhighway. We have so many leaders, Kenyans, who should come. If Raila cannot stand for us, we cannot keep quiet because Raila cannot talk. No, we are all Kenyans. We need to talk. That's something that is there. Let us not blame him because he has decided to choose his way of serving Kenya, and that is the best way for him. So we should not blame him. That is one. I'm not supporting him, or I will not criticize him. That is up to him. And we as Kenyans, as the young youth, when we are in this platform, now we are raising those issues. We need to tell people what we should be doing. That is one. Secondly, I've heard people talking about Kenya and everything. One thing that I know for sure is what we are lacking is about leadership. The founding fathers, on how Kenya was founded on corruption, and that's how the Kenya was founded. Our forefathers never put Kenyan citizens first. They never put the republic first. They put their interest, and that's what the politicians are inheriting. We each and every time we talk about our leaders not being very genuine, even ourselves we are not very genuine, because like even us, when we go to the offices of the government and we want things to be done, we are the first people to give out the bribe, and that is still leadership. We are not very genuine with our leadership. Yeah, so it starts with us. And how does it start with us? By us being very disciplined and corruption free, you know. And somebody talked about, I think it was Rupia was talking about Raila, Wetangula, Mudavadi to be in the presidency. I think like age doesn't matter when it comes to presidency. It doesn't matter whether you are 50 years, you are like 35 years. What matters is what are your policies and what are you ready to do for your country? Yeah, all the people, all the Mudavadi, the Kalonzo, the Raila, they've played positive part in Kenya. At the same time, they pay negative part that have really impacted us, you know. But like as things stands from today, I always think that for us to create such leadership, we have the county levels whereby we have MCAs. That's where I tend to focus on. Let us, like on the MCA parts, in the downer side, let us elect people who understand the challenges that we undergo. So if the people downside are elected, the people who understand the challenge, who are not loyal to the gods or the fathers of the party, but they're loyal to the people, then the common man will see actually the person who we elected as an independent thinking. So next time when this guy is vying for an MP, he will be chosen, you know. So, but if you want to fight the Uhurus, the Railas, and the Kalonzos, these people, even if the way Kenya stands today, with even like the BBI, they are telling you that it's going to create something. There's nothing you can do about these people. They've charted the ways. They know who is going to become the president, with you voting with faithfully or with you stealing the vote. They know who is going to become president. Yeah. So I think like we should just go by down. To my brother Rupia, I love your ideas. I love the way you talk. But like
they are good.
They are good. They are good. But one thing they are very good and perfect.
Humble yourself.
They are very good and perfect. They are very good and perfect. But remember the generation that is coming. You know, remember the generation that is coming. Today, your kid will be coming. And if the foundation that you are going to lay today is going to benefit somebody, is going to come. And the victim might be your kid. So just think of that. It's not all about you today. We are here today. There's a generation that is coming. So try to make a foundation that will favor a generation that is coming and a generation that is coming. That's what I can tell you. But I love the way you talk.
I have to ask this question because I hear injustice in what Benson said. Benson said, correct me if I'm wrong, Benson, you said that Uhuru, Kalonzo, Kenyatta, and whoever have already decided who will be the president of Kenya.
Yeah.
So me and you going to the ballot does not matter. Is that what you're trying to say?
That's what I'm telling you.
And that is why I said, then our main problem is the injustice at the ballot box. Because I can decide you should be the president of Kenya. So our main fight today should be the person we want as a president should be the president.
Okay, let me
Benson, I think you are wrong. Let me just react on that. I think Benson, you are wrong because what you ought to have said, and I said it here, that we will not get any green person that will become president in 2022. The people who will become president in 2022 are just those politicians you are seeing, the likes of Raila, Ruto, Gideon Moi, Musalia, Wetangula, Kalonzo. Hakuna mtu mwingine ataletwa kutoka mahali ingine. So what I'm saying is this. in comparison. And I think Moses was saying something ambiguous, because me, I'm very direct. I'm direct that we have politicians who have lined up to become president in this country. So comparatively, you can just see there's those who have tried and they have not managed, and there are those who have not tried. I didn't say that Raila ndiye atakuwa president as nini. Even President Uhuru Kenyatta in his mind knows very well, for me to deliver this country, I must go for the communist, because Uhuru Kenyatta is a capitalist. And
so you're agreeing my vote and your vote doesn't count. We are agreeing to that.
It counts. Okay. It counts.
Let me tell you.
Hello guys.
Let me tell you how.
Rupia, kindly. This is what
let me finish. Okay. Let me finish.
Let me make this presentation. Then you finish, so that we conclude. We move to how things should be done. I think we should have what we call a topical discussion. Like today, there's something that we are to deliberate on. And I think it is the event that happened yesterday and the video that is going on. But we are losing the thought. So I'll allow you to wind up, and maybe allow two people who might be having a different view. Then you will conclude that we get back to the topic.
Okay, sir.
I don't know. We are in agreement.
Yeah. Okay, sir. I agree with you.
And this is how I think we should do. If you have a point or you want to interject, just do this, okay? For the first time. If you don't see me responding, do this. Then that is how we are supposed to do it. I really request. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Let me respond to Nancy about what she was saying about me and you cannot about something on the ballot. And Nancy, I don't think you've been in Kenya and you know the history of Kenya, right? In let's say immediately after the Kibaki Raila, that election, where I think it's 2013, yeah, people voted and the Kenya voted, and everybody knew, based on how votes were being counted, that there are people that they knew they were going to be the president, and it never happened. It never happened. It's something that is in the history. It's known. Yeah, that's one. Then secondly, look even the Kenyan history, the Kenya history, the people who have stood, who has put the nation first before their interest, have never been. I can start with you. Look at Pinto Gama. These are the people who the country was first. The JJ Karaoke, the country was first. Yeah. Tom Mboya. Look at those people. And even if you stand at the ballot, because they will not be at the ballot, the people who have those good views for the country, they will not be at the ballot. Yeah. And the system is controlled. It's not free and fair. So that's what I think. So whether we come out in large numbers as Kenyans to go to the ballot box, the ballot, we will vote the ballot 100%, but somebody whose system has decided will be the president, and there's nothing you will do.
Thank you, brother. Let's
interject?
Briefly, please.
Can I interject?
Briefly, please.
Thank you very much. Nancy, Amjambo.
Clinton, habari.
Nani Benson, kindly mute your mic.
Okay, let me see. Okay.
Kuna jamaa ameweka mic on, inaleta kelele. Ni nameless.
No. Kindly use the right words. Use the right word, please.
Asante sana. Jina yake ni nameless. Asante sana.
Brother, you have 3 minutes, please. Can you interject? We move to
but passion. Who passionate ameacha microphone on na anaongea. Okay, sawa.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. So mimi nimewasikiza sana kwa muda kidogo hivi, like around 20 minutes ago. Nilikuwa nasikiza tu chini ya maji. Rupia, ndugu yangu, siasa za emotions wachaneni nayo. Topic ya leo ilikuwa issue ilifanyika jana na ikawa pia leo inaendelea. Sasa hata sijui hii maneno ya Raila imetoka wapi. Let us not politicize everything. Let us not politicize everything. Nameless, please. Nameless, please.
It's about
Unmute your
leadership.
microphone.
It's about leadership.
The problem is not leadership. The problem is voters. You cannot vote a wrong person, then blame Raila on it. Yes, there was a time to vote for right people. The people we voted for are the people who are in leadership. We never imported the leaders that we never voted for. So, number two, we don't have a position in Kenya. What we have is I don't even know how this system is called, where minority leaders and majority leaders of both parliaments are the people who should check the government. Yet those people are the people who are pro-government and supporting anything that government is doing. We don't have opposition. And if kama opposition iko hii Kenya hii, akina Nancy wajue hiyo ni ya kura au court. Please leave Raila alone. Raila never participated in that election. He can choose to do whatever he wants to do with his life. He's a human being. He can even choose not to run into 2022. And even after 22, we will still blame Raila. Why you didn't run? Or why are you not opposing the government? Why is this Raila this? The problem we have in Kenya is voters making wrong choices, then have a human being called Raila to blame on that.
You have 1 minute, brother.
Na sitoki hapo. I'm not supporting ODM leader. I'm just defending ODM leader mahali anafaa. Akifinywa mahali as a Kenyan, mimi lazima nimtetee. Huwezi pata kila kitu inafanyika kama ile ya ujinga mpaka wamama wamezaa. Mimi juzi nilikuwa hapa nikatoka kidogo. Kuna wamama walikufa huko Thika Road. Hawatangazi kwa sababu kama mtu alikuwa anapelekwa hosi akaanza kuzaa hapa, wengine wamekufa. Hiyo hamtaki kutangaza, mnatuzungusa hapa, hii nini, mnaturudisha kwa siasa. Let us discuss. Kama topic ilikuwa hiyo, I'm ready, nitakuwa hapa mpaka mwisho.
We want to discuss now on the topic that what happened yesterday and the video that is
kama watu 10.
Right? Thank you very much, brother, for that kind of remark. Now, I will allow...
I wish I could have disagreed with my brother Yaga, but it's okay. We can move to the topic.
Yeah, let's do that,
just
please.
Just disagree, my brother.
Okay,
you
1
are
minute,
entitled
please.
to your opinion.
I'll give you. Nancy, I'll give you time. Let's Nani. You have like do it in a minute, please, Moses. Then we give Nancy. Then okay.
Yeah, my brother Yaga, you started with a very good point to repair that. Let's not bring our emotions here. But towards the end, umeleta emotions, ukaanza kusema ti 202 Raila Siporan will be like Raila this, Raila that. Here we were talking about the facts of misleading the people of the Republic of Kenya with this idea of BBI. And who is the driver for that? Is Uhuru and Raila Molo Odinga. And that's where the name of Raila came to play. It was just not like a joke, you know. BBI is not good for Kenya. And we will stand by that. And we'll stand by that point that Raila is misleading Kenya with that. And I will protect my sister Nancy. She said that if Raila can stand now and fight for Kenyans for what's going on, his dignity will still be there in play, you know. Right now is going like nowhere with what's going on, you know. He's quiet. And also to bring with the idea of COVID, Some few months ago, there was something that was aired about COVID millionaires. We knew Raila as somebody who fights for the people of the Republic of Kenya. The issue of Eurobond, Raila was on the streets. NYS scandal, Raila fought Anne Waiguru. SGR scandal, Raila fought the government on it, And now the COVID millionaires, he hasn't spoke anything about that, with what's going on in the country right now. Yesterday with the issue in Thika highway that people are stuck in traffic. That's what we want to hear, my brother, but I rest my point.
Okay,
Raila is
thank
the
you
only
guys.
person who can revive this economy.
Thank you,
What?
Rupia. Now let's get
Raila
back
is
to
the
the
one who
topic
can
of the
revive
day.
this economy. Why don't
Kindly,
you want us to talk about it? If you were elected long
kindly,
years, after all,
kindly,
Raila
Rupia,
is in the minority.
Rupia,
The minority like us. We are very happy.
Rupia. I think kindly respect the rules of discussion. We said if you have a point, just do this. If it is burning, do the two hands. We'll be able to give you time. But because we have now to punish you, we are giving Nancy a point. Then kindly, Nancy, talk about what happened yesterday and the issue on the security in Mtaani. Thank you. I'll give you time.
Thank you for the opportunity, but I hate to say this. I give up when it comes to identity politics, because I think that's where most of us want to be, which is very sad. But I think we have a long way to go before we get to where we need to be. In regards to issue about yesterday, I said it in the beginning when I was contributing that it's unfortunate that
Peter, mute your mic, please. Thank you. Okay. You can
it's
proceed, Nancy.
unfortunate that we have an interior minister who doesn't understand how to enforce a curfew that works for frontline officers, for emergency purposes, and also a curfew that is meant to benefit the common man doesn't have to be dead at 8 o'clock, because we've had restrictions and lockdown where I am. But if you tell a police officer, look, my shift is 8 to 10 and I was genuinely at work, they would let you continue and go home, because at the end of the day, you need to get to your last position to go home. But also Kenyans, we also have a part to play to allow our officers to do their job. You clearly know curfew is at 8 o'clock. The motorway was rammed with a lot of cars. Where were all those people coming from? And they know 8 o'clock, everybody has to be at home, or 9 o'clock. I'm not sure what time it is. So Matiang'i need to understand the Kenyan economy needs to work. People need to feed their family. Let them come up with a system that favors and works for many people, because as someone who has COVID, who has contracted COVID, and I was in bed for weeks, very ill. I was really ill, and I can tell you guys, COVID is real, and I understand what they're trying to do, but they have to strike a balance. The fact that our ambulance was showing lights and they could not let this ambulance pass, to me, there is a problem. The fact that there were people who were meant to be fast responders, essential services, still on the same traffic, there is a real problem. The strategy is not right. The government need a rethink. Matiang'i need a rethink. It's not about just a lockdown. It's a lockdown that helps people to go about their businesses, and the people who are doing essential services have a badge and a traffic way that allows them to go where they're going. But at the moment, the confusion is too much. And I must say, last night was harrowing to watch. And my brothers, even though I'm not there, I hear you and I feel you, and I can hear the pain resonating across the board. And I can only hope that our government can change the strategy.
So just before you go, Nancy. Hello?
Yeah, hi.
Yes, if you are to take up this matter, because I remember we have to give maybe a suggestion on how we can handle that. If you are to follow up this matter using the due diligence, what will be your first point?
So my first point will be the police. Remember the backstops with the chief executive of the organization. So the IG needs to give a proper statement that explains what happened, and especially if anything happened to the pregnant woman last night and the baby was not delivered, then the backstops to the chief executive of that organization. To me, the IG, and I always hate about the way the police spokesman always come out to defend the police. So us as Kenyans, we need to, and the solution is simple. And as I said, it's about Thika Road has 3 lanes or 4 lanes. I can't remember from where I'm sitting. The first lane should be for essential services, and you have a badge that clearly says, I'm an essential worker, or I'm an ambulance, or whatever, you are allowed to pass. Then the rest of the traffic follows the other 2 or 3 lanes. So the police should only concentrate on the first lane, and that's what happens in most first world. If you're an essential worker, you have a pass that shows where you're going. So our demand is that ambulances, emergency, if a family has a baby in the car, taking to the hospital, should occupy that lane, and the police are able to verify that. So the solution is very simple: thought out plan before lockdown. Because for me, this lockdown, we had 2 statements issued after the presidential address, which showed there was not a proper thought out process. So it's about a thought out process before lockdown is implemented.
Thank you for the nice presentation. Rupia, if you have any, then I'll give Kizito time. So I can see you have a burning issue, kindly. Yes, Rupia, you have a burning issue.
Mine is very, very burning. And I can tell.
But kindly attach it to the topic.
I can tell you, Bwana Ila.
Yes.
Bwana Ila, I have a lot of wisdom where I'm seated, and you must know that. So don't let wisdom evaporate before I give you that wisdom. So don't keep me on the sides for long. What I want to say is that it's unfortunate that our police officers are not properly trained. They are only trained on beating people and shooting people. They are not trained on reasoning. Because there's such a thing that happened yesterday. They could have been sorted out very easily. If you see an ambulance, these people are out. They have breached the law on curfew. If they have breached that law, but the ambulance is there, and other essential services, we call them essential services, are also there. Why don't you allow these essential services to move, so that we don't have to lose life because of ignorance or arrogance? Let me finish. Let me finish.
A point of correction. Unakuwa corrected before you finished.
Ayaga, this is what we said, brother. Kindly listen to this, bro. Kindly listen to that. We respect you and we value your opinion, but respect the rule of discussion. This is what we say. Allow presenter to present. If it is burning, use the 2 hands. We'll excuse you. It is very, very simple. Proceed. We'll give you time, Ayaga, please.
Okay. Thank you, Chair, for the protection. Thank you very much. And for me, and I've said it here, there is no reason to impose curfew on Kenyans. I said lockdown was necessary. If the disease was of high prevalence at the zoned areas, there is need for lockdown so that that disease is not transmitted this side. But why should you, after the lockdown, why should you impose curfew again on innocent people? And the government must know that the same way the government has employed people, the same way the government has employed people who are working during the day, there are also people who are employed privately who are working at night. We cannot kill the night economy, and we want our economy to grow. The government should lift that curfew with immediate effect. I rest my case.
Now, brother, before you leave, you are talking about, you know, this discussions is on record. It goes on record. Where are you getting the word? Where are you getting the word lockdown from?
The word lockdown?
Yes. Are you talking of curfew or lockdown? Kindly help us understand.
I've talked about two things. Curfew starts at 8.
You are a man. You are a man of wisdom, right?
I'm very wise. Yeah.
Yes, good. Now, where are you getting the word lockdown from?
When I say lockdown, what I'm referring to is that you cannot enter the zoned areas. You cannot enter or leave. But when I talk of curfew, I talk of that thing that starts at 8, that prevents people from moving after 8, as if corona only spreads at night in Kenya. The government should lift the curfew. Let me finish. The government should lift the curfew and open the eateries. Those people working in the hotels, if they can close bars, but the eateries, they should open them. Why should they close jobs for people? And how do the government expect those people to survive?
Thank you. Now, this is what you have to take home, that right now we don't have lockdown. What is there is cessation of movement. I'm adding that to the list of the wisdom you have.
That is what I'm referring to. We are referring to the same thing.
No, cessation of movement and lockdown, those are two different things. Ayaga, because you have a burning issue, kindly respond. Then we'll give Moses. Then we'll give Kisito has been on waiting so long. Then I'm also seeing Tanakol. Brother, just hold. Kindly, Ayaga.
Thank you very much. Unajua, a point of correction ni ile you are correcting somebody in the process akiongea. Rupia Charles haezi kuja hapa purporting that our police officers are not trained to handle people. They are only trained to beat people and do bad things. My friend, that is a wrong information that actually should withdraw and apologize. Yeah, our police are trained. The problem in our system, let me educate you. The problem in our system is only one thing. The orders that comes from above. I don't know above from heaven or from where. A police officer cannot just go to a highway like Thika Road by his mind or her mind to do what happened yesterday. Never. My friend, there is powers beyond you should blame. Don't blame a common police who is served with order. By the nature of the job, he must act on that. This is a civil servant.
I've never seen the policemen handling people. They are mishandling people. That is what I've seen.
Don't allow your wisdom to leak, please.
Rupia, I'm even now questioning your wisdom. Maybe ni yale ya kichochoroni. Relax.
No, stop attacking, bro.
So, problem with Rupia.
If you are done with your point, let us
correcting me.
Problem with you.
You are correcting me.
You put too much emotions in your contribution. What happened yesterday is bad. Hata mimi nimekubali ni mbaya. but you should look at the source. Don't blame a police who went there under order and was serving order. That one I will not allow you to do so.
Okay, can
Thank you,
I get in now?
Thank you.
He
Before
was correcting
Moses,
me.
let me ask.
He was correcting me, and he has corrected me wrongly. So your correction is also wrong. Your correction is very wrong because I've only seen policemen mishandling people. Even if you are given an order to work on, you have to do it professionally. You don't take the order and beat up people and close for people who are sick. You are acting on an order. Which order is that? Even if you are given we have worked and we also work in the places we are working in. If you are given an order to do something, you must do it within the law. And you must do it as a human being. You cannot just say, I was told to lock everybody here, and I'm locking even people who are bleeding.
Too much. Somebody.
Thank you, Rupia. Moses, I'm requesting this.
Go for it.
Can I speak?
Kisito, Lucas, kindly. Kisito has been waiting. Allow me, give him time a bit. Then you will speak. Then Moses will wind up with what he's banning. I'm seeing something burning. Is really burning. Kisito, please. And stick to the topic, please.
Okay, thank you very much. I will be very brief and to the topic. First, which Kenya are we talking about? Because all of us here, the way I'm seeing, I don't know which Kenya we are talking about. First, we all come from Kenya. You know, all the ambulances that always pass in that highway, most of them, they don't even carry sick people. They transport changa, and who are allowing them to pass is we people. So for a policeman to identify, Nancy was very correct and she was to the point. They can be given their line so that they use it. It's very okay. But the problem is we Kenyans, I don't know who bewitch us, because that line, they will be that will be dedicated to them. It's where the matatu will be using. That one first. Secondly, our policemen.
No, before you go to this, hello, Kizito.
Yeah.
Kizito, before you get to your second point, your first point is very pregnant. So can you deliver it so that any ordinary Kenya can understand it and can be able to speak, to talk about it in a way? Where are you getting your facts that the ambulances are used to ferry changa?
I'm from Kenya. I stay in Kenya, and I've witnessed initially the ambulance coming with the siren on. What comes inside from that place is changa, not a sick person. So,
and
yesterday,
will you be right when you say some of them, as opposed to all the ambulance?
Some of them, exactly. Not all, but some of them. What happened yesterday?
Now you can
a norm. Yeah.
Yes.
What happened yesterday is a norm. Even these police people, they are used to these tricks these people are doing. So for them to know the reality, whether this ambulance is now at work, just what Nancy was saying. If they can have their badges, they have everything, they come. Even that person who was in the ambulance, in all over the world, even where we are staying here, any car with that blue siren, when you see it, you have to leave the way. Even those police in Kenya, they went and they were trained that any car, even if it's a police car, ambulance car, you have to give the way. But we, why do I say we? We human beings, especially we people who come from Kenya, we politicize anything. For example, that thing which happened yesterday was very bad. Everybody was seeing. The person who managed to put that thing online, who put it on Facebook, what she was doing was just to show off. Instead of coming, I was expecting somebody who came up with that idea. Go to that ambulance, take the police eye, ask him, here is the person who is sick. Why is it that he only went and putting online how to put them with the president? We as young people who want change, go tell the police, here is the sick person, here's the ambulance. That one on the part of ambulance. The curfew, you find like that, I watched that clip also. There was a policeman who came in that broad light and said, this man is drunk. He is coming from town. Where was he when, and he knew it was curfew time. If all of us can accept, because I think people like Nancy, Moses, they know, even us where we are staying, when it's lockdown, it's lockdown. When they say you don't go to this start, you don't go to that start, you first act is when you question. But we Kenyans, like there was an interview in Citizen, I don't know, KTN. People are saying that me, ever since I've stayed in Kenya, I've never seen a corona person. Where do you want to go and see him? I don't know whether that corona works. The corona come at night. Corona come in the day. First, go stay at home for that 1 month. Let everybody accept the regulations for health regulations. Then, after that, you can complain that, I stayed at home. All of us, we stayed at home for 1 month. But you find all these people who put them in the news, who put them in online, like Rupia was saying, if somebody went to town, he stayed there up to evening, he has not found anything tangible or food to go and put on the table. Why is it that you have to wait up to 8 o'clock? Why don't you go? Then you avoid the jam. That jam was not for people, for human beings walking. It was for cars. All of them, they know the time of curfew. They pass through Thika.
1 minute. 1 minute. You have 1 minute, brother, to conclude.
Yeah, I've just finished. We, as human being, let's keep to regulations that are there for us. Secondly, we have to learn that ambulance, police, any vehicle with that blue siren must be given right of the way. Anybody who has driven a car knows that. But we Kenyans, we are trying to politicize everything. That's what is making everything going down. Like yesterday, it was a very bad thing. Everybody's condemning it. But instead of somebody coming, here's the sick person, let him pass. He is going to put himself on the Facebook. I have to put them online. I have to call IG. What will IG do there? When the person will have died is when the IG will come. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Lucas, you have 3 minutes to present. Kindly, Lucas.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear him.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I would like to make my contributions to the conversation that is going on about the Thika roadblock, and by extension, you see, it was not only Thika Road, it was about all Nairobi and parts of Kajiado County. This is Rongai towards, Lang'ata towards Rongai. The same thing happened on those roads. But here is what I think. The police acted on orders. And the orders came from the Inspector General of the police. That is Bwana Hilary Mutyambai. Now, I want you to understand that the buck does not stop at Hilary Mutyambai's doorstep. The buck stops at President Uhuru Kenyatta. This means that Mutyambai received these orders from the president. And as such, police work And indeed, all government business is supposed to be well coordinated. The people who are blaming Kenyans for getting stuck on roads beyond curfew hours, they are not sincere. You see, regulations come.
Brother, let me ask you.
Yes.
Let me ask you. Yeah, we are having a conversation, and it will be nice when we get what we call up to the end, up to the end kind
Yes.
of discussion.
Yes.
Right now, we don't have any valid evidence ya kwamba there was someone who was in the vehicle and was about to deliver. Do you have that information?
Sorry, pardon me?
I'm asking. Right now, up to this moment, do you have any clear evidence, any tight kind of evidence that there was a woman who was about to deliver in the vehicle, in the ambulance?
That is not a question that should arise at this moment. You see, we are sorry, Serge. We are focused on the bigger picture that government business should be coordinated. That as you give regulations, someone must take responsibility.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question? A very simple question to Lucas and also Sage. I agree with Lucas. Whether there was a patient or not is a question that should not arise.
Yes.
Because it's not here, neither here nor there. But my question to you, Lucas, you've said the people who are questioning the curfew time are insincere. My question is simple.
No, I didn't say that. I'm saying.
No.
I said. You got me wrong. I say. What I said. Because you see, if you give regulations, you must also take on the responsibility that comes with it. Are we together? Now, these are people living in Nairobi where rent must be paid, children must go to school, people must feed, but you are not giving them any solution. In fact, companies are laying off people. The government itself, it's on record. Last year on September, Ukuru Yatani descended those steps. Yes, Yatani descended those steps and said, the government has suspended hiring of public servants for the next 3 years. 3 years. And they are not doing anything. So, watu lazima wakule bwana.
No, Lucas,
Yes.
I totally and 100% sympathize with what you're saying. But there is a but.
Yes.
The problem with the government that we have thinks either sleeping or in in isolation, because they do not think about the economy and how the economy of Kenya operates. Because in the UK, they tend to think about every job and then impose the lockdown. So as a common man, when the government, we as a people, because remember, we are looking at solution. If there is another lockdown, we're trying to say to the government, stop, pause, think about each and every person and their job. What facilities do they need to facilitate them meeting their own basic needs? And at the moment, Lucas, I agree. The government of Kenya just locked and said, all of you, sod off, you can do whatever you want. And that is why in this discussion, we need to think about, although there is COVID, it's either they say everybody will get 5,000 Kenya shillings a month on their M-Pesa to cater for the basic needs when they lock without thinking, or they say this job, that job is allowed, you're getting a card so that the economy, the people can feed themselves. Because in first world, lockdowns are like we stayed home for a year, but I can tell you we've not starved. We've eaten, we fed our children, because the government think of the solution and then lock down. They don't just lock down like sheep. People are not sheep. So we as people need to discuss what should they do next if there is a fourth wave. What should they be doing to help us function as an economy and of the poor person who is in Kenya? And Lucas, I hear you.
Now, guys, guys, Lucas.
Something else. Yes.
Lucas, this is what I was trying to bring on. I'm not against your point, but I was looking at the credibility of information that we give to people. Remember, this is a public podium.
Yes.
Whatever the outcome of this thing can be assessed by anybody. And for us to make this platform very vibrant, we have to give factual information. When I asked about, do you have any right now, anybody that has evidence that the ambulance that was allegedly said that was having someone who was about to deliver, do we have that information so far? We don't have. To be honest, let's be honest with ourselves first.
But we did say
Nancy,
that the person who was presenting that information was questionable whether she was out to get publicity or not, because it's Jane Mugo. So possibly we all know in our heads, probably there was no person. She was looking for the clicks. But be it may, it tested the system whether if we had a genuine patient queuing, would they have had the pass to go to the hospital? That's the question.
Thank you. Now I'm going to, these are some of the issues that I wanted to come out of this discussion, because for us to address this problem, we have to get to the root cause. Good. Now, Lucas.
Yes.
When was the cessation of curfews reduced from, it used to be 4, it used to be 10, then it was reduced to 8 p.m. It was like about 3 weeks ago, right?
Yes.
Are we able to think about it this way? Have you ever heard people of Kibera complaining about
the scenario, the situation about the curfew, and actually this partial lockdown? I will call it partial lockdown because we are not allowed to leave these 5 counties. So
let's talk about the curfew.
The idea of complaining, I think that's a small fish. We are going for a small animal in the bush when a whole buffalo is right there before us. You see, the idea of the curfew is meant to hurt the small mwananchi, the hawker. Huyo jamaa mwenye anaenda street jioni azina amezunguka. Unajua, during the day, most people are at their workplaces. So these hawkers are not able to make much during that time. But hata hapa tutao hawa jamaa huwa wanaachiliwa na kanjo saa ngapi kufanya biashara zao? It's after those peak hours.
Now,
so these are the people who are getting affected. And right now, don't look at the hawkers, that poor person who comes from Kibra, the way you are insinuating. It's about this person who used to work. They have a car, yes, but hata hii gari nataka mafuta. So they get cabbages or some tomatoes or onions and take them somewhere away from their residence. Auza hapo kwa njia. Hiyo saa mbili ndo watu. Bro, Sage, huwa unanunua sukuma wiki saa ngapi ndio upike wewe?
Sage,
naletewa
ukiwa hii Nairobi. So unaletewa saa ngapi?
Inategemea na mwenye anauza.
Hapana, mostly hata kama penye unaishi hapo nje ya estate huwa unatoka job, unaingia, unapumzika kidogo, upate kikombe cha chai hivi, alafu utoke nje kununua sukuma wiki.
So let me
That mama kibanda huwa anauza sana between 8 and 10. But these are the times. Yes.
Lucas, get this. I'm totally in disagreement with the fact that there is lockdown, in cessation of movement. But this is what I think we should be talking about, right? It is very true that this thing has been there for the last 3 weeks. Okay?
And it's not helping either.
Up to yesterday is when we had this issue. So I think we should look at it in this angle. Like, you see, when you talk about Thika Superhighway, these are the middle class and the rich, okay? And their accolades. And these are the people we have been having problem with. The incidents of yesterday give us another avenue. Ya kwamba, all this time, what these people have been doing is to bribe the police. And remember, the role of a police is to maintain law and order. So when there's an order from above, that is their work. But let us not say that whatever those people are doing, that this is the point. Because some of those people who are there, they were rich guys. Rich guys.
So your idea,
what Nancy was saying, Skiza, what Nancy was saying was very good. Like, Thika Superhighway told that it has like 3 lines. Why can't we have a line for people who are having essential things to be handled in one line? And these people who are late, why can't the government, because that is an offense. In the developed world, if you have an offense, you are not supposed to be arrested. In fact, you're supposed to pay directly, because some of those things you just pay and you move. So if you are late today, you pay.
Given that this is Nairobi, it's like being forced into a corner, or rather, someone beating you, and then when you hit back, it is an offense. The government has hit us. The government has hit us with a curfew. The government has hit us with a curfew.
Yes.
And when we've tried hitting back, they are now blaming us for, getting violence.
You see, the first people who experience, I'm talking out of experience, the first people who tasted the real challenges of curfew are the coastal people, including myself. But the point I'm talking about is that there are other areas like in Kibera. I'm not saying that those people don't have time to do the activities to do beyond the curfew hours. But what I'm talking about, these people, they have been using means. Like, I want to point for you this way. I'm told there are even people, despite those 5 regions being zoned, they are able to move in and out because they have money, because they can bribe their way. So yesterday, what came out, apart from the issue of health, what came out was very clear. Like, these people, they have been bribing police, and it has been known. Okay, it has been known.
Yes. If you have a
now you
have
Kizito.
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, my brother Sage. I always try not to talk too much, then I leave chance. Please let us, we talk very fast until we leave chance for other people, not to wait the whole night. First, Lucas, remove this, sorry to pinpoint you, remove this idea of hustlers and the people who are doing hawkers. You are the same people who want government to help them. Where will they get money? If the hawkers, they don't pay tax, they will buy these handkerchiefs and sell them and they don't pay tax. You want government to help. And when the same government is telling them, go and stay at home, they want to go to the street. That one,
my brother,
about the issue of Mama Mboga, the issue is just to politicize people, to know that, oh, people are suffering. Sage asked you a very good question. He asked you a very good question. And the same question is the one I asked before.
Ayaga, I'm giving
Out
you
of
time.
all the, out of all these people who are lining up, who were stranded in that curfew yesterday, was there anybody who was walking on foot? All of them were in the big cars, big. What?
Machines.
That means they are the people who are.
To reply.
Yeah, you will have time to
Yeah,
reply.
To you.
only those two things.
Yes. Now, Kizito thinks that if you have a car, you are a rich person. Right?
Yeah.
If you have a car, you are a rich person.
Yeah.
But I want you to envision this scenario where you have your Mazda, ama hata tusema a Fielder, a second hand one. Umenunua 400k because you are working somewhere in a hospitality industry. You are a waiter somewhere, and then all of a sudden these places have been shut. These places have been shut. You cannot get fuel for your car. Hiyo kitu fare kutoka Thika kwa hiyo Fielder ni so kwa gari kwa hizi mat Kenya mpya. But if you are using your Fielder, you'll have to part with at least 800 shillings to and fro because you need that comfort. Now this person is not able to afford that 800. 800 is not a lot of money. If you are able to afford that, you are not rich. You're just struggling.
Look,
You are not
let's when you ask questions, be very brief so that I can answer you. Take for example, Ayaga. Ayaga, when the lockdown came, he understood and opened his own shop inside the house. Why don't you go and open that shop? Go in the Marikiti, Mapema, buy those kumawiki, come put in your house. They know that it's lockdown. Why don't you go and buy that kumawiki? Go with it to the office. Go and buy your beer. Go and drink at home. Even here where we are, it's lockdown. We buy our beer, we drink at home. You can't just tell me that you are going to Zurura town is when you come back late. If you talk about cars, even me who is talking, not that we brag, I know about cars. Anybody who can afford even that for 300, that person is a person who can afford the fuel. You cannot buy a car and you don't afford the fuel. How will you drive it? And if you cannot afford fuel, park it and go with the train. There's a train.
Now, Kizito.
Go with the bus like any other person. Don't show off with that's your Mazda because you want government. You are driving a car and you are fueling that your car. And the hawker who is not paying the tax want the government to give them money for free. Here, I don't say where we are staying here, we pay tax. That's why we get money for free, whether we are not working. Not for free, but we get that help. Yeah.
Kizito. Anyway, with all this said and done, I think this should be what we need to focus about now. It is very true that there was an incident where people it is alleged. So, because me, I believe on evidence. It is alleged that there was a woman who was in the vehicle who was about. But now, I think that those ambulances, they have expert with them, right? Was it not
Sir,
prudent
can I
enough?
talk, please?
Yeah, I'm giving you time. Was it not prudent enough for them to allow to get out of the vehicle, okay, and approach the people who are manning the roadblock? That is one thing that should come out. Number two, because the information was coming from someone who is a spy, and they wanted to do it.
Can I talk, please?
Sage,
Yes,
Ismail and Sage, can I say
Yes.
this?
Yes.
And I will take us back to where the discussion happened. It's not about the incident yesterday. The test is if we have a real emergency, would you
That's why
get to the hospital? Because we want to build sustainable solutions for me and you and for my mother and brothers who are in Kenya. The ambulance person does not need to get out of the car to justify. Forget about the incident is not true or not. Are facilities there to allow an emergency vehicle to pass through whether there is a curfew or not?
Exactly.
And that's why I said this discussion needs to be solution based.
Nancy,
Just 1
Can I
minute to
talk,
answer
Ayla?
Nancy. Just once to
yeah,
add on
yeah,
top
yeah.
of
was
what
to
Nancy
talk.
said.
Can we have moderator of debate? Because I see
Just
some
1
people
minute.
sit themselves.
Seg.
No, let's give other people time, please.
Yeah, just
Kizito,
1 minute, because what Nancy has said is very much exactly what
you
I
want to
wanted.
add
That's
or you want
just
to
to add on
object?
top.
Zito, relax,
Yeah.
man.
No, just to add on top.
Then you will allow other people to present.
Yeah, that one is no problem. Yeah, I will even go. What I
No,
wanted to
if
say,
you are
just to
going
add on
very
top of what,
old,
no, I
if you
will
are
be
going
here. I
old,
will.
okay.
Nancy has talked something. It's a point. You too, you are also just on a point. Nancy talked before that the person who brought this thing, she never acted in a very good way. It's somebody who wanted to show off, to show people how he was, he can do this, he can do. That's why I started my topic today by saying that we Kenyans, we have to understand that whatever we are doing, is it going to show something? Is it going to bring something? Just the way you said, when we are talking here, let's try to educate other people. You find me, even in Kenya, accident has happened. Somebody's making a video. Even before the family knows that they have lost somebody, they have seen it in Mtandao. That is, I don't know how I can call it, but that is not allowed. People tend to
Can I come in, please?
use the gadgets.
Hey, Seg, can I talk now?
Ismail, then you talk, please.
Seg, can I
Okay,
talk now?
thank you so much. Thank you
Ismail,
so much
then
for.
you
Okay, thank you so much for giving me the platform. I've had Lucas, I've had you, I've had Nancy and Kizito. So as much we are focusing about the problem, can we focus about the solution, because the platform is worldwide. So what I was thinking, even if suppose it was not that lady who aired out that issue yesterday, despite the fact that tukisema ni rich people, or whether rich or not, they are Kenyans. So they should not be on the roadblock, even if they are rich. So at the end of the day, kama tuna time, watu wafike nyumbani. So because huwezi sema tuna wale wa Kenya, hiyo late hours ndo wanataka hiyo job. So we need to find the solution for all of these issues, arising issues. Because that lady is famous, if that lady not aired the issue, atungejua what other middle class Kenyan are going through. So because the issue here, we are trying to say that, okay, those who are rich guys, then what about the poor people who are there in those cars? Because tulikuwa na matatu pia. People are just talking about the lady who was supposed to deliver. Then what about the guy who had a child mwenye alikuwa msick, alikuwa kwa gari? Because the issue was simple. Approach the roadblock, talk to the commander who was commanding the roadblocks, allow, because tuliambiwa essential services, ambulance iko among the essential services. So what do? Ambulance haiwezi kuwa kwa jam. Hiyo ni essential services, so ambulance haiwezi kuwa kwa jam. But jana ukiona, we had even some jeshi officers walikuwa locked kwa hiyo roadblock. So as much tutaangalia problem, Wakenya wote hawajaajiriwa, si Wakenya wote wana job. Unajua Wakenya they just eat mouth to the hand to the mouth. So huwezi sema by that time kila Mkenya atakuwa wale middle class, because in those cars tulikuwa na wale wametoka tu hustling wanarudi nyumbani. So it is not all about that Thika road, it is only about rich people. So can we talk so that we get the solution? Kama the companies zenye Wakenya wanafanya kazi, their bosses should be told that this time kama kitu kama 6 Wakenya wareleasiwa waende nyumbani, because the moment wa release 6 o'clock at least na jam pia imeanza kuwa kubuild in Kenyan roads. It is very very difficult. I'm talking to the fact that regarding where I am now, tumekuwa lockdown since 2 years ago, but things are moving. Na huku huwezi ona kitu inaitwa ati jam nini, because you know huku ni developed country, so huwezi compare US vile Nanza alikuwa anasema na Kenya. Those are two different things. Where I am sijaiona jam, lockdown iko, lakini yes.
Have you seen people misbehaving in road whenever there are even rules to be followed?
Yeah, I know. So you see, the Kenya need to be educated. We start with educating them.
And that is the kind of education we are saying here. Remember, there's someone who said it. I think it was Ayaga. You are stuck in the middle of the road. You have an ambulance with you, because by the end of the day, you have to give a report. You have an ambulance with you. You are the person handling that ambulance. You are also a nurse. You are stuck inside there. There's someone who wants to deliver. Okay. So will you push right inside, or you move out and get? That's the thing. We are not saying they're supposed to do, but in an emergency. Remember, this is a jam, and you know the poor police public relation. Okay, they can't really come in between the people unless there's you know how these things work. So as long as we are trying to say that everybody has a role to play. So if, everybody, including those people who are in the ambulance, that is what we are talking about.
Yes.
And I can tell you, even the woman, even the lady, even that lady who was about to
moderator.
Okay. Now good.
Hello.
Now.
So okay, I got your point loud and clear, that each and every person, each and every Kenyan need to play his role, so that we don't have this blame game among the police, among the whatever. So let each Kenyan play its role, each Kenyan play his role or her role, because at the end of the day unapata mko kwa jam na mnafungiana. The more mnafungiana, the more pia time zinaenda. So let us hope that in future means from tomorrow, Kenyan will be observing the rules. They will be able to reach home on time, so that they don't caught up on this drama of roadblocks, because we cannot also be blaming Kenyan, because it depends what people are doing. So let us hope that from tomorrow onwards, such kind of drama will not happen, so that watu waende on their daily basis kutafuta chakula cha kila siku. So let us hope that pia message inawafikia, and those who are in government pia message inawafikia. They should not start mistreating Kenyan because wamepatikana kwa roadblock, because this Kenyan, the one paying the taxes. So if they don't go to work, there's no taxes. So let us just treat each other with the respect, and let everybody play his role well. Thank you, Ila. Can somebody come in?
Now Moses, if he's on Moses, then we'll give Peter. We'll also have Clinton. Then we have Bernard from
Moses Ameang.
Moses Ameang.
I'm still there.
Moses
I'm still there.
You've talked so much, my friend. Today, I think you won something, a jackpot. You've even changed.
Okay, let me talk. Thank you, brother Seg. You know, COVID is real. I don't know if you guys remember about last year when there was a big breakout of COVID in New York City. I was living in New York. I was working in New York during that time. And I was in the heart of New York City, which over suddenly returned to a middle of nowhere, like a dead town. You know, there was nobody. But I was still going to work. In our office, I was the only one who was showing to work because everyone was at home. But what I was going through, I saw everything with my eyes. I was passing through hospitals where they had huge trucks outside. And these trucks were now the mortuary where they were putting the dead bodies with eyes, you know. After that, I had to relocate back to my home state of Arkansas, you know, where I went to school because I couldn't withstand New York. COVID was killing, and it was a lot. And by that, Governor Andrew Cuomo brought the National Guard, even though he was fighting with Trump. And the National Guard, the curfew they had there was not like what they're doing in Kenya right now. In Kenya, it's terrible. It's terrible for common mwananchi who is suffering, who doesn't have a job, who doesn't have any sort of income. Because in Kenya, the livelihood of most people depends on bar attendants or waitress or those
Moses,
small restaurants. Unasikia? Mhm.
Moses,
Go
can
ahead.
you just narrow down and give your best on the incidents that happened yesterday? What was the problem
Yeah,
according to
that's
how
what I
you
was coming
understand?
to.
Then
Yeah, that's
how
what I
should
was
you
coming.
now give a solution to it? Kindly.
Yeah, that's what I was coming to. So coming to what happened yesterday, it was not something to be taken lightly, because I also watched the video that was on Facebook, and they were saying that the order came from above, and with this above, the how do you call it, the Inspector General of Police. And in Kenya, when something comes from above, it's always from the president, and which means the president was aware of this. So this is one way we can hold our leaders accountable for the wrong that is going in our country. I rest my case.
Okay, thank you. So you are saying there was an order which was being implemented.
Yeah.
And the only way out is to get to the president.
Another thing, because our president today, Uhuru thinks our economy grows in his stomach. These days amepata peace because Raila doesn't bring those demonstrations. Sahii unaona jamaa akitembea tumbo ndio iko mbele, because that's where our economy is. He believes every Kenyan economy is in their belly. Today, that's where Kenyan economy is, in Uhuru's belly. Because if you see the man, the belly is so huge, he's walking like he's pregnant.
Okay, guys, I have to also acknowledge the presence of people who are now have joined us. We have Jane. Jane, just wave, and if you have a point, maybe you can say. Jane. Then we also have Francis. Then Clinton.
Okay,
Hello.
thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Sage Ila. Thank you very much, each and every person. Nimekuwa background nikisikiza maoni na at least I have something. Niko na clue.
Yes.
Hata nikiulizwa sasa hivi niseme kitu, niko sure naweza nikasema.
Okay.
So there is some little complaints that there is much noise, so tujaribu tu tusikize jamaa aongee amalize, tumuulize maswali, alafu mtu next achukue usukani. Alafu pia kuna hao watu wanawauliza maswali kwa comments, lakini
Yes.
hamuoni. So kuna maswali ambayo lazima nyinyi ambao mna debate muweze kujibu, na pia that's life, yeah. Na pia hii mambo na kukasirikiana, ukishatoka kwa show unatusiana kwa WhatsApp ama kwa comments, pia haibambi. We are grown ups, na nikiangalia vizuri kila mtu hapa, sitaki kusema ako na ndevu, but we are big people, so let's try. Kama umedisagree na msee kwa show, toka tu polepole kama umeamua kutoka, lakini don't throw insults kwa comments. And again, Sage Ila, utakuwa naendelea mimi nikikupa watu hapa chini polepole.
Okay.
Na wenye wanakuja nitakuwa nawaingiza polepole nikiwa hapa nyuma ya kamera yangu. Thank you very much.
Thank you, our administrator. You are doing excellent job. We have to appreciate you and acknowledge you. Guy, as he has said, we have to be human enough. Okay, Jane, kindly.
Yeah, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, pole, ilihang. Nilikuwa tu nakusikia ukisema Jane, lakini ilikuwa imehang. Pole.
Okay, it is common.
Yeah. Me, what I'd like to say, sikuona need ya hiyo roadblock, na nilisikia walisema ilikuwa imewekwa by 6 o'clock. Some people were saying that hiyo roadblock ilikuwa imewekwa by 6 o'clock. So that doesn't make sense to me. You know what I mean? Alafu with Kenya, people work on this end of the city and they live on the other end. Si ndio? Kama mtu anaishi Rongai na anafanya kazi nini Tao. You can imagine traveling time from there, because I have a friend who lives in Rongai and she works nini Tao hapo GPO. It takes them sometimes even 3 or 4 hours kufika huko. And then we can't blame the people, because maybe your employee amekurelease 7 o'clock. Utafanya nini? And at the same time, you still need that job. Sindio? You can't just leave. So at the same, the government, when they did what they did.
Peter, kindly mute your. Okay, good.
The government, you know, vile Nancy alikuwa nasema kama hapa, government ikifunga wanakuwa na alternative. You understand? Wanakuwa na alternative. Lakini saa home wakifunga wanasema wamefunga barabara, kuna roadworks, people cannot reach home in time. It doesn't really make sense to me. You understand? So the government has to be still organized. Now they have to think about their people, the people who are paying taxes to them. That's not what's happening in Kenya anyway. So
Jen,
I think.
Where are you currently?
You know, I'm in the UK, where Nancy is.
Okay, you are ajirani to Nancy. Now in UK, because sometimes it is better, also we can learn a lot from how it is done in UK, right? In a situation like ours, when we have curfews, remember this thing was not imposed yesterday. It was, in fact, I was expecting a more complaint on maybe 2 days or the second or on the very day. When you look at this thing in a year, do you think there's another version of this story apart from do you think like there was a business that what's going on? Because remember, you know, we are in Kenya and we know the road corruption and all this kind of thing. Look at it on a broad, maybe.
Yeah, what I would say is maybe the police, they didn't know it was going to go that way, because you know the police in Kenya, they put roadblocks, ndio wakulie, ndio, sometimes. So maybe that's what they wanted, but ika backfire, ikaenda the wrong way. Walikuwa wanataka tu weke roadblock wafikiria watakuwa wakikulia gari inaenda, wakikulia gari inaenda. Unajua? So I think because the corruption in Kenya is not helping.
Now,
and then another thing is, you know, I thought the people, they blocked the ambulance purposely ndio wafunguliwe. Kwa sababu hapa ukiona ambulance, kama una drive na uone ambulance nyuma yako, already watu wanakuanga, Nancy can tell you, already kila mtu munaondokea na njia, kila mtu ule ako mbele yako anasonga akuondokee ndio mpatie ambulance njia, kwa sababu wanatuambianga 1 minute, even 30 seconds can save somebody's life. You understand?
And you say in a traffic law, if ambulance knock you along the way, it is you who is wrong.
But those things don't happen very much. Of course, they will say that, but bado the ambulance guy hata kama anaenda hivyo ni hard sana kugonge.
Yeah, so okay.
Hata kikugonga ni bahati mbaya.
Yes. Guys, what we also need to acknowledge is that we have some of the police officers are very good, and maybe there might be a trend that has been going there. So maybe they wanted to stop it, but then we are talking. So I think what we are going to do, we are going to give this work to Bernard. Bernard stay in the city, is in Upper Karen. So we are giving it, because sometimes we need people who can research and give us facts, right? We are giving Bernard this opportunity to at least to go and dig deeper to understand what was the real thing, so that tomorrow we'll be able to do a follow-up and deliberate on this. Yes, we know what was the issue. Was this road blocked saa 12? Was there a lady inside there? What was the issue? So I think we need to get these things so that now, Ayaga, if Nancy is Jane is okay, Ayaga, can you have your time? Then we'll give Francis or Peter, whoever will come first. And then Bernard. Yes.
Asante sana, asante sana. Mimi, what happened yesterday is clear. Some of you, like the moderator today, you are supporting, you are opposing, so I don't know where you are. If somebody says a woman was giving birth, almost giving birth on a car, it can be true.
Do you have evidence?
The police officers were there. Did
No,
they
do you
went
have
and check
evidence?
and told us? My friend,
Do you
we have, yes, me I have. You know, the problem in Kenya is cowards. The problem of Kenyans is cowardice. I'm not a coward. I have evidence. My brother slept
Give
on
us
the
the
road.
evidence.
My brother slept on the road. Alikuja hapa
Was
So
your
there is-
brother giving birth?
No, not him, but he was there. I have evidence.
And
So
was she
by
in the
asking us
ambulance?
evidence, he was not. The woman was not on the ambulance. The woman was on a private car. Wewe sahii bibi yako akianza kuumwa, si utachukua private car? Hautachukua nini? Hautachukua ambulance? My friend, don't support things.
We are not supporting. I want what we want is evidence. We are not saying okay.
Because that information comes from Mugo. In fact, Mugo have been telling us true things. If truly you are living in this country, ametuambia ukweli kushinda even the government. That lady has been investigating some mysterious things. Tunajua ukweli kutoka kwake kushinda what even a government pathology will tell us. Somebody ameweka hiyo echo. Nani ameweka hiyo? Nasikia echo. Echo, kuna echo. Okay.
Kindly present.
Yeah.
There's no echo.
So, mimi kitu nilikuwa nataka kusema ni number one, the problem that happened yesterday is a two-way traffic. We blame the people, we blame the government at the same time, equally, without fear or favor, without favoring each side. There is a proverb where I'm coming from, where they say "Ichagwang tichagweno." Kizito will translate that. You blame, I don't know, I can call Gwang in English,
You blame the hen and you blame the mongoose. Yes.
The mongoose, yes, at the same time. Because curfew time kila mtu anajua. That is a presidential order. Presidential order is a presidential order. Is something you cannot even challenge in court. If I'm not wrong, unless legal mind will advise me on that. A presidential order, you cannot even challenge it in court. So Kenyans knew by 8 you should be at home. So
yeah, no, this one we have to tell you too. We are here to correct each other and learn. The only place you can challenge a presidential order is court. Remember, nobody is above the law, and it is the court that solves the difference between the state and the people. So, in fact, the only place you can challenge a presidential order is in court. Get that right.
Thank you very much. But none has challenged the last presidential order. Nobody has challenged that as we speak. So inafaa ikuwe kama sheria. Kama kuna mtu amechallenge hiyo, ikuwe saa 3, tutaongelelea hiyo baadaye. But as we speak, nobody has challenged it. So Kenyans, they take advantage. Wanatoka kazi late, alafu wana block few ambulance there. They cause jam because ukiangalia hiyo jam haikuwa only on Thika Road. Mimi nasikia tu mnasikia ni Thika Road, ni kama as if that thing happened on Thika Road. My brother slept on Wilson, kutoka Wilson huko akikuja huko. Kuna jamaa amelala huku saiza Buruburu hapa Outer Ring peke yake, ndiye haikuwa na hiyo roadblock except Outer Ring. almost all roads tulikuwa na hiyo ka block ka functions, hiyo maneno iliendelea huko. So number two, government cannot put such cessation and curfew and at the same time increase tax without giving us a solution of how we will pay our rents and how we will eat and how that is a call for war. Ni kama unaitiania revolution. France revolution ilianza tu na kitu kama mkati, wakati yule jamaa ameitishwa bread akasema endeni sijui mkakule wapi. It started like that. Sahii fuel price imeongezwa, we have to work. I heard people talking about cars here. Even some have even those cars, they don't use it. They don't use them. Yeah. If those curfew we don't tutaziobei sana, tutaziobei, lakini kama unaongeza tax ya fuel ukiongeza, everything in the country goes up. Everything, hakuna kitu haitakuwa nyuma, kila kitu. People will work extra hours, people will work through thick and thin. Hawajasema hata hii Nairobi kwa sababu ya hiyo cessation tuite malandlord waweke rent half at least to accommodate people during this time. In fact, if you solve the rent issue in Nairobi, everybody will obey that. But if you put those curfews, hata ukianzisha hiyo kitu saa 6 ati curfew ianze 6 without solving the rent issue, my friend, nothing will take place. Itakuwa dabra kadabra, things you are seeing around. So those are games. Even today they are happening as we speak. Maybe today Beth Mugo ayuko kwa barabara, so hatujui. And the people who are saying Beth Mugo are the only person who report. Many people reported those things. Many. Kama kuna mtu ako na swali, uliza mimi. Niachie Bernard aongee.
Sage,
think
hebu
you should.
niseme, nilikuwa nataka kusema Sage.
Hello.
Can I speak a little bit?
Yes.
Nilikuwa nataka kusema, unajua hapa we have never had a curfew.
Okay.
So it will be different. Hapa tulikuwa tu na lockdown wakati COVID ilikuwa too much. Tulikuwa tu na lockdown. We could only leave the house if we wanted to go to the supermarket. And then like healthcare workers, but we continue to work.
Okay.
Yeah. So we've never had a curfew. We just had a lockdown. But what they did, only essential shops where you can buy food, like supermarkets, they were all opened. Alafu hizi shops, hizi zingine non-essential, barber shop, nail shops, hizi za nguo, zote zilikuwa zimefungwa.
And how are people responding to that? Were there people violating orders?
No.
Okay. Now,
No.
based on that, there's a question from followers. There's a comment here in form of a question, and I think Ayaga will be able to respond to it. Is Jane Mugo under essential service, and where was she coming from?
Oh yeah. Mugo
She said she was coming from work. She had said she was coming from work. If you had her,
there are two questions here. Is she under essential service category now that she was coming from work?
Yes, she is.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you substantiate?
Thank you very much. Private investigator worked 24 around the clock, and these people work hand in hand with Kenya police. They don't work on their own. The police is an essential service. So I don't think ati hayuko huko, ako hapo na alitoka police station. Hata in fact alikuwa anasindikizwa na mapolisi kuenda kwake. She was not alone.
Ayaga, I'm giving you Kizito. Ayaga. Early this year, we had a documentary by BBC. Hello? Was it CNN or BBC? And
Whatever.
it was about private investigator Jane Mugo. Then after that, there was a discussion whether she has been doing that thing. She's not legalized. Okay? She's not licensed to do that kind of work. There were debates about that. Are you aware of that?
I know, and let me remind you that in Kenya, once you are doing something illegal, angekuwa how many times amekuwa raided at home? No, I've never had. So by telling us, those were rumors spread by international media.
I'm not telling, I'm just asking for the public use. I'm not telling you, I'm just asking.
Never, ever, she has never been raided in Kenya. We know if you do anything against the government, the rate at which utapelekwa. We uoni hapa mwenye Keroche huyu mwanadada mwingine sahi hata amekonda kwa sababu ile spidi amepelekwa hapa juu ya tax.
Thank you. I think Kizito has a point. Kizito,
I just have a question. Thank you very much, Tag. I have a question. Ayaga has already told us that she is a private detective, of which this thing is private. Leave alone is not working or is working. Is under private. It's just the same way Ayaga want to tell us that now, if KDF or police is on leave, he can just go around about because it's a police. No, curfew is curfew for everybody, unless it's social service people, and it is not under that. If I'm wrong, go even to the dictionary, check who is under a social service. Jane Mugo is a private detective that is working in a private firm. They are all the same like you, except...
You are done?
Thank you very much, Kizito.
Now we have Francis. Francis, kindly.
Let me respond to Francis, to Kizito. He asked me a question about essential, private. Some people go to private hospital. Private hospital have private doctors. If you want to term the word private as not essential, my friend, I think you are wrong. Being that she is from a private investigator, those people work in conjunction with the government. Is like a doctor who is working in a private hospital going to save a life. It's the same way she works to save maybe a situation in Kenya. We are all Kenyans. You can't say when somebody works as a private. We have in Kenya, in fact, the private companies are the almost 80% employer. Not only
you have
in
30
government.
seconds, brother.
I'm done.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sage,
thank you.
Sorry, because he answered me, let me just correct him.
Mr. You know,
Ayaga.
when we go that, when we have a tag of war, we not stand it.
Just let me, because the way he's talking, he's trying to prove to us that
give
private
a response,
is also
give a response,
legal.
but don't attack. Give a response, but don't attack.
Okay,
right?
I'm not attacking.
I think none of us works in those sectors, and we don't know anything with them. So we can't say like he's trying to tell us this and that. None of us has no idea in those sectors.
And also, Moses, you are just right. And also, private, even those who work in private schools, they are not public schools. So private is private. It's your own company. You do it and you follow the law. What government you are serving as put. Thank you,
Kizito. Thank you, Kizito.
Same people
now,
serve Kenyans, Kizito. Same
no,
people serve Kenyans.
Excuse me, guys. Excuse me. Excuse me, guys. Excuse me. let us have time. Kuna venye ukipewa dakika zako 5 zitumie vizuri. Ukiatakiwa hata na watu 15, bora dakika zako 5 zikiisha mtakuwa mmemaliza kuatakiana na mtu next atakuwa anaongea. Kuna watu wamengojea sana. Ukiona Nancy ametoa picha, hatujui amelala, lakini amengojea. Niliingia saa 3, hajaongea kuanzia saa 3. Francis Mwendo
No,
anaingia akirudi.
Clinton, no, I'm listening to the other people's contribution because in the first turn, I was kind of talking a lot and I wanted to listen because there's some things I would like to respond to, so I'm not sleeping.
Can I speak
Okay,
now?
okay. Nancy, sijasema umelala. Nimesema tu eti kuna wenye wamengojea sana na we have to keep time. That's what I meant. Sasa, can you mute your microphone tafadhali? Unatupea
But you
echo,
also have
Francis
to have
Mwendo.
you also have to have gender balance.
Thank you. Francis Mwendwa, mute your microphone. Thank you. So, nilikuwa nasisitiza kwamba let us keep time because Bernard, tunajua hujaongea lakini you are now almost talking next. So, after keeping time, let us maintain this, how do we call it? Guys, everybody anaona comment section. Ukiulizwa pale swali, please answer that question because unaongea ukiangalia comment section. Then lastly, let us have some respect. Kuna kitu Nancy na Jane walituambia 3 weeks ago kwamba tuheshimiane, tuheshimu viongozi. Lakini kuna mtu sijui kama ametoka alisema kwamba ukiona nani anatembea sijui nini ndio imetangulia mbele ndio yeye ufuatia. Huyu jamaa ni rais na itabidi tumuheshimu, so let us use kind words towards our leaders.
Hey Clinton, can I interrupt on the basis of respecting leaders?
Mute please. I'm gonna give you your time. So tukisha waheshimu hao viongozi, hata kesho wakiwatch hii clip, you don't have problems with them because they deserve to be respected. Ile time tulienda kuvote, tuliwapea hizi powers. Sasa hatuna powers, tulidonate kwao. So we have to respect them in this show. Maybe ukichat kwa private inbox, you can do anything. Lakini hapa, itabidi tuwaheshimu. Moses, nijibu kwa dakika moja basi. Moses.
Hapo, unanisikia? Unanisikia?
Yes. Okay, you have a problem with your connection. Who was next in line? So before we go to any other person, Sage.
Unanisikia sasa?
Okay, we can hear you. Proceed.
Yeah, I'm saying like I have an issue with your point or the comment that we need to respect our leaders. We will only respect our leaders if they are doing the job that they were elected by the people to do. Most of them are not doing that. They're just there to eat and feed their people. So that one I disagree with it.
Thank you very much, Moses. Asante sana. Sage, umekuwa ukiinterview watu lakini we hatujui umesimama wapi. Uko na evidence? We uko na evidence kulikuwa na mama pale ndani? Yeah. So Sage, you have like 3 minutes or 5 minutes to present your point. Alafu tuende kwa Bernard na Francis Mwendwa. Hivyo.
Clinton.
Yes.
One of the things that I do that I don't belong to guesswork fraternity. And I don't also subscribe to speculation. So I was asking people because we are talking about the credibility of this platform. Are the information we are sharing verifiable? That is the question I was bringing on. Like, yes, there are claims, but are there proven evidence ya kwamba kulikuwa na mtu mwenye alikuwa hapo na nini, mama alikuwa anataka kuzaa. Those are some of the things, because I was doing that, not I have been interviewing. I was given the mandate to guide the discussion. And you can agree with me from the presentation we have today, and as you compare it with yesterday, there's a very big difference. I was here to make sure that whatever we present is up to the task. Professional.
Thank
factual.
you. But
Yes.
that was not my question, at least. Sijui nani alinielewa anisaidie kuweka hiyo swali yangu vizuri.
Nilikuelewa mzuri. The guy is right, because if you don't respect the top leader, nobody will respect you.
Hata na wewe hujanielewa, tafadhali achia mwingine.
Umeuliza ila simple question.
Yes.
Yeye ametudai hapa evidence kwamba kuna mama maybe alizaa, kama alizaa.
Hujanielewa Ayaga, hujanielewa tafadhali. Jen,
hii uongozi uko na dictatorship.
Asante.
Clinton.
So, yes.
I got you right. You asked whether
Yeah.
Sage had any evidence as to whether whatever was reported is true. But how I understood Sage, he was the moderator of the discussion, and he was trying to ask people, do you have the evidence to prove the same? And that's what he was trying to get at. And also you're trying to get at the same question. But my reply to the whole scenario is, I asked the same question. It is not about the scenario yesterday. It is about whether, if I have an emergency or somebody's sick in a private car or whatever form of vehicle, that I would be able to get my relative to hospital. So our proposal, it is about diagnosing what happened yesterday and offering solution to our government, because I think what happened yesterday was an eye-opener, that you could die on in traffic because you can't get through. So for us is to demand that the left lane or the right lane is left for anybody who has an emergency, and then when they get to the roadblock, is the police to decide whether that person is in real emergency or not. So it is not too much to do with the roadblock. The roadblock is valid. Kenyans know there is a curfew. They should all try and get home. We've been in lockdown for more than 12 months. Sisi wote tumekaa nyumbani. So whether we like it or not, COVID is real. The government is not doing this because they're laughing or they want to do it. They should all try and get home. That was the question.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Nancy. Yeah, so hata mimi kivyangu nilikuwa namaanisha kwamba Sage ndio amekuwa akiongoza show kuanzia ilipoanza mpaka sasa hivi, na mimi nimemuuliza tu swali in good faith kwamba umekuwa ukiongoza show na wewe hujatuambia maoni yako, as in point yako, una yepi ya kusema? Watu walikuwa wakiulizana hapa, uko na evidence kulikuwa na mtu kwa hiyo gari mwenye alikuwa anataka kujisaidia? Na ndipo mimi pia nikaweka hiyo swali, Sage, unapotuambia maoni yako kwa dakika 5, uko na evidence hakukuwa na mama pale ama kulikuwa na mama pale ndani? Just in good faith. Sijasema eti hii show jana ilikuwa haibambi, leo imebamba. I was not there, maybe.
Maybe,
okay, so
maybe I think am I now allowed to present my case? Good.
Yeah,
thank
you.
you. I think when you pose a question, our respondent will receive it and interpret and maybe give a feedback. It is under his own arrangement. So what I was trying to say, when you are a moderator, you try to be neutral. That's the first point I was saying. But that is not my opinion as to what you've asked. That was my stand as per when I was a moderator. Good. Now, on the questions that you have asked for, I was saying that I don't believe in speculation. Right now, I'm seeing a clip, but I'm not even seeing the sick person. And that's why I even summoned, and it was agreed, I think, because of the nodding and even the public, the symbolic expression of the members, that the people from upper Karen, now that they are in town and they use speaker most of the time, can go further and get us the real story, so that tomorrow at least we do a follow-up. We know what is happening. That's what I said. But all said and done, what Jen is saying is very true. On matters of emergency, we need to take appropriate action. What Ayaga was saying, that he blames the people who imposed orders and also the public, because this is curfew was not 8 p.m. yesterday only. It has been there a week or two or more. What have they been doing? You will realize that it is the same public who doesn't want to respect those orders. They want the government to also to contain the need. Because if we cannot implement that simple thing of maintaining or keeping orders, how will we even advise people to take medicine? How? Mind you, it is said, because I know, that what is killing people is very preventable. You are told to do this, you don't want to do. So I think from yesterday's scenario, there's a bigger picture that we really need to look at it. And we cannot allow our emotions to leak here. We have to get to the root cause. Was there a fishy thing, like there's a deal on how these people are trying to extend the curfew hours while doing their things? Because earlier on we saw a number of arrests. People are in the bar, wanajificha hata kwa counter, and it is past curfew hours. People are driving and they are drunk, and it is past curfew hours. Some were even saying that they are nurses from, I don't know, Nanyuki or Nyandarua. And when you see someone who is talking is a nurse, so the whole thing is, because it is not only Kenya, we are discussing the things that comes with curfew and the lockdown or cessation. So ideally, from where I stand, there's a bigger problem. And with the trust I have with the people who are from lower, upper Karen, the likes of Kawel and Bernard will be able to get the right kind of information. That's my humble submission. I cannot speculate about it. I'm looking forward to hear from my Bernard. Maybe yes. In fact, I could have spoken after him.
Can I speak? I've waited for so long.
Yeah.
Can I speak? Hello, can I speak?
Me, I'm done, Annie. You can allow next speaker kindly.
Can I speak?
Yes.
Okay. The problem of Kenya ni moja. Watu wataki kuambia ukweli. Because this COVID is there. Na kila mtu anajua COVID is there. We are blaming police for nothing. It's us. We have a problem. Remember pandemic. This is pandemic. Pandemic can only go watu akiobey law. This is biblical. Ni laws ndo zinafanya hii pandemic iendelee. Watu walikataa kuobey law from church, watu wakaanza kwenda kwa nini, kwa hizi ma gatherings, then ikabidi president amake laws zile zita watu, yani president iliforce him implement law ile ita make sure kila mtu ana follow law. So we should not blame president with police. Police kile walifanya, enforced law ili kesho msikarudie, because wasipofanya hivyo, what happened? Hii kitu ina spread in two places sana, kwa pub na kwa nini na gathering. Mostly pub, wanakula pamoja, they do ABCD pamoja. This is where the problem is. And pandemic, hata ukiangalia kwa biblical, it's only go when people follow law. Pandemic iwezi enda ati kwa sababu watu wanasema tu, it's go by law. In church, this is where the problem started. People blaming leaders, but nobody want to blame himself. Mimi, I angalia church from the churches. How many big leaders wale waliwakataa kuobey laws waneshaenda? Because the only way watu wa church can conquer hii kitu if they are true, wanasema kweli kutoka church, they speak with one accord. That's the only way a pandemic cannot destroy you in your country. But nowadays, churches wanaingiana hivi, kila mtu ako kivyake, wengine ni biashara, wengine wanaenda huko kukon watu. All these things started from church. Even Kiambaa church iku chomwa ati kwa sababu Ruto. Hii kitu ilianza church pulpit, watu walianza kuongea mambo ya hasira kwa pulpit ya church. This is where all these things munaona zikifanyika. They started from church. You are blaming people wale wana mistakes. Because the time, ukikumbuka, nitakurudisha nyuma, wakati ile campaign ile ndo Kiambaa church ikuje chomwe 2 years back, watu walianza kuongea, nobody speak the truth about Raila. Kikuyu walikuwa naambio hate Raila, Jaluo walikuwa naambio hate Kikuyu. But ukiuliza mtu ni nini Raila anifanya makosa, hakuna mtu atakwambia watu yake. Ukiambia mtu nini Uhuru anafanya makosa, atakwambia nini, siku hizi wanasema deep state. People are blaming one another, but hakuna mtu anataka kusema pale shida really iko. Hii kitu ilifanyika hapa, hata congratulate our mapolisi, let them continue. Because we are destroying our own country because not obeying the law. There's no country, hata Dubai. Dubai ni desert. They grow because of law. Nigeria, they have oil. They are poorest. Why? Kumbuka, wakati ile Kibaki, the time of Kibaki Tosha, every tribe say Kibaki Tosha. From Luo, Kikuyu, every tribe say Kibaki Tosha. What happened? The growth ilianza kupanda. Biashara zilianza kupanda. Kila kitu ilianza kupanda. The time after 4 years, what happened? Greedy iliwaingia. All of them, they were greedy. After greedy happened, Raila Muganga. Because Raila maybe, mmoja alisema we ni mwizi, mnaiba. Walianza kusema nini? Raila Muganga. They started talking about, sijui huyu mwingine ni mganga. This thing happened, it grew. This is where the problem is. And nobody wants to talk where the problem is. Everybody is talking opposite. And nobody wants to hear the truth. Me, I support those police. Roadblock every day. Let people want to kufundishwa ku obey law. Because once people refuse to obey law, they will not succeed in this Kenya. And the second thing, this country Kenya, hakuna siku ile ita grow until the old tribe talk in one accord. The reason why unaona hii country i grow ni juu Mi nikijua ni mwizi, ninaenda Kikuyu nikijua mi ni Kikuyu, mi ni mwizi. They will go talk Raila ni mganga. Nikijua mi nafanya vitu pale niniandiko maybe parastato, nitaweka watu wangu, my tribe, ili wafiche ile maovu nafanya. That's where the problem is. Until the day kila mtu atashut up aseme no, hapa ndo shida iko. Let's force there. Aya, angalia kama parliament. Who pass law? Ni parliament. Law zote za hii Kenya who pass? Ni parliament na senate. This is where the problem is, because president cannot do anything bila parliament kupass. So hii mambo ya kusema kwanza kusema ati hii kabila ni mbaya, sijui anasema mbaya, these are just way ya kuficha ukweli. Nobody want to leo niliuliza swali very simple. Niliuliza watu wa Mount Kenya, can you tell me one thing Raila did bila hypocrite yoyote, na usikataje mambo ya watu wa kwao, because Raila ni mzuri lakini watu wao ndo wabaya. Wale watu wanafuata maybe ofisi ya ODM ndo wabaya.
Thank you.
But nobody atakwambia Raila ni mbaya.
Clinton, can I ask a question to Thika?
Yeah.
So if we made Raila president of Kenya today, our problems disappear.
No. I'm not talking about, I was just giving you example where the problem is.
So no, I want to understand from you, where you stand, where, because you've gone round and round in circles. So what is the problem that ails Kenya? Don't tell us round. Just give us in a niche. Where does the problem lie in Kenya?
The problem is lying in Kenya. One, first of all, we're hypocrites. We know the truth, but we don't want to speak that.
Which is?
That's it. Look, we have often greedy. That's where all this problem is. There's no about tribe here.
You said we know the truth. So what is that? What is the truth?
The truth is Kenya is being destroyed because of greedy.
Okay.
Greedy is what is destroying Kenya. Nothing else.
What is your greed is destroying Kenya. So what is your proposal to resolve the greed issue?
People to speak with one accord. There's no country can grow without people speaking with one accord, and stop speaking about tribe.
So our problem is tribalism.
Yes, with greedy.
And greed. So we need to find ways to resolve corruption.
Yeah.
Okay.
The only way to resolve problem is one. People to speak with one accord. Do you remember election of Kibaki? Before 4 years, kutoka mwanzo mpaka 4 years there were a lot of growth. But what happened? After 4 years, greedy started. After greedy started, what happened? Country broke into two. You understand now?
No.
Country broke into two. Greedy.
Peter.
Yeah.
I have a point maybe to I am seeking clarification.
Yeah.
As I said before, this platform is a house of reasoning. You've presented a case ya kwamba Dubai is developed because they obey law, right?
Yeah.
There's a report published 2020.
Yeah.
That is ranking Dubai and generally Middle East, inaitwa Arab United Emirates, as one of one of the regions that doesn't respect rule of law.
Yeah.
And as of 2019, there were so many people who were arrested. There were so many human rights violations. Where are you getting your information that Arab is one of those countries that is developing because of respect to law?
I was there.
Dubai, yes. Can you give us your facts, brother?
I was there in Dubai. I saw how those people speak with one accord. They respect their king. They respect their king. Alafu wanafuatilia. You understand? Dubai, ukipass to hata signal moja, 10,000. Just one signal, 10,000. And you must pay it until the day you get out of Dubai. You will pay it. But here, I'll go, I pass a signal, nobody care. So the problem is not leaders. Even if you change, nobody will come 22 and with miracle. Let me tell you the truth. Nobody will come to 22 with a miracle until the day Kenya will speak with one accord. Forget about any change will happen in this country until that day, and it's biblical.
But Peter, in regards to what you've described about the fine, it's nothing to do with the Dubai people obeying the law. It's everything to do with the system. Because once they put your name on the system, everywhere you go, it shows you have an outstanding ticket. So you have to pay it. And that's why we've been saying for Kenya to function, we need working institutions. So they might not obey the law, but the institutions follow you through. It's the same as here. If I get a ticket for my car, I don't pay it, it will be clamped outside by bailiffs. So it's about the systems rather than people obeying the laws. So we need to differentiate what we're trying to put across.
And I'll answer you. I want to ask you by this. Do you know the reason why we are so hypocrite in Kenya? Sababu ni
Excuse me, Peter. Peter, Nancy hasn't asked you any question. What are you answering? He made a point. Sijasikia swali mimi. So maybe you have 1 minute to answer, then we proceed.
Okay.
So Peter,
the reason why Nancy, able repeat that question?
It was not a question.
I didn't ask a question. I was saying you made a statement that the Dubai people will pay fines and they'll never get away with it. And which I said to you, it's not about them obeying the law. It is the fact that if you don't pay that fine, the systems, the institutions function so well that wherever your car is, you will be forced to pay it. And I don't think Kenyan people are hypocritical, because it's a very sensitive thing to say that people are hypocritical. It's just because the systems are not developed enough as you are in Dubai and also in Kenya. If the system would follow them through the way they follow us through, they would also not get away with any fines made to them.
Can I answer you? Can I speak something?
Yeah.
Today in Kenya.
In 30 seconds, please. In 30 seconds.
Today in Kenya, if president say no corruption and he point somebody maybe kwa department fulani akasema huyu jamaa anaiba, what will happen? Their tribe watasanyana, alafu huyu jamaa ataenda kwao aambie watu wao ule president sio mzuri, anatoa watu wetu. Now it make it difficult in this country called Kenya to president kuweka kila kitu straight. Why? Because of tribe.
Asante. So asante sana Peter kwa maoni yako. Mute your microphone, please. And so the next person to speak, please.
Jen alikuwa na issue.
Yeah. Just a point of correction
evening,
about
everyone.
Dubai to Peter. Peter hawezi compare Kenya na Dubai on the side of human right. The Prince of Dubai right now, bibi yake ako hapa London, alimuacha kwa sababu ya dictatorship na hakuna human right, na daughter yake amedisappear. 2 of the daughters wamedisappear. We don't know where they are. That's the story that has been going on even here on BBC. Kwa hivyo kuna vitu zingine Dubai hatuwezi compare na Kenya anyway. Kenya, as much as Kenya ni mbaya, tuko na freedom of speech na kuna human right.
Nilikuwa nampatia tu example. Hata nikifananisha na US, nimwambie hakuna nchi inaweza kuwa bila kufuata sheria. It's not about nani atalead. Let me tell you the truth. And mark this day. After election ikikuja 2022, whoever will go on top, itakuwa worse mara tatu. Until the day Kenya will speak with one language and forget about tribe and say kama ni mwizi ni mwizi. That is the day Kenya itarudi pale inastahili. Na hivyo, forget about it. We are just wasting time. Hata election, there's no need to even go to election. Hata afadhali we pass a bill, mtu akiiba anafungwa kuliko kwenda election. There's no need of election 2022. My friend, mark it this day. Itakuwa mbaya hata
Okay, that's okay. But Clinton, tulikuwa na ile topic ingine about the arms. We can switch now.
Thank you. So, excuse me guys. Ukiingia kwa show kuna topic pale juu, Silaha Mtaani. Kama hujui tulikuwa tunaongelea nini, una watch kwa YouTube, alafu unakuwa na kitu ambacho unaweza ukasema, alafu tunachangia. So, Peter, you are making very serious allegations. Na ukisema kwamba president akiingia kwa government appointed huyu jamani mwizi, anaenda kwa tribe yake, wanakusanyana, wanasema tunaonewa. So president anaweza, I think he has all the powers. Hafai kutuonesha kama raia eti huyu ni mwizi alafu aachie hapo. He has all the powers to do something so that huyo mwizi ashikwe. So we differ politically, but when it comes to this forum, we can reason together, we differ together, but at long last we arrive to a solution.
It's true.
Okay.
Nilikuwa nasema hivi, nilikuwa natoa example, maybe president leo ambie ule anasimamia nini DCIO au ule anasimamia crimes, afuate kila mtu ule ako aliiba mali fulani. Ili happen. Ibu kumbuka hata juzi siku ile watu walikuwa napelekwa kotini. What happened? See, some people from wale walikuwa nazunguka kila mahali walikuwa nasema aje, siku hizi si tunaonewa. That is the problem.
Watu gani hao? Who are they?
These people are nazunguka huku. I don't want to call their names. Kuna jina wanaitango. But
na mbona unatuambia kama uwezi tuambia ni kina nani?
Nasema somebody akienda kufuatwa anaanza kusema ati tunaonewa.
So, okay. Thank you. Don't beat around the bush.
Yeah.
We know.
Clinton, we are tired with rumors. Let Bernard ongee tafadhali.
Sawa.
Clinton.
Sawa.
Abdullahi, kuna order please. Kuna wenye wanaongea alafu wewe. Uko na nini? Ben, we kama seasoned member, tunakujua dakika 2 hivi.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I appreciate everybody for their contribution, and we are doing well. I am happy about the interrogation that has been reintroduced and is making our content more coherent. I share the sentiments of Peter as much as would want to put him on the defense. we've been in this country for a while to know what actually happens, especially when law enforcement is called upon. We have found one of the main problems we have in this country is, I have said this previously, is when we put the prosecutor and the person to do the arrest to be the one person. So the police arrest you, then the police is the one to prepare the evidence and then take you to court. So as long as this person is one, he will always give you the option of your fine is 10,000, but we can find a way around the law. Now that finding the way around the law is what makes the law of non-effect, in the sense that although the law spells this matter this way, we can find a compromising ground. And the moment a standard is lowered, it becomes impossible, almost impossible to take it back to where it's supposed to be. So on yesterday's incident, I don't have the nitty-gritty. I will go and I have some contacts I will find out, and then tomorrow probably I can give you more meat. But my take will be, we Kenyans, let's face it, let's accept we are last-minute people. Even if we're given 60 days to go to register for voting, we'll wait until the last 3 days is when you will see queues. And then the culture of impunity. We find some heroism in trying to defeat the law or trying to go against what is clearly spelled. Because if this curfew was introduced the day before yesterday, then we have that wherever the jam and everything, it is understandable because when it is starting. But now we are in the middle of it. Everybody must have adopted and adjusted. So if we find ourselves in a place where we are not moving, it's most of it is by choice. By choice in the sense that you saw the time going and you took it easy until it became too late. On the emergency matter, we are all humans and we should always have the human heart of feeling for the person that is in danger. It is a law of nature to let the emergency vehicle go ahead of you, even if you are late or you're going after your own business. So an ambulance is supposed to be given way. And in case you are in the private vehicle, there are different ways of signaling that you have an emergency. You can put your hazards on, you can hoot, you can call the police attention. So you cannot just sit in the vehicle with an emergency case and hope and pray that the police will notice you and come and carry your car to the front. I believe we need to look at this realistically and be able to appreciate that there are different ways of dealing with a matter, especially if it's an emergency. We cannot say that the police caused it. Roadblocks, they are not outlawed in Kenya, number one, although they have been regulated. In the past, during Moi's day, a roadblock will be put anywhere, anytime. But as at now, after the 2010 Constitution and the amendments, the roadblocks have been regulated. They must be sanctioned in order for them to be put. Now, if the orders came from above, the government works on information, okay? One, the reason for the curfew and the reason for regulating people to move was COVID-19. What is happening to the curve? Are we improving or not? Now, if the government has noted that there are people who are flouting the rules and they need to be nabbed, that's when they will do what? Emergency roadblock to catch the people that are trying to defeat justice. And so if you are caught in the same, we shouldn't blame the president or blame the IG. You will not tell the people who are flouting the law that next 3 weeks, we are going to put a roadblock to catch the people who are flouting the law. That defeats the whole purpose of the same. Hard decisions require proper understanding. As much as we are pained, we are squeezed with the resources, limited resources, our landlords are on our head, and we are being chased here and there, we should appreciate the fact that we are in a crisis. We are not having life as normal, and we cannot afford to approach what the life we are living as normal. It will be insane for us to continue living as if the crisis is not there. Let's appreciate there is a crisis and accept it. After that, let's respond to it with the right response, not for us to try to overturn. If you overturn, you want to take what we call industrial action against the government because of causing the curfew, without you finding a solution to what informed the government to sanction the curfew in the first place. What you're trying to do is you want everybody to be infected by the COVID, and then what will you profit from the same? Next, I'll talk about extremism. Okay, we are living in a culture of extremism, especially by the socialites. Socialites, we are talking about the celebrities and the rest. If you are a concerned citizen like me, there are things being done for the sake of YouTube likes and YouTube subscribers and all that are just out of boundaries. There is no any other explanation to give, because there are some even so-called gospel music that is being presented in a way that is uncultured. Even traditional African heritage does not appreciate that, but we let it go because it is helping somebody earn an income. When we begin to throw away values because we must earn a shilling, what happens is we accept to throw away the whole nation. What holds us together as a people is the values we hold. Somebody talked about respecting the president. He said he has to do the right thing to be respected. That is not the root of respect. Respect is a value for life, whereby if we are not respectful, we should not expect to be respected. Respect is a seed you sow for a harvest, and people are not respected for what they do. People are respected for what they hold. Somebody older than you has qualified for your respect in the African setting, whether he's mad, lunatic, or what. As long as he's older than you, he has some level of being respected. So let's not water down everything and begin to think that we can lead a life of lawlessness and still enjoy. No, we cannot throw the laws away and enjoy. That's why I support Peter. If we are going to be a nation, let's go back to what makes us as a people. And that is, let's be governed according to the constitution that we enacted for ourselves. If we don't subject ourselves to our own rules, then we have no need of enforcing the same rule. I will bring in the Bible here. The Bible talks about that you are to do what? You punish all disobedience when you have fulfilled all your own obedience. So if we break the rules, we lose the moral authority to enforce the rule. So we shouldn't be selective about the rules, that these people can flout the rule and go free, but these ones must be punished. The moment we apply double standards, we defeat the whole thing that we are trying to achieve. Sorry,
Ben, you have like 1 minute.
Thank you.
Yeah.
They talked about the road, wherever the jam yesterday was caused by rich people who are driving out car. There is no law in Kenya against being rich, and there's no crime in being rich and driving whatever car from wherever you are coming from. The only thing we must all appreciate is that we must abide according to the laws that have been stipulated. And when a curfew is sanctioned, there is a reason for it. Let's respect it. Let's leave early and get home earlier and live in harmony. This anarchism is not helping at all. When you conduct COVID and you have not been vaccinated, and you need oxygen wherever to be put on oxygen, and oxygen is not there, you will die alone. The people helping you to demonstrate will not come and rescue you from dying. So let's not take this thing as a joke. Let's appreciate the fact that the government is doing what they can, although the circumstances is not right, the need is not comfortable, but it is the reality that we have. Let's appreciate it and ensure that we do what is required. National responsibility. We should be there one for another, and being there one for another means nisikufungie na usinifungie, lakini hata tukiishi pamoja tusaidiane kwa njia ambayo inahakikisha kwamba the shared resources are shared in such a way that they are profiting to everybody. The road is a shared resources. We pay tax, yes, but nobody owns the super highway. We all use it. So when we are sharing something, let's appreciate that there's somebody else who wants to use whatever we are using, and so we should use it well so that somebody else can use it without being falling a victim. There was an issue about church leaders, okay? And church has been, let's say, put aside and has been called a lot of things. As much as we have some faults in the church, and some of our church leaders have gone to the extreme of doing certain things, we cannot give them a blanket judgment in that way. As much as, we have a problem with the church in Kenya, generally, maybe we'll have a day to discuss that, because the church we have today is different from the church that was there during Moi's time, when the church had a voice and spoke and the whole government shook. Now we have a church that has been bought over, and so they say many things, but let's not, vilify leaders. We have had major leaders of the church who have passed on, but let's not say that is because they broke rules. You can live right and still experience bad things. I believe in the philosophy of bad things can happen to good people. So let's not say that because they broke rules, that's how they died. No, death can happen to anybody anytime. Even infants are dying without knowing what is right and wrong. Kenya for all Kenyans.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you,
Thank
Ben.
you, Ben. Thank you, Ben.
Thank you, Bernard.
Thank you, Ben.
Jane.
No, I want to say something, Clinton.
Okay, say something, Carol.
Okay, fine. Thank you so much. Sisi ndio tulifunga kikao jana at around 3 a.m. in the morning. So I need to retire very early in the morning. Na ni sababu ya Sage. Na naona sahi is under influence of something. Anyway, thank you for the platform. In accordance to the topic of the day, with the curfew thing, I think Kenyans are tired. One, we are used to this thing until that we no longer serious about it. Number two, some Kenyans wameanza kuwa wajanja, whereby, we don't care what is happening because the same government is not serious on what it's supposed to do. So we don't care. We don't give, a damn thing. So Wakenya sahi, hata ukitoka sahi, hata kama wanajua iko curfew, wanajua iko roadblock, but hawataki, they don't care, watapita tu. So I think the government also should follow by example, by doing the right thing, being responsible. Kwanza, what killed the entire morale of this thing, mpaka watu wanasema kufa makanga kufa dereva, is the thing of KEMSA. We were told in 21 days watu watakuwa wameshikwa. Saa hii tunaambiwa sijui kuna shida ya oxygen, sijui kuna shida ya nini. So people tend, naturally, people tend to be careless when the leadership of the day is not doing it by example. A lot of
things has been said in the forum today, I've been following, and I would say it all squarely falls under leadership. When you don't have leadership that is correct, or leadership that is people oriented, and a consultative kind of leadership whereby the people are involved in every decision making, and you see they are told in advance the benefits and what is the intention and the objective. You will bring people on board, and you will be having a discussion, and at the end of the day, people would understand the objective of the government, and really they will understand what you're expected to do as a citizen. I remember reading a while back of a government by the people, to the people, for the people, or something of that sort. But then, the people in government, they think like they are first class and the citizens are the second class. There's nothing like that. We are all citizens, first of all. And number two, we the people have given you the opportunity and the chance to lead us. So don't go there with understanding that we are supposed to be letting you do what you want to be done. If you start by understanding that you need to consult us on what you want to be done, there'll be now fracas here, and in between the two factions, whereby people want to do their thing, you leaders want to do their thing, and at the end of the day, there'll be that fight. I'm seeing somebody, in social media, people are writing Sijui revolution and something like that. Side things will bring disharmony within the country because of little misunderstanding between the leaders and the people. So we would really want our leaders also to be responsible. As we talk of being respectful to our leaders, but then we want also leadership that is responsible and sober, whereby people need to respect the people. People also need to respect the leaders. And as I said, a consultative kind of relationship, relationship which is seamless, whereby people and the government, or people and the leader, work together. Things will be easy. When you put on curfew, people will respect curfew. I heard Jen talk about lockdown in wherever she is, and people were respecting lockdowns. It is so simple rule. It is so simple rule. When leaders are responsible, even the citizen will be responsible, because when you tell people this is what you're supposed to do, they will go by it religiously, and by anything they will understand. But then when you say we need to have curfews, and at the end of the day, we would be seeing some leaders working at night, inspecting some projects at night. We would be seeing some cars, some big cars running, across the city at night. What are you telling us? I can also, put on my Pro Box and run around. You cannot question me. Is it because I'm driving a Pro Box that I'll be stopped on a roadblock? Whereas when somebody is driving a big car, he's not being stopped. That is stupidity of the highest order. We need to respect the rules that has been set, whether you are a big man or I'm a small man. And even the Bible says that, see the other person better than you. So this thing is not here, neither there. We need leadership that is, responsible. A responsible means that even the president himself, when it gets to curfew, anakaa State House mpaka kesho saa 10 asubuhi ndio aende shughuli zake. Si ati tunapata tena huko Jogoro anakimbizana na mambo yake. That said and done. Maneno ya Silaha, I've seen Silaha ikifanywa some things, oh my goodness, I really got pissed off. Our policemen are bandits. These guys, that was a below bar. It was a bad thing. It was a bad thing. If this is what is happening in this country, is a bad thing. And immediately after we saw what happened to the Barasa lady, you remember the lady for KBC, when I saw that clip, my heart really pained. My heart really cried. We are dealing with thieves. We are dealing with robbers. We are staying within the bandits. These policemen are just a letdown to the society. Are these the same people whom you are telling us we need to respect them? No. Are these the same people you are saying that we need to respect them in our roadblocks? No. These people are killers. If today the government of the day is responsible, the PS, security, whoever, I mean the CS and all those, the entire
Kewell,
leadership.
1 second. Kewell, 1 second. Did you see the clip where the police were breaking into somebody's shop?
I saw it, Jane. I saw it. I'm telling you, my heart really pained when I see this thing. The entire system needs to be fired. The entire system needs to be overhauled. The entire system needs to be rechecked. That one. Yes.
And
Yes.
yet they tell us Matiang'i should be the next president of Kenya, and he is a interior cabinet minister.
Rubbish. You see, these people, they are thugs. This is a banditry, syndicate. What is happening in northern Kenya? What is happening in central Kenya? What is happening in this place called what? These people know what is happening. I mean, what we saw in Citizen today is just something, guys, it's really paining. Number 3.
Have you ever asked why is it happening? Have you ever asked yourself why is it happening?
That is now the question, Peter. Peter, we are not going forward asking ourselves such questions. We need action be done. Let me finish, Peter. Let me finish. Then you'll come. Number 3, we are going to a busy week again. Last week we had the CJ's interviews. I mean, 3 or 4 of them were interviewed. So this week we are expecting to see the lady. There's this guy called Ngatia and the rest of the panel. And I'm really praying that justice, fairness should be driven through these things. But then the political angle that I'm seeing, this country is being driven into a position whereby it will be over compromised. And Peter said that 2 years before the 2008, people became animals, people became monsters, people started preparing. If we go by what we are seeing today, my dear brothers and sisters, things will be thick in this country.
Carol, can I ask you a question?
Please,
since
Nancy.
you drew the CJ election interviews, but then when Uhuru has been silent on the election of the commissioners of IEBC. But now, because they know who they want to fix as CJ, they've started telling us the IEBC is not properly constituted, when we know this happened since 2017 general election. Do you think the timing for his gazetting of the commissioners of IEBC is suspicious?
Thank you so much, Nancy. That is where I was coming with my statement. This thing is a linked thing. It's either the CJ will approve these guys or these other guys will be, the entire thing it's all connected. And these guys, they are preparing something towards 2022. If it was about declaring the positions, it would have been declared a year ago. Kurgat, Akombe, and the other gentleman who left, they left long time ago. They should have, declared, positions long time ago. How is it that now they are doing the CJ interviews and, in search of the CJ of the day? At the same time, you're bringing in issues of IEBC. At the same time, we have issues with some lands. It's all boils down to 2022. Finally, there was a photo that is going on. It's going around today about. I saw Murathe, I saw Atwoli, I saw Peter Kenneth, I saw Rengo, and some people there. Somebody want to say something? My friends, I said the other day that system are in two groups. The deep state are in 2 groups. There are those ones who are fronting Mudavadi government, and there are those ones which are fronting Raila. And so if you are keen enough, Murathe is really fronting Uhuru endorsing Raila. And when you see it on the other end also, there are some people who are fronting Mudavadi. And those who are fronting Mudavadi, they are fronting Mudavadi, Gideon Moi, and Kalonzo Musyoka. These are the ones, they are fronting Raila Odinga, Peter Kenneth, and some other people. So I'm expecting a very interesting week from tomorrow with the CJ interviews and a statement from Murathe. I saw Murathe in Inoro TV or something, though it is in Kikuyu, I couldn't understand. But then be prepared for a busy week this coming week in terms of political statements that are gonna be made.
Well, as somebody who understands Mount Kenya language, Murathe had nothing new to offer apart from threatening our DP and telling us how our DP will be out of 2022. He's a fool. That's what I take him for.
Perfect. So
and a drunkard.
Anyway, fine. My time is over. So those are the 4 things that I want to put across. At the end of the week, we will be coming again and try to delve on what happened during the week. Otherwise, that's why my submissions. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Please,
Clinton, guys, I'm going. I just want to tell you to have a lovely week. Put on your mask. COVID is real. And take care. Have a good night.
Let me tell you.
Mimi naamka mapema kesho asubuhi.
Usiende.
Abdullahi unataka nini? Haya, sema haraka.
Aki J nenda ukalale, achana na Abdullahi atakwambia vile
niko na Ali kesho. I have an Ali tomorrow. Wacha nisikize Abdullahi dakika moja, alafu niende.
Clinton. Abdullahi himself is asleep.
Yes.
Clinton, unaweza kuongea?
Yes,
nilikuwa nasema hivi tafadhali.
Naona leo mnazungumza jambo mzuri. Naona leo mnazungumza jambo mzuri sana.
Tusiongea vibaya. Nasema hivi. Muskai ongea vibaya mambo ya polisi hata
Who is talking?
It's Peter. If you want to destroy your country, start speaking about.
Okay, Abdullahi, proceed.
Leo naona mnaongea maneno mazuri sana. Kitu kwanza mnaongea juu ya curfew. Ingine pia mnaongea kwa silaha mbaya, iko silaha mbaya. Kusema kweli, kwa hii serikali ya Uhuru Kenyatta, silaha mbaya zamani ilikuwa zaidi ndani ya Kenya. Lakini Uhuru Kenyatta kwa uwezo wake aliweza kumaliza silaha mbaya ndani ya Kenya na aliweza kubambana na mpaka dakika mwisho, mpaka Kenya sasa tumekuwa na peace. Kwa hivyo mimi ningewaambia watu wangu, kwa mfano wakati ilikuwa Nairobi mtu hawezi kutembea, unashangaa unaingia kwa matatu, unashangaa matatu imelipuliwa. Unashangaa unaenda town, matatu imelipuliwa. Lakini Uhuru Kenyatta, President Uhuru Kenyatta, kwa hii miaka 7, kwa hii miaka 8 aliweza kubambana na ufisadi ya silaha mbaya na aliweza kukomboa Kenya. I remember kuna wakati ilikuwa mimi mwenyewe ilikuwa na ngoja nimalize bana.
But are you in order to tell us that the president has fought against Amari? Is it
ngoja nimalize. Sasa kuna wakati nakumbuka tulikuwa Isli. I remember. Paka usiku saa 9 maaskari walikuwa wanaingia kwa lodge. Hata mimi I remember kuna wakati nilikuwa na lodge na familia yangu, waliweza kuingia usiku saa 9. Wakauliza ID, wakatucheck kila pahali, kila kitu. Wakaona sisi ni wa Kenya na ni waaminifu, wakaondoka. Kwa sababu gani wanafanya hilo jambo? Wanatafuta silaha ambayo inaangamiza Wakenya. Na after 1 month, President Uhuru Kenyatta ambaye tunampenda zaidi aliweza kuhakikisha kwamba hiyo mambo yote imemalizika na Kenya tukakuwa na huru, mambo ya terrorists ikaisha, mambo ambayo watu ambayo wagaidi ikatoka ndani ya Kenya. Kila kona ya Kenya imekuwa na amani zaidi.
Samahani
Lakini kuna jambo
Abdullahi,
ambaye ngoja.
Samahani Abdullahi, ulikuwa na point moja kwa Jane, anataka aondoke kwa show. So ongelesha Jane alafu baadaye useme point yako.
Jane, mimi nataka maana Jane alikuwa anaongea sana. Mimi nataka Jane asikize maneno yangu mpaka dakika commission ndio alale.
Okay.
Sasa
Niongea kama nikasema nini?
Sasa hiyo silaha sahihi hii ni Kenya. Hatuwezi kalaumu serikali yetu, hatuwezi kalaumu polisi. Kwa sababu polisi wanalinda hii Kenya na wanatuhakikishia kwamba security yetu iko sawa. Kwa hivyo jambo kidogo ikitokea tuzitoe sana kwa njia na kuingia kwa njia mbaya. Lazima hiyo kitu tuhakikishe kwamba makosa yanaweza kutokea, na hiyo makosa ikitokea kama ile jana imeonekana kwa Citizen, already imerekebishwa. The government wamerekebisha, na hii watu walifanya jambo yote, serikali lazima wanachukulia hatua. Nyingine ya curfew. Sisi tuko na serikali moja ambaye ni serikali ambayo inasimamwa na Rais Uhuru Kenyatta. Rais Uhuru Kenyatta aliweza kusimama mbele ya Wakenya. Akasema Wakenya, ikifika saa 2 tafadhalini muwe nyumbani. Sasa kama rais wetu ambaye tunamheshimu zaidi, ambaye ni rais ya Wakenya wote, almost 45 million ama 50 million, ameizungumza ya maneno, ni lazima sisi kama Wakenya tufate amri yake. Kama hatutafata amri yake, basi ujue ya kwamba hii Kenya inaenda pale mabaya. Na Uhuru Kenyatta na serikali yake ambaye anasimamwa na mkubwa ya polisi aliweza kuonesha kwamba serikali iko rada na serikali iko gangari. Hata kama wewe ni mgonjwa, hata kama wewe ni nani, ni lazima uwe na barua ya kwamba unaelekea pahali. Wakati jana tulikuwa tumeona hizo magari zote, ilikuwa almost saa 3, saa 4, saa 5. Why? Hiyo ni kudharau serikali. Hiyo ni kuangusha economic yetu ya Kenya. Hiyo ni kuturudisha sisi nyuma. Lakini saa hii Wakenya wamepata rais ambaye hazungumuzi, rais ambaye anatukanwa, rais ambaye haongei. Hii wakati ingekuwa wakati ya rais wetu Moi, hii mambo yote haongeona barabarani ovyo ovyo, mambo ambayo kusumbua. Moi alikuwa na deal watu one by one. Lakini huyu rais, jamani kweli, tunaweza kupata rais kama huyu maisha yetu? Hatuwezi kupata, ni ngumu kupatikana. Wengine labda wanaweza kusema labda Debit ndio ataleta economic. Hakuna.
Labda wewe Abdullahi ndio umefurahi na president.
Tunataka rais ambaye kama huyu. Rais anatukana usiku na mchana, lakini yeye anatendea sisi wa Kenya vile anatakana. Tukiangalia sisi tunajua kiongozi ambaye tunaamini zaidi ndani ya Mount Kenya, mmoja wao ni Muradhi. Sasa unashangaa mtu mwingine anaongea juu ya Muradhi vibaya.
Oh my God.
Na Muradhi ndio kitu ambaye itasema, Muradhi kitu ambaye ataileta ndio itapita. Hivyo ndio sisi tunaamini. Peter Kenneth kitu ambaye, Kabogo kitu ambaye ataleta ndio unajua hiyo ndio itafaulu. Na hiyo ikishindwa kufaulu, basi ujue Kenya hakuna. Na mimi najua kama ngoja na mimi najua kwamba 2020 siwezi kusema 2022. Siwezi kusema 2022 kuna election. Mimi najua 2025 ama 2026 hata sijui nini election, lakini 2022 kuna. Lakini mimi najua Kenya itakuwa na amani kuliko kila kitu. Election yote ilikuwa imepita 2007 tu, shida yote, maandamano yote, 2025 2025 uko hautapata, kwa sababu hiyo serikali ni serikali ya Wakenya wote. Hakuna mtu atawachwa nyuma, kila kabila watakula. Kama kwa hivyo mimi sioni hata kama utakuta mtu mmoja, hatuwezi kubali kwa sababu hiyo serikali ni serikali ya hatutoona ya kwamba mtu atabeba mawe, mtu atabeba rungu. Kila mtu ameingia kwa system ndani. Kalonzo wako ndani, Mudavadi wako ndani, Ruto mwenyewe atakuwa ndani, kwa sababu Ruto ametoka kwa jamii fulani. Hiyo jamii kuna kiongozi ambaye tunamtambua zaidi ambaye ni Gideon Moi ako ndani. Sasa hizo vitu ukiona mtu mmoja, kondo moja imepotea, usifikirie kama Kenya italetwa shida. Kondo moja ikipotea, wacha ipotea na iende na watu yake, lakini tujue kwamba kondo zingine zote ziko pamoja, ikuwa pamoja, sisi tutafika mbali sana. Na upande ya corruption, hakuna Kenya vile wanapambana na corruption, hatujawahi kuona serikali kama hii. Serikali ya zamani imetangulia waliweza kupambana na corruption kuliko hii serikali ya Uhuru Kenyatta. Uhuru Kenyatta,
Abdullahi, excuse me Abdullahi, umechukua dakika zako 5, hujazungumzia topic ya leo. Uko na dakika 1 ya kuzungumzia topic ya leo.
Topic ya leo nimezungumza mambo ya curfew, iko sawa kabisa. Hiyo watu walifanywa jambo yote, wamesimamishwa kwa barabara na polisi, si tunaunga mkono 100% ili hiyo mkosa isitokee mara nyingine.
Thank you.
Na wale walikuwa wanatenda hiyo kitendo yote, ambaye hizo magari yote, inatakana kila mtu apigwe 75,000 fine kwa sababu walivunja sheria ya serikali.
Asante.
Can I respond to it?
Asante. Okay, Sage,
yes.
You have 1 minute to maybe object. Yeah.
Abdullahi, I think you might be in a different Kenya, but from where I sit, I think in terms of radicalization or polarization, we are at a bad state. The other day, there are so many people who are killed in Baringo. Okay, and right now there are a lot of people with, actually even last week there are people who are caught with the weapons, and you are here telling us how the president has dealt with the mambona when you wanna peddle bunduki. It is not in order, kindly. You remember, this information is on record. So sometimes you need to be very factual when you are presenting, because even from the comment you can see what people are saying. We are not saying that or everything that you've said is bad, but then on Amari, no. Kindly correct that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sage. Anybody else who wants to disagree with the what? Okay. Let me see your name.
Sometimes you need to be very factual when you're presenting, because even from the comments you can see what people are saying.
We have a lot.
We are not saying that
Who is talking? Okay, so Peter, please, let's have. Okay, we can proceed without your noise. Maybe rekebisha mitambo yako na urudi. So Kizito, you have 1 minute to disagree with what.
No, me, I don't want to disagree. I just want to talk about the topic. The topic of this.
Kizito, just a minute. I wanted people to disagree with this guy first, and then those who have not spoken to say something in 5 minutes time, and then you say again your point in a light note, please. So the next person to speak is Francis Mwendo.
Francis,
okay, mjibu in 1 minute, please.
Alikuwa amesema huko Baragoya sijui huko nini, amesema watu wanapigana sana, lakini ndugu yangu wewe hujaona maisha ya huko. Huko mimi nimekaa sana. Nimekaa almost 2 years zamani. Na huko kila mtu alikuwa na silaha. Hata watu wanatembea, hakuna mtu alikuwa hana silaha. Mimi kuna wakati nilikuwa naelekea na Petom. Na Petom nilikuwa nafuatwa na watu ambaye karibu na watu ambaye ni wa Kenya, ambaye ni Waturkana, karibu watu 6 walikuwa wananifuata na walikuwa na bunduki. walikuwa wananichunga kama mimi ni kwa president. Hiyo ilikuwa I think 207 ilikuwa 206. Kwa hivyo hao watu walikuwa ni watu ambao walikuwa na bunduki kila mtu, lakini sasa hii ukienda huko hautakuta mtu mmoja hata ako na bunduki, kwa sababu hii serikali imesafisha hiyo ugonjwa, hiyo ukora yote, na hiyo Uganda, hiyo silaha zote zilikuwa zinatoka Uganda. Kwa hivyo hizo mambo ya kujificha, mwizi akijificha pale hawezi kupatikana kwa sababu hiyo tunahesabu tu kama wizi. Lakini kwa juu kama mtu ni simba ama wewe ni dume, mtu ni dume, si wakuje kwa mtao kubwa ndio kuja kuleta fujo.
Clinton.
Kwa hivyo tukubaliane kwamba serikali imefanya kazi na nyinyi wote mnakubali kwamba serikali yetu imefanya kazi.
Clinton, and
what's your point, Sage?
Okay, I want just to correct Abdullahi.
In 30 seconds, please.
Yes.
So that we may proceed.
In fact, less than 2 weeks, there's a whole documentary about people who are having guns, which was covered by Dennis Okari. It is in there in YouTube. Go check it. So the man is not talking about what are factual. So let us, there's a whole documentary about this.
My friend, documentary is a seasonal things.
Not seasonal. The one which was, it was captured last week.
Okay,
in fact, last month.
Thank you, Sage.
Last month.
Clinton. Thank you, Sage. Sammy Leong, do you want to disagree with the guy or you have a point?
No, I want to disagree in Abdullahi.
In 1 minute,
because
please.
he's misleading the nation, saying that watu hawana bunduki. I am from those areas, and I'm Turkana by birth. So when he's telling us that those people don't have those things, they have them. Because one thing you should know, majority of the guns that are in those areas are government issued, the G3s. Wenye kuna watu wanaitwa police reservists, watu wenye wanafanya kazi kwa conservancies. And one of the problems that you're facing huko sahizi ni kwamba the government is trying to do disarmament, but it's not doing disarmament quote. Ina marginalize watu wengine. For example, in late January to early February this year, there was a disarmament that was happening in Isiolo County against the Turkanas, knowing very well that they're surrounded by all these other tribes, the Somali, Borana, Meru, and Samburus, who are armed. That thing ilienda to an extent that over 100 kids were left homeless because their parents were litoroka nyumbani. It is something very sensitive. We should not mislead the nation saying that watu hawana bunduki. They are there, and the majority of them, the government issued. The problem is in Kenya there is in what we call reluctance in stock taking na follow up ya hizi bunduki venye zinatumika. Risasi ziko kila pahali, of which hiyo yote ni hii serikali ndio inafanya hivyo, kwamba kuna laxity of the highest order in terms of administration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sammy Leong. Francis.
Niulize swali, Sammy Leong.
Just a minute. Wait Francis to talk, then you'll talk later,
I think
so before you proceed, Francis Mwendwa, Ismail, I've been trying to unmute you and then do it yourself, man. Unmute yourself.
Yes. Nimekuwa out kidogo, but I'm back, so I was trying to nilikuwa nafuatilia procedure discussion about what, so that's why nimekimya kidogo.
Yeah, but unaweza fuatilia bila mic yako kuwa on. As in, inaleta echo.
Sir.
Yeah.
Okay, sir.
Okay, proceed, Francis Mwendwa.
Yeah, you have interrupted me several times. I don't know why. I don't know, my sura yangu ndio inakaa kichwa ngumu ama nini. So to respond to Abdullahi, let me tell you one thing. We are all Kenyans here, and we are not talking just for the sake of talking, or ni kama tunaongea kama jokes. So sijui kama uko hii Kenya ama uko Kenya ingine. some issues you are talking about, I don't think if you are serious yourself, if you can listen to yourself, I don't think you are serious. Abdullahi, responding on you is that about mambo ya bunduki, hiyo iko hata leo umeona, and it's a serious issue. Kama saizi, kama vile rais wetu ambaye tunampenda alifungua kiwanda cha kutengeneza bunduki. Kama hiki kiwanda kitakuwa na watu matapeli, hizi bunduki bado zitauzwa sana. Ile mzuri ni kuangalia the system. The system is rotten, especially in the police force. Na tunapaswa kuombea sana. Not every police is rotten, but some of them. And they are tarnishing the image of the police system, the whole of it. But to talk about it, let them first wajiheshimu. Cause wamekuwa wamedharauliwa na raia sana. Hata wengine wanapigwa. Kwa nini? Hawajipatii ile heshima kama police force. Cause I think respect is not gained but earned. If you earn respect, then the raia watakurespect. Lakini kama wewe mwenyewe ni police force, bado unaitisha hongo, unataka kitu kidogo, kweli utakuwa respected? Haya, kesho utasikia Matiang'i amewatetea hao ambao wamekuwa wakipeana hizo nguo, hizo bunduki. Utasikia tu akisema we are going to look at it, but not our police force. Sijui nini, hataanza kusema ni, yani even the leaders themselves. Na for example, wacha tuchukue example ya huyu jamaa aliuliwa kwa sababu alipewa bunduki na polisi. When he was caught on the act, they killed the guy to conceal the evidence. Now that the video has been shown, now is the initiative of the police to know who was assigned that pistol that day. Kama alikuwa assigned, au ilifikiaje mkora? First thing ndio hiyo. Ndio tujue kama hii system iko serious. Hiyo tu kitu kidogo tu. Huyo aliuliwa, mhalifu. Wajue mwenye alikuwa assigned that day ilifikiaje kwa mhalifu. Then from there we can see these guys are serious. Then huyo kwanza ashikwe for murder, again misusing firearm. Yeah. But hiyo tutaona ambayo Clinton, I think let me rectify first my networks.
Francis seems to be having technical issues. Where's Clinton?
Clinton is off.
He's also having technical issues.
Since I'm the last one to join, should I go on?
Nipe muda niongee.
I was the last one to join. Sijapeana point yoyote, Bernard.
I agree. Thank you. Ayaga, hold on. Let's hear from Samilong first.
Thank you. Ayaga, endelea kula matunda. Hi guys, I hope you're all good. First of all, allow me to speak about Silaha Mtaani. I'm actually very disappointed because as a person of because I'm even ashamed to associate with security industry in Kenya right now. I'm a student of criminology. I'm actually very disappointed with this because I thought that now having the commission and the reforms in the Kenya police, that now it is no longer police force, it is now a police service, that would see changes and would see people of integrity working, and let's say people with a sense of patriotism in them. But also, professionally speaking, we need also to consider the fact that the environment that officers are working in is not that conducive. I was listening to some speech ya anaitwa Mohamed Ali akiongea kuhusu madaktari, and he was saying entry level for doctors, they're being paid 47,000 per month. That is the entry level. To the KDF, it is 46,000. But to the police, it is something to do with the 17, 18,000. Sasa wewe jaza pengo hapo. And then you tell me, you're given that, given a firearm uniform, a uniform that already the public has ile tunaita prejudgment mindset, kwamba when you're being approached by a police officer, there is nothing good that can come out of that, and then you're only given 18,000 per month with no house. You have a family that depends on you, but also that should not excuse the fact that it is a disgrace. It is a disgrace that anyone would betray their country by giving out uniform yenye ni serikali inatumia pesa kushona, and then hata si pesa ya maana. Unajua hata afadhali ingekuwa ni pesa yenye unaweza lipa rent nayo, it would have been understandable, maybe ni rent imekosekana, but 1,000 pop full set uniform, that's very shameful, very very shameful. Nikienda upande hii ingine ya lockdown, mimi I appreciate that lockdown sana 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 sana, but again there is what we call chain of command everywhere in security, such that there is somebody who is giving orders akiwa kwa ofisi, and there is the person in charge on the ground. That is, kama kwa hiyo ni nini, kama sijakosea, that time there was an OCPD at the scene. The OCPD, I guess, was the ranking officer. That means he was the senior most on the ground. You know, whatever or however somebody interprets situation in the office and you on the ground, they're totally different. Whoever is in the office is supposed to take advice, conclusive advice from the person who is on the ground. So when somebody like the OCPD fails to tell whoever is orders from above kwamba the situation it is unbearable, kwamba kuna ambulances tumefungia, kuna essentials wako kwa jam, wewe unafunga tu kichwa. I guess like it is the highest level of unprofessionalism and illiteracy, to be sincere, plus ignorance, kwamba somebody of that level, you know, an OCPD is a senior superintendent, somebody who we consider as commissioned, somebody that the president can deem fit kwamba atoke kwa polisi amuke kwa wizara yote, yeah? And having somebody like that hapo on the ground, and you cannot think strategically, because in Kenya the funny thing is that we have professionals, but we do not have these we do not have procedures and frameworks ya vitu kama hizi, because I'm very sure if we had any traffic expert ama security expert on the ground, they would have told the OCPD first, prioritize emergency lane, toa watu kwa lane moja, because as much as you're initiating a lockdown, there must be movement, kwa sababu this law haikuji ikiwa peke yake eti kwamba ni lockdown total. Si inakuja kwamba iko na exemption. Kuna exemption ya essential services, kuna exemption ya ambulances, kuna exception ya Kenya Producers Something Association, hao wenye wana transport food stuff and everything. It's still also part of the executive order. So why would you choose to initiate one and concentrate with one side only and ignore about the other one? No. So mimi naona kama huo speed, hata if it was for me, mimi ningekuwa hata nimefuta huyo mwanaume asubuhi, because that is the highest level of unprofessionalism. How do you do that? And then kuna grievances. There is somebody who is almost giving birth. There is a kid in the car with his parents, kwamba wanajaribu kumkimbiza hospitali. I think most of you have seen the video. There was no faking there. Huyo mama hata anashindwa kuongea. She's just carrying the kid and hoping that watafika hospitali. And then you get such situations happening and somebody is just reluctant at ignoring that these things are happening na uko hapo on the ground. I guess Kenyans, we're very good at ignoring things and pretending, such that vitu kama hizi zina happen and then you're like, order from above, pigia Inspector General. Kwanza huyo madam mwenye alikuwa OCS huyo alikuwa anaambia nani Jane ati pigia Inspector General, mwambie, as if you're the person on the ground. You're the one who's supposed to be advising the people in the office that when your situation iko kwa ground. So that one, man, I just hope that with the new systems, the reforms and everything, we'll get good people. I think that's my take. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Francis, network yako ilikatika.
Yeah, pole. I had technical issues of network, but I think now the network is stable. So as I was saying, we need to actually streamline the systems in our security details. Because if we start from the top, then the juniors will follow. But if from the top the system is corrupt, then we'll be doing nothing. The other thing, I concur with the previous speaker who said about the lockdown, that I supported fully. But now, how they are doing it, they should sit down. Nairobi is the CBD, is the capital city of Kenya, and it hosts most of the people. Like, for example, let's take like Mombasa Road, Waiyaki Way. It's being constructed and it has it's using, I think, one lane from airport and to some junctions within the highway. So there must be a slowdown of the movement of the vehicle during the rush time. I think what the officers should do, they should advise the employers to release people in as early as 5. Because if I'm working with a supermarket, most of them will be released around 7. And then you take a mat at 7 and you're going all the way to Mulolongo or Kitengela. By the time you reach at your place, you will be caught by the curfew. So some things has to be done in order. The other thing is about the emergencies. Actually, the police you should not assume about life. Life is essential to every person, and that's a right for every person. Hata kama kulikuwa na hiyo lockdown pale Thika Road na the other routes, actually they could have left one lane for the emergencies. Imagine your mother or your relative akiwa locked hapo at a point of death, and you are just assuming, surely. Then I think that police officer in charge of that lockdown should be, I don't know, anapaswa kuwa released from his job. He did it, alifanya unprofessionally. The other thing I think is about how we relate with our police officers.
Excuse me,
In
Francis.
Kenya,
I ask you
yes,
this question.
yes,
The police officer, according to you, should have been released of his duties. Kama kulikuwa na jam Nairobi, jam imeenda kama 5 kilometers, to assume the ambulance iko the 3rd kilometer from where the police is standing. As a police officer, you,
yes.
what could you have done? Hii ambulance iko katikati ya
As a
magari
as a
na it's 3
commanding
kilometers
officer,
away from the block point. Yeah. Sa we kama polisi, huyo officer, jiweke kwa hiyo position.
as a commanding, I'm putting myself at that position, Clinton.
Yeah, yeah.
Before you put that roadblock, you could have first seen angeangalia kwanza kuna vitu ambazo kuna wale ambao wanapitisha vyakula, kuna wale ambao wako na wagonjwa kama ambulances. Kwanza angekaa chini na maofisa wake, hata uliona ako na maofisa wengi na wako mahali pamoja, wangekuwa wamewekwa in sections, wameweka line moja ambayo ni ya essentials. I think those police officers were crowded at one place. Hapo hiyo roadblock nyewe ingekuwa manned by only 5 officers, then the rest wangekuwa distributed along the highway, wana direct the other cars. Kama hauna barua pita hii side, kama ni essential pita hii side, na wanaonyesha,
thank you.
wanaweka tu signboard in between the road. I think that could have assisted.
Thank you for that answer. Another question to you. Ukisema kwamba wangeacha line moja ikuwe ya emergencies, that's very nice. Na pia do you support this idea of locking down Nairobi? And lastly, umesema kwamba employers should release their workers in time, maybe 2 or 3 hours before. Wewe kama employer, jiweke kwa position ya employer. Uko na hoteli, ameingia kazi saa 3, by saa 9 utakuwa umemtoa, lakini unamlipa the same venye wao unamlipa kama kawaida. Will you be happy? Amefanya less hours lakini unamlipa kama kawaida. Wewe kama employer, wewe si mfanyikazi sasa, wewe ni employer.
We are talking about the circumstances that is there. We are not assuming if it was not there. It is already there. Okay. The curfew is already there. So we are not assuming it's not there. So it is upon the employers to understand kama surely mtu ameajiriwa anatoka Kitengela anaenda CBD. He should, yeye anaeleza boss wake na kama mahali wapi. Then boss wake ataona atamuweka kazi ama atamtoa. Achukue mtu wa karibu kama anataka extend all those time, which that amounts to what? Employment huyo amelose. Cause kwa nini hawezi kufanya for long hours? That another effect for the same.
So Francis, my point here is that hii corona imeumiza kila mtu, imeumiza employer na employee. So we cannot blame the employee that much. Na pia hatuwezi tukamblame.
I'm not blaming. What I'm saying, I think you should understand me, Clinton.
Nimekuunderstand. Sijasema watu umewablame. Hiyo sasa ni point yangu tu.
Because these are two way things. The person who is employed and the person who has employed and the government, the one which has put the curfew, should also still understand and sit down with all the stakeholders. Wajue how to watajipanga aje, because hata mimi niko na biashara na siwezi
uko na network problem maybe. So uko na maswali kadha wa kadha ya kujibu. Kizito, Ayaga na Samiliong in that order. Muulizeni maswali.
My first direct question to Mr. Francis. Why is it that you have to blame the officers or relieve him from his work and you don't blame the driver of which he was supposed. If you are driving an ambulance, there are some special training that you are being taught. I hope you are a driver. They are emergency vehicles. You cannot put yourself in the mix-up within the lane. So why do you think we only have to blame the police and not this person who inserted himself in the middle of the cars?
Mwendo unmute, hatukupati bana.
I should
Yes.
not blame the police officer only, but the fact remains that the police officer put the roadblock there. Ni yeye aliweka. Kwa hivyo angepaswa kuwa amepanga mikakati yake vizuri kabla aweke ile roadblock. The person who has the ambulance wasn't aware the roadblock was to be put. So the person who was aware the roadblock should be put is the police officer. Kwa hivyo angejipanga ajue kuna essentials services which are needed for him not to risk the other people.
Before Ayaga, please just excuse me to correct my brother Francis. The roadblock, as Bernard said, as even Kevin talked before, this thing was announced almost 3 or 4 weeks ago, and everybody knows. And the mischievousness, the cheekiness of we Kenyans, you just go and place the ambulance where it's not required so that the people start talking. We politicize everything. Thank you. That's only what I wanted to add. I will talk later.
No, Clinton, let me respond to that, please.
You are going to respond to
who
that
is
plus
driving-
that one of Ayaga at once, please. So let Ayaga also ask you a
Okay.
question. Ayaga? Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Hata mimi sina swali. I want
Okay,
to
thank you,
help.
Ayaga.
Wacha ni respond to Kizito. Let me respond first.
Nataka nikupee information Thika Road, Thika Road. Roadblocks were almost all over Nairobi. But why Thika Road? Thika Road has emergency line. Those ambulance were not on emergency line. Why? That's the question. Ask Bernard, he will tell you. Thika Road is the only road in Nairobi. In fact, in the whole Kenya, East and Central Africa, with a demarcated emergency line marked in a red line. So why Thika Road? There were roadblocks all over the town yesterday. Even some road leading to us like Matarakwa Road, where I'm staying here, there were roadblocks. Why Thika Road? Why those ambulance walikuwa wanafanya nini kwa barabara mahali watu walikuwa? Yet there is emergency line marked up to the emergency Thika Road.
Thank you, Ayaga. Your point is very clear. Samiliong.
Allow me first to demystify hii point ya Ayaga na Kizito. Thika Road Superhighway, hiyo demarcation ya BTR buses ilikuwa primarily for BTR buses, alafu ikasemekana even the emergency vehicles zitakuwa zinatumia kwa sababu basi za BTR hazitakuwa mingi. Now another thing, mtu mwenye akona ambulance, ngoja Ayaga tu kidogo tu Ayaga. Mtu mwenye akona ambulance anaweza pita mpaka wrong side, hata ati kuingia mahali, as long as anaona kuna mpenyo enye anaweza tokea. Sawa? So do not question ati mtu wa ambulance kwamba ni kwa nini ama alikuwa anaenda hapo kufanya nini, judging by the situation enye alikuwa. Na
If Jane Mugo managed to pass, why is the ambulance never managed to pass?
Alipark gari kando and she walked. Alipark gari kando, she walked back mpaka kwenye ambulance ilikuwa. She walked back akienda kutafuta OCPD. So kindly do not. Another thing is, I was actually asking this question, and maybe one of you can answer me this. We have a police unit called Rapid Deployment Unit. So, Rapid Deployment Unit is a unit that has, it is supposed to have all the contingency plans for an emergency deployment, right? Now, huyu CPD alikuwa anaenda na polisi wa traffic pale usiku ambao hawana bunduki, si ndio? Wanachukua, even Kenyans are very good. You know, worst case scenario, if those people would have decided to just drive through, what would they have done? Because these officers do not have guns, do not have anything, do not have tactical advantage, because wamesimama mbele ya magari tu hapo. And these cars, they're not even facing any other direction, they're just facing hivyo venye tu wamesimamisha kama wanaenda. So if at all they decide kwamba ule wa kwanza akuwe sacrificial lamb, apite juu ya hizo machuma hizo, what would have happened with the police officers? Mimi, I don't think Kenyans took serious kabisa, especially the police, with this thing. Because again, we need to understand this thing. And then I was very, very, very surprised for somebody like Diana, wife to Bahati, talking live, kuuliza ati kwani corona inatembea usiku. That is the ignorance of the year, my friend. Ignorance of the year. The essence ya curfew ni so that Kenyans can prioritize their activities. So that you do not have so much time to idle around and create unnecessary entanglement and interactions. So you prioritize your day. Kwamba I have to go to work. After going to work, I come back, do my shopping. I need to go buy my kid this and this, and then you go back to the house. That is the main essence ya curfew. Kwamba prioritize your interactions na huko nje, kwamba iwe ni the immediate things that you have to do. Sawa, that is why kuna curfew. Si ati kwamba curfew inakuja ati corona inatembea kutoka saa 2. Tuache kuwa wajinga bwana.
Alafu anajirekodi akisema hivyo bwana.
So these things surely, mtu amesoma, mtoto wa bishop tunafikiria kwamba akili iko sawa, kumbe
forgive her ignorance.
Okay.
The question is
Ben.
Yes.
Let's hear something from Ishmael. Then maybe if Evo heard what Francis said, Evo will have to react, then Muraya, then Bernard. Alafu Francis amalizie kila mtu kwa dakika 3. Kwa sababu haya maswali yote ni ya Francis. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. Mimi actually nimesikiza Francis, lakini sasa wajua nyinyi nyote mnajaribu kublame Francis. Francis yeye anajaribu tu articulate the problem which was there. So the issue is because before tulikuwa tumeongelelea jana, before wengine wa join apart from Bernard, then the other guy, I don't know, Smiling like that. So the issue is tukisema to blame polisi because jamu iko kuanzia Thika Road tu, jamu inaanzia Tao kienda Thika Road. So hakuna vile magari yalijipata tu Thika Road bila kukua na mwanzo wa magari yanatoka wapi. Magari yanatoka town yakielekea Thika Road. So hakuna vile gari hazikuwa Tao then zikajipata Thika Road. Na vile Francis alisema tuna chain of command. Roadblock ziko within town zikielekea huko Thika Road. So those roadblocks should be cleared. Hoja pia the trend ya Wakenya ni kufungiana. Because as I say, most of guys are just focusing about ambulance. I'm happy because one guy amekuja na issue ya Diana, because Diana yeye alikuwa, I think yeye alikuwa anajienjoy. Apart from Jane Mugo, yeye at least alikuwa anajaribu kuleta the exactly issue yenye Wakenya walikuwa wanapitia. Tukisema issue ya wafanyakazi kutoka mapema, unajua wafanyakazi wameajiriwa, tuna wale wameajiriwa, tuna wale wamejiajiri. Wale watu wa kuuza vitu rejareja, hawa watu wanaofanya biashara ndogo ndogo, hakuna vile utamwambia hiyo by 6 akuwa ametoka Tao, na hiyo time ndo yeye anatarajia kufanya nini, kuuza hizo vitu zake. So I think what is there, tujaribu, Kenya need to be educated. not only about corona, because corona is there, it does not matter it is daytime ama ni usiku. Watu wajaribu, kila mtu ajaribu kuplay his role, ajaribu kujua time fulani anafaa kufika kwa nyumba, then hakutakuwa na hizi migogoro za roadblock wala nini, because as we were talking yesterday, OCPD wa Nairobi, sijui alikuwa OCPD ama nani, alikuwa bado anasema tu juzi ilikuwa it was just a test, litmus test. Kwa hivyo leo pia watu tuna wale bado walikuwa kwa jana kwa mkia leo pia usiku wa leo, sasa bado watu watajipata tu on that jam. So Wakenya inafaa waambiwe the consequences of corona, tuachane na mambo na jam, because waliweka hizo roadblock ndio watu wasikongamane, tusikuwe na mkongamano wa watu. So just imagine watu wamepatikana kwa roadblock, na Wakenya as always as we know, watu wakipatikana kwa roadblock wako heri watoke kwa magari waanze kupiga kelele, na hiyo interaction, hakuna social distance, hivyo ndo corona inafanya nini, itaendelea kusambaa. So watu wanafaa wajue the consequences of corona. Wakishajua the consequences of corona is your personal responsibility, not government to talk about government, to talk about sijui polisi. Corona is personal responsibility. Wewe utakaa pale unapiga mdomo serikali fanya serikali, lakini saa zile utashikwa na corona, na sisi wote tunajua, sisi wote na maisha yetu ya chini. Ulisikia pale nyuma that kitanda peke yake ni 650 kubuka ICU. So hatuna pesa za kubuka ICU, watu watakufa. So what I will argue all Kenyan, watu wajaribu vile wawezavyo, ikifika by 7 hata 7:30 wapatikane kwa nyumba, because police asaidii. Police, unajua Kenyan police wako full of ni corrupt. Hata jana tu maybe tuna mtu aliwamulika, ndio maana wakajifanya wanaweka roadblock, lakini kama hakuna mtu angewamulika, walikuwa wanachukua hiyo kitu kidogo kidogo wanaweka kwa mfuko. One guy say Kenyan police working environment is very poor. Mpaka tu agree, makarao wetu hawana kakitu na environment wanaishi ni mbaya. Juwezi niambia msana toka kwa container, anaishi kwa container ama hizo nyumba zao vile zimejengwa, then aende pale roadblock umpatie kitu kidogo then akuruhusu. So jana ilikuwa tu ilimulikwa jana. Sasa tuseme next time hakuna mtu anaongea about hiyo story ya jam ambulance, because the issue hapa tumefocus sana ambulance. Tumefocus tu kwa ambulance. Huwezi jua hiyo ambulance. Okay, zilikuwa ambulance ngapi? Are you sure hizo ambulance zilikuwa zimebeba wagonjwa? Because with the Kenya anything can happen. Unaweza sema ambulance ilikuwa na mgonjwa, because ambulance ilikuwa tu mzali kwa tu kitambo pale corona ikianza, ambulance ilikuwa imebeba wanafunzi, walikuwa wanaenda wapi party. Sasa because hatukuwa na ile evidence ambulance imebeba mgonjwa, kama tuna ile ambulance imebeba mgonjwa, chukua gari ya polisi, because it is responsibility. Maskari wanafaa patiane law, wana keep law and order kwa wananchi. Gari ya polisi inaweza beba mgonjwa mpeleke penye anataka, ambulance ibaki hapo juu gari ya polisi iko under essential services. Unaweza chukua gari ya polisi peleke mgonjwa OC. So the issue of ambulance, from where I'm seated, naona hiyo hizo ambulance zilikuwa within hapo, kama tuna zile zilikuwa zimebeba wagonjwa ni rare kidogo sana. Kama hizi zingine zilikuwa tu zile showbiz za Nairobi, unajua wasema juu hakuna vile umse amesema Thika Road kuna emergency lane, wewe unajipata katikati ya magari ulikuwa unaenda, because kuna emergency lane. Chukua emergency lane, ambulance inaweza pita mahali popote penye hata mtu hawezi pita, ambulance inapita. Na Karaa naona ile ni ambulance. So hoja saa zingine ambulance unaweza sema imebeba mgonjwa, na kumbe ambulance iko na story zake, then tutakuwa tunaargue, we are like tunajaribu kuaccuse, tunajaribu kusupport what ambulance, na maybe the real sense, maybe one of us ajipata kwa hiyo jam, akiwa pale maybe atakuja kutuambia hizo ambulance zingine, because Jane Muga alitoka akaweka into public, watu wakajua. Na saa zile sasa hakuna Jane Mugo, hakuna huyo Diana atuambie tuna jam.
Excuse me Ishmael.
Yes, excuse.
Ukisema kwamba hata gari ya polisi inaweza ikambeba mgonjwa na kumpeleka hospitalini, unamaanisha kwamba polisi wangeenda pale kwa ambulance, wamtoe mgonjwa, wamweke kwa Land Cruiser na apelekwe hospitalini? Yes or no?
My point is, Clinton, that tuna a situation of whereby gari ambulance katika magari na hakuna vile wanaweza ifungulia itoke, because unajua hata wakisema hiyo ambulance itoke, just a minute, ambulance itoke, bado tuna wale tu wa Kenya vichwa kichwa ngumu. So my point is, just in case tulikuwa na serious, msa alikuwa kabisa, the lady was serious, there's a probability kuchukua gari ya polisi mpeleke OC. What the problem? Kama ni nasa alikuwa kwa ambulance achukue aweke kwa gari ya polisi.
So yeah. Kuna tofauti kati ya Land Cruiser na ambulance, the environment inside. Ambulance sometimes kuna daktari ndani na oxygen. Mgonjwa amewekewa oxygen akipelekwa OC. Lakini pale
there was no indication alikuwa under oxygen, because unakumbuka there's a lady give birth pale Pumwani, ama umesahau? That lady didn't even need oxygen.
Yeah. So,
the lady give birth outside.
So you see yesterday's situation, kwa hiyo hatuja prove kwamba kulikuwa na mgonjwa ndani ama ambulance ilishapeleka mgonjwa. Sasa dere anarudi kupark. So we had no evidence at all. Yeah, so you have 1 minute to summarize what you are saying, then Evo na Muraya.
Okay, let me summarize so that somebody can also come in. So my point is, Wakenya tuelewe, corona si ya serikali ama any policy ama any other person. Corona is each and every personal responsibility, because unaona pale kwa roadblock ule mkongamano bado. So Wakenya tuimizane, tusikashifiane, tuimizane, watu waweze kuwa na nidhamu, because tukiwa na nidhamu hakuna jam. Hiyo tu ndio maoni yangu.
Asante Muraya, asante Ishmael. Hivyo
mimi kwa nataka kuzungumza tu kuhusu point ambao I can't remember nani alikuwa mention ati the police alikuwa on duty angekuwa released of his duty kwa sababu ya what happened, but at the same time hawa ni watu ordinary police ambao wanapata orders from above. So waki-act, they're not acting on their own opinion, wana act from what they've been given na wameambiwa wafanye hivyo. The whole thing ya ile lockdown ambayo ilikuwa imefanyika pale Thika Road was a shambolic, because ilikuwa tu chaos everywhere. Na mimi sijui tangu lini Diana alikuwa ameajiriwa na NTV ni reporter, sijui tangu lini amekuwa reporter wa NTV. Anyway, alikuwa na report for NTV. Obviously what Jen Mugo alifanya ni vizuri, but do we really need to wait for somebody like Jen Mugo akuje mahali kama pale ndio at least anything ianze kumove? Unaona, anything. Why can it not happen with an ordinary Kenyan? Another thing is, kuna mtu alikuwa amezungumza kuhusu mshahara polisi wanalipwa, the difference between polisi, madaktari na nurses or something like that. Now tumeona hiyo difference. Kuna mtu alikuwa amesema starting salary ni daktari ni 47 ama kitu kama hiyo, alafu polisi inakuja down to 17. As long as polisi wa Kenya watakuwa wanalipwa shilingi 17,000 kwa mwezi, believe it or not, corruption haitaisha. Watakuwa wanakula, inaitwa mlungula. They will be getting mlungula in every way, shape or form, ili wajaze watopa pile mshahara yao, because at the end of the day 17,000 Kenya inafanya nini? Kama wewe kuna, for instance, kama wewe umeoa na kuna watoto kama 3, unaona. So we need our politicians waingie kwa serikali na mtu wafanye police reform, waangalie first of all vile wanalipwa mshahara, na politician waache kuwa self-centered, wajiangalie mifuko yao peke yake, ni ile pay rise na nini, but they're not catching about the police force. Isn't it change a lot? There's nothing that has changed tangu all these years. Tunajua polisi wana struggle, and that's why wanakula mlungula. We should borrow a leaf to a neighboring country like Tanzania. Unaona Magufuli alipoingia pale serikalini, ali streamline ile ministry yake from whatever number it was to ile kidogo, na aka reduce a lot of foreign travels. Hiyo ina save a lot of money. Na even ali reduce salary yake from wherever he was earning to only 400,000. Hiyo salary yake ambayo alikuwa analipwa as a president katika huko Tanzania, that is like a pocket money kwa politician wa kawaida Kenya. So until politicians wetu wata change their mindset, kuwa they're there, tumewaajiri au ni wafanyikazi wetu, na what they need to do ni kutufanyia kazi, na wasi prioritize pesa, unfortunately we will see the same things happening until something happen wajibadilishe. But at the end of the day, the way I look at it ni mtu in Kenya, the vast majority of watu hapo hivyo Kenya wanategemea every day kuenda kazini tao ndio wapate ile chakula yao, unaona. So at the end of the day, it's the right thing that president aliweka lockdown, but the way they wanarun hiyo kitu hairaniwi poa, because kuna ordinary Kenyans wana rely on kwenda town kufanya kazi physically ndio wapate hata pesa ya chakula on the day. So huwezi kufananisha Kenya na other countries ambao zimeendelea wakiintroduce lockdown, pia nyinyi mnataka kuintroduce lockdown the same way. Unaona vitu kama hizo, na hata mkiweka lockdown, what was the government doing to Kenya? Serikali politician wanakunua China mandazi 4 billion, spend how much, 4 billion pound on China mandazi, and that, you know, things like that, and that is what's bringing issues ambao inaleta watu mpaka wanakataa, wana sign zile petition, we do not want IMF kupatia watu pesa Kenya, because at the end of the day you might think that it's not going to affect you, but it affects wewe ordinary mwananchi, because ile pesa ikichukuliwa, pesa ya mkate kwa duka inapanda, maziwa inapanda, unga ugali inapanda, because we have to pay that money back. So hizo ndio kwa point zangu.
Okay, thank you very much. Muraya.
Okay, mi venye naweza sema tuache kublame serikali kwa kila kitu. Not everything huwa na rely kwa serikali. Juu hii kitu haitaisha. Mkianza kusema mambo ya serikali, politician, employee, we have a pandemic na tunafaa tu deal kwa hapo. So hii historia ya kwanza kubishana ambulance versus Mugo haitasaidia kitu. Tunafaa tufanye, let's adhere to government regulation. Hii kitu si mchezo. Right now niko na my aunt amelazwa juu ya corona. So mi nikisikia watu wakianza kudebate about some of this regulation government inaweka, you feel sad. I live along Thika Road, na yesterday nilikuwa among the people tulikuwa tumeshikwa na hiyo jam. Nilikuwa nimetaka usiku kumuona. Yangu haikuwa like nimechelewa juu ya job ama kitu yote. Ilikuwa nimetoka usiku tukapatana kwa hiyo jam. So hata kama kuna venye gava ina handle hii historia ya corona differently, sisi kama wananchi lazima ikuwe our own responsibility kufika mapema. If wewe una issue kwa barabara, enda tu nyumbani. Juu kila mtu akiwa na issue na unakuta ambulance inakaa kwa barabara inapata jam. So mimi nilikuwa nafikiria like kwa hiyo jam tulikuwa na people traveling, watu wametoka kujibamba. Yani ulikuwa unapata walevi kwa jam. Yani msee ameshuka na anaanza kukunywa. So tukiwa kudebate about hiyo ambulance kai ilifanywa kwa nini, tukumbuke pia sisi raia tuko na responsibility ya kufika mapema. Sasa hii ndio ilikuwa opinion yangu.
Okay, thank you very much Muraya, na pole sana kwa kupoteza jamaa wako kutokana na corona.
Sijampoteza kwa hospitali.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Thank you very much. Ben, hatutaki tukwache nje juu Francis anataka ajibu kila mtu sasa. So maliza alafu Francis aseme kitu.
Nimaliza ama niulize tu swali moja alafu nitaongea baadaye?
Muulize tu swali.
Swala la ambulance. Ambulance huwa inakimbia ikienda to the nearest hospital, or it had to go in one direction and it had to move the mountains to go in that particular direction?
Asante. Nafikiri wengi Kizito wameuliza swali na Bernard. Hao wengine wamechangia kidogo. Kuna kelele mahali.
Excuse me Muraya, ni mimi na mute, so just mute kama huongei ndio tuweze kusikiza wengine. Okay. So, yache tu venye nimeiweka hivyo. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, asante. So ile kitu napaswa kusema ya kwanza ilikuwa ya Kizito, ile aliuliza kwa ambulance ilijiweka hapo. Hiyo nafikiri kuna watu wamejibu, sihitaji kuijibu tena. Na hii ya Bernard, eti ulikuwa umesemaje?
Ambulance is an emergency vehicle. Kama imebeba mgonjwa, it should race towards the nearest hospital. That means it should not be unidirectional. If it finds jam this way, it needs to find another avenue to go to the nearest hospital. So was it a mandatory for it to go to Thika, or was it coming from Thika?
Nikijibu hiyo, I won't judge about that first because we don't know kama alitolewa kwa nyumba akipelekwa hospitali ama alikuwa referred from one hospital to another. Those are two different things. So I cannot judge on that. But if alikuwa ametolewa kwa nyumba, angepelekwa to the nearest. But kama amekuwa referred from one hospital to a major one, then hiyo hana option, lazima apelekwe hapo. Because I had a situation like that. I was referred from Kitengela Women's to Kenyatta. So there is no way I could have taken mgonjwa wangu like Mata. Siko along the Mombasa Road. So ilinibidi nimpeleke pale despite kama kuna jam ama hakuna. So that's a different issue. All in all, what we should understand, Kenyans, Wakenya wengi tuko vichwa ngumu sana. Kama vile ulisema, watu wengi hata saa zile kuna registration za vitu kama za serikali, we rush at the last minute. Like huduma number, registration for the IEBC, nini, we rush at the last minute. So Kenya, what we have is ignorance. Most of the Kenyans, we are ignorant. Like me mostly I operate within town to Machakos. Na nikifikia masaa nione nikitoka Nairobi, sita make mpaka Machakos, I would rather have an accommodation within town, badala nipatwe na serikali tuanze issues. That's another thing. So wale ambao wana break laws, I'm not supporting them. Kama wale walipatwa pale Thika Road na other routes. What I can say, let us adhere to the rules zile zimewekwa na president. And what I can advise the system, let them use a good way to implement them. Like you cannot put 3 roadblocks within one highway and it cause a lot of jam. For example, Outer Ring inaenda kutokea Thika Road. Lang'ata inashikanisha Mombasa Road. Kuna mtu anafanya side ya Lang'ata na analala either Kasarani, pale Mwiki, Donom, unaona. So there is a lot of confusion. I would rather advise them, ukiona routes zile zinaingia kwa estates, should be better off ziwekwe hizo lockdown, nini hizo, kama pale Thika Road ukiingia na Mwiki, moja iwekwe hapo, ile ingine ukiingia na Zimmerman, ingine iwekwe hapo. So it will reduce some of the commotions, because yule atapatwa pale kwa Thika Road. For instance, ile iliwekwa pale Thika Road, I'm just taking an example, don't judge me. Kuna mtu huenda alikuwa hata karibu amefika kwake, lakini imewekwa hapo. So amefungiwa karibu akiwa kwake, na huenda ilikuwa around 5 minutes to wait, na amefungiwa. Haya, kuna yule alikuwa anaenda Mwiki, amejipata in the same situation. So I think they should think on how to man the roads and to put the roadblocks in future to contain the issues. Because kama wangezieka kwa estate, hizi ambulance ambazo tunaziongelelea, kuna flyovers, so azingekuwa affected. Pale ukiingia na Mwiki Zima, si kuna flyover, the same to Githurai. Kwa hivyo kama gari inapita express, it would be affected. So those are some issues should be looked by the system in the security forces.
Thank you Frank. Na Frank, nikuulize, umesema unafanya kazi Nairobi, yeah? Na ile corona ya kwanza pia mlikuwa na lockdown. Unaonaje, what can the government do? Waweke hii curfew yao ianzie saa 5 usiku ama saa 4, ama unaonaje? Juu hata mimi nashindwa kuelewa.
Within these 5 counties, I think they should put it between 9. Because 9, kila mtu huwa amefika kwake. Because hata mimi sometimes I would rather late till 7 ndio ni rush by 9 niwe kwa nyumba nikiwatch news because they are more comprehensive. Ziko
So
mingi kuliko za saa
hiyo
moja.
timing yao ndio inaleta shida, si ndio? Hii time ya
Hiyo ndio
curfew.
inaleta tu issues kidogo, but wakipush 1 hour hakutakuwa na hizi commotions mingi, na wale watu wanafanya biashara kama supermarkets, they will have enough time to close their businesses.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification. Guys, who wants to leave? Maybe utaongea mwisho na maybe unataka kutoka. Who wants to leave? Maybe in the next 15 to 20 minutes.
Me?
Kizito,
Ashley.
you want to leave? Okay, Ashley, say something. Maybe ulikuwa background, umesikiza kila kitu, so you may have your minutes, Ashley.
Yes, I've listened to most. Thank you, Clinton. I've listened to most of the things that were said, and I want to comment on the Thika roadblock. And what I want to say is what Francis said. I think they should have had prior planning where they left one lane where the essential travel, there were so many people that were blocked that had permission. They had already had letters. They should have been a roadblock with the one lane where people who had permission to travel should have been traveling, and also another lane where for ambulances to pass. I know some people are raising issue about was this ambulance real or was it a fake one? I think there were policemen there and they were at work. It wasn't the duty of the ambulance people to come out from the ambulance. They were at their job inside the ambulance. It was the duty of the police people to go to the ambulance if they doubted that the ambulance was not genuine and evaluate the condition and see how they can help. And if it was a dire situation, they have a way they can even call an aeroplane to come and pick that person up. But they should have done their job. They should have gone where they were told there were emergencies. They should have gone and checked. They have a way to open the road and let some cars go to the side so the ambulance can pass. So they were lazy. They did not do their job. This lady you're saying wanted to publicize herself, was even looking for the supervisor and telling her, come. She should have gone and seen what their emergency was and tried to solve it. What they did was escalate the situation by not doing anything. And if they are really wanting to help stop COVID by putting a curfew, what they're actually doing is spreading. These roadblocks are becoming super spreaders. Because watu wanatoka nje, wanaanza kuscream, wanaanza kuongea. So can you imagine if one person there was sick? So even when there are roadblocks, they should have an order that you do not come out from your car. Because then when you come out from your car, then you're going to spread to the next person. And even we are saying Kenyans should be obey. There is a way to make people obey. The police, I don't know whether in Kenya they give tickets. When you disobey, unapewa ticket, unalipa na mshahara yako yote. Next time, nobody will tell you to obey. Because if you have to pay 10,000 shillings for disobeying, to being on the road at the wrong time, next time nobody is going to tell you. And that is how most developed worlds work. When you're out at the wrong time and you get caught, nobody is going to tell you, oh, we are not children. You get the consequence of your action. And if you have 10,000 to pay each time when you make a mistake, then you can keep going out and paying the government 10,000 for each ticket. And if you don't pay your ticket, you go in jail. That's simple as that. What the police should have done, they should have left one road open for those who are legally supposed to be traveling, and another road for these people who, like the person who said they had somebody in the hospital. They come there and explain. And if you're out at the wrong time, they give you a ticket and let you go, so that they keep it moving. And that would fulfill the essence of this curfew, instead of letting people sleep there. That doesn't make sense. We need to be sensible, not live like goats and cows. Like shithole that we were called. So we are actually, it was in Yahoo this morning. Can you imagine? That's how people see you when you say you're from Kenya. Like you're foolish. Your leadership is foolish. So if the head is foolish, even you're foolish. And people say, when you are Raila, when you are Uhuru, when you are Ruto. Nobody cares. When they see you, they just see you all foolish.
And that's when I get irritated when someone tells me, when you are Ruto, when you are Raila. Raila is he talking now about this? Is Ruto talking now about this? They're not. They are comfortable. That's what we need to think about. These leaders we are choosing, they are all, I'm not gonna call them because I know people who I know that they know those people. My uncle sang for Uhuru a song. I'm not a supporter of Uhuru. Yeah? But he would hate if I say something. And then someone says, oh, you're a Kikuyu support. I didn't support them in the 2017. I supported Raila Odinga. My family is Kikuyu and Kalenjin. I am a Jubilee. I should be. Every time I put Odinga, my mom would tell me I'm making her feel nauseated. That's how the older people hate Raila. My cousin got a baby with a Luo, and her mother said she was going to commit suicide if she married him. That's how serious it is with the older people. And she didn't marry him because the mom was serious. She said she will commit suicide. And she stayed even today with that kid, single parent, because the mom said, hell no. But the younger generation are not like that. The younger generation look at the value of the person. They look at the essence. And when in 2017, I was actively involved in helping NASA. And today someone tells me, oh, this is a government you chose. I just feel like giving you a slap. I stopped supporting Raila when they had the handshake because I put so much energy that even I had CIDs writing to me in my inbox, threatening me because I was supporting. And when they found they couldn't get to me, they started threatening my family because of how I had gone. I was invested. And then Raila went back behind us and had a handshake. And I found him to be a betrayer. And from that day, I don't want anything to do with him. And I didn't even think he would have followers today. I am shocked that some people still follow him. They haven't seen. There are so many red flags they haven't seen. Even Ruto kept quiet while Miguna was being harassed. The reason I support him today is because maybe I am compassionate because of what Uhuru is doing to him. Not because I think he's the best leader, but of the three, right now, he's the best. Of the three evils, he's the best. But they are all not going to do anything good for the country. When Ruto had the opportunity, he lined up all the prime positions with Kalenjins. That's what he did. Now he's speaking a different gospel. Are you sure that when he gets there, he will do that? If we judge him from the past, ask him about Goldberg 1. What did he do? Uhuru, SGR, is a private contract that is sealed. And it is sealed. It is not open to Kenyans, yet it is a debt that Kenyans have to pay. It is said that his wife is on the contract, yet it is a public. There are so many things that go on. These people, all of them, we are supporting them. Me, I have something to gain. I know some of the politicians. I know people who know them. I can get a contract if I want. But what about the other people? Have you gone on YouTube and see people crying because they cannot access food? Their children are sick and they are dying. We need to think about not just about ourselves, but even about our fellow countrymen. We need to be patriots. Who of those people is talking about the police? Who is talking about elevating the lifestyle of these police people so that they can live like they are worthy, whatever job they are doing, so that they don't come and become the thugs? Nobody, because it's not important. They just want to get there and get rich. And we are supporting them. Instead of us thinking of who can we look for that will fill this position, that will move our country forward so that we can be proud to end back to our national anthem. We hold our country dear. We work together. We join hands. Whether you are whatever tribe you are, let us join hands. Let us choose a leader that loves our country, that will give good. This is not me, sijasoma sana, but I know some of these things they are wrong. Watu wamesoma, they know better. but they don't want to do better because they want to make money for themselves and for their families. And some people support these people because they know when they get there, they're going to help them. Lakini then you will need security because there are so many people who are poor, there are so many people who are doing bad, and they're going to get into crime. Hizi pesa za IMF zimekam. It is not so hard for Uhuru to give everybody that earns a certain pay wage, awapatie pesa wakae nyumbani. And these roadblocks will not be there because people will stay home. People will stay home. I know somebody who is a barber, ananiambia sometimes hakuna mtu the whole day. And if you work in a barber shop and they earn commission 50-50, imagine unafanya kazi the whole day alafu 50% unapatia mwenye duka. What is that? How much is that? Have you had any leader coming to say they are going to change these things that was, I mean, like what kind of lifestyle is that? Hata ukiantenta which is not possible, and then you've given 5,000 to somebody, jasho yako, you're giving the owner of the place 5,000. Everybody. So if he has 10 barbers, each of them gives them half. Sio ni kuiba. These are policies, and these policies are set by our leaders. So unaweza sema, I don't care, but we have to choose leaders that are sensible enough to set policies that are going to help us live, and everybody live, and everybody work, and everybody sweat, and everybody earn a living. Some people go to work. Ayaga he said he has a barber shop. Can he tell us how much his barbers earn on a good day? Hata akifanya job kutoka morning to dawn, that person will never be rich. That's a poor person. You know, these leaders of ours, wanakipa kienda abroad, yet our country has no money. Easy abroad wanaenda kwa ni walete easy thoughts back. Kama hii ya nini, mtu mwingine alisema ati watu wa mama boga waleti tax alafu mnapata kuwapatia pesa. You think when VAT imeputiwa, si wananunua vitu, sio ni tax? The other day Ruto talks about tax, about how 2.6 is what the small person is paying na watu wa juu. They are paying peanuts. That is what we should be talking about. Anyway, I hope enough people can think beyond their tribe, beyond their own selfish needs for the betterment of the country. Because when the country improves, even you improve, you stay in a safer country. And most people outside will come back home because they would rather be home. But the environment is not good for so many people, only for the selfish people who don't care. They want to sit on people and to brag on people. Well, people wanalalanja. People, have you gone on YouTube and seen how people are suffering? Well, some are living in opulence. Kuna mtu leo akipata hii corona hataweza kuafford hata kuenda hosi, hata kufia nyumbani. A person who should not die because they cannot afford medicine. Anyway, I'll end there. But I pray that when you go to bed tonight, you will ask God to make you be a better person, to think beyond yourself, to think, mtu anakwambia wewe unatetea Ruto, wewe unatetea. I don't have kutetea mtu. Mimi natetea the good of our country as a whole. To be proud of where I come from, to be proud of my country. Istahili Kenya, istahili heshima. Itastahili heshima na kuweka Abdi keeps coming here, Abdullahi bragging about the system. You know, that's why they call us shithole. Tunakaa wajinga. We are not foolish. Let us prove to them you are not foolish, that you can think beyond your tribe. Angalia vile akina Raila wamenona siku hizi na akina Odinga. Even Ruto was fat. You see how he's slim now? Wanakaa ni kama wako karibu kuzaa. Did you see that picture of theirs? Atuoli, Raila, Uhuru. Sasa nani ndio amekonda. Hata siku hizi kanaitwaje ule wa Sudi. Kanaitwaje? This Raila's right-hand man. I forgot his name. Hata yeye amenona siku hizi. Junet. Hata amenona. And then before, hata Ruto alikuwa amenona. But they don't. Let me ask you, when they are when they are doing good, and that's why I blame Baba. I loved him. I had read about him. I had seen how he has fought for our country, but he betrayed the supporters. He didn't think about them when he went to the handshake. Na kama aliwaita wa protest and people shed their blood. Now he's saying they should be peaceful. So he's telling us he had been irresponsible by calling us to protest. Did he sit down and process
Never
that?
protested.
If he processed that and he knew that it was going to shed blood, then he should not have done it. He needs to take ownership. Kwa hivyo kusema the handshake was good because the country was heading bad. He knew when he was calling people to protest that it was going to be bad. So he should have stayed on course until the end. A real soldier does not go back. Hata ukienda to war, you do not go back on your soldiers. You don't do that. And if you go back, you have to go with them. You don't go alone. That is not a leader. That is a opportunist. And even Ruto himself, and I'm going to say this, he's not a better. Because when Miguna was being punished, I never had them raise a finger all that time. And he had the authority to do something. He did not do it until it was his time on the frying pan. And then now he started to say Miguna needs to come back home. You know, the time to know the worth of a leader is when they are having it good. Kama sahi Raila akaongea oppose Uhuru, then I would call him a leader and I would follow him to the end. Because that would tell me he doesn't care that he loses the privilege he now enjoys. But to be quiet, to me, is wrong. Anyway, I know people will come with their things. I am on no side. I am just praying that our country become a democracy. We have the ability to become a first world country. Na hizo pesa tumepewa is enough to become a first world country. But we have to not be greedy ourselves. If we are not greedy ourselves, ata Mudavadi, Kamodo, or what is his name? Mudavadi, Kalonzo, what a Moi, Washikane, they are just how many? 5. They can do nothing without us. But we can refuse to be used. If we refuse to be used, then we'll have no choice but to give us the Kenya that we deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley. Thank you very much. I ask this question because everybody has now talked. Who wants to live in the next 3 minutes? Okay, Kizito, speak for those 3 minutes.
Okay, within the 3 minutes, I will make my 6 point within 2 minutes. First, I have to answer Ashley. Ashley, my beloved small sister, with all the due respect, let us not compare first world countries and third world countries. You talked about roadblocks. I've been writing them down. That roadblock is being put there because of how Kenya people themselves they behave. Kenyans, for first Kenyans, they don't know even Corona is there. If somebody can come up because he wants likes from his Facebook account, he is going ahead and telling people that can Corona come only in the night. That one is first. Second, about tax, it's me. When you talked, you asked that, it's me who talked about it, me Kizito. I said, these people in the river road, these people you always see, they sell, these hawkers, they sell, they don't pay tax. And they are the same people who want to stay up to 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, because they are timing those people who come from work. That is not a problem. By the time they are waiting, they are causing commotion. They are interacting with people. What if one person has corona? You will never know who is having corona. It's better. They could have been doing work like that. If you want to sell, like we people who stay outside the Kenya, even if you are selling handkerchief, you have a receipt where it states, even if it's 1% tax, it's being paid. So the government will have money to pay you. That one is about tax. About Raila. Raila, me, I'm a strong supporter of Raila, and I will never shy away from it. I will support him. Even if he failed 20 times, I will support him. What I want you to know, even this Raila is also a human being. If he has been telling you, don't do this, don't do this, so as a strong supporter of Raila, you realize where the country was. as a human being, what could have he done? He could have, even if it was you, what can you do? You have to say, okay, this is the thing. Do you know why Raila is quiet? You don't know. Do you know why Raila cannot even now unveil these things? He left them for those people who always who can talk now. Let them also talk, not only him every day. And after he has talked, you go and the same people go and say yeye ni mtu wa kitendawili. Secondly, just in conjunction with that Raila, you as a person, as a very a citizen, can you please use this advice and give it to this our MCS, these our senators? You know, we always argue, we talk all Uhuru Kenyatta, Raila, Mudavadi, but we forget that we have got MCS, we forget that we have got MPs, we forget we have got senators. Why did we elect them to go and represent us? If an MCA is the same person coming to cry with you online, the same way we are crying online like this, who is
1
going to
minute.
represent you? That one is about Raila to stop talking, to join those people and say, okay, I'm also a human being, let me go and rest. Because if I talk, you say mimi mtu wa kitendawili. If I talk, we unasema hivi. Instead, I'm telling you, look this. Watu kama Ashley, my young sister, is coming out supporting me because I want the best for the Kenya. And the same Kenyan person is the one going to select another person whom they know that it has been smeared with mud. It has passed so many things. Why don't we do? Because just to add on top, right now we have got uchaguzi in Georgia. The same person who never even went to school, even his papers are being questioned. It's the same people, same person. People are saying that we have to. And you are the same Kenyan who will complain after he has been elected. He never went to school.
Kizito,
It's going to be, yeah.
Kizito, can I interject? I want you to tell me, Uhuru, what's his name? Raila is not resting. He's now misleading Kenyans with BBI. So he's not resting. So I want you not to say he's resting. He's not resting. He's taken a different, diverted to the negative right now. He was positive, he's negative.
I understand you well and
30
clear.
seconds.
It's not, yeah. It's not
Like 30
resting.
seconds.
It's not doing anything. I think it's my time, please. I just have only 3 more things. That's why I'm trying to be very fast because I have to sleep tomorrow. I have to go to work. It's
and
not
Kizito,
resting.
He's not doing nothing. He is doing something very fundamental.
Yeah.
He wants to change the BBI. So that is something he's now misleading us and leading us to a ditch at the end. So address that.
Ashley, my sister, I want to ask you as Ashley, Raila right now, if you can know, Raila is quiet, it's just receiving pussy. It's just he was from Corona. When has he ever talked and say that you people follow this route? When Raila is quiet, you say it's leading somewhere. When he talks, it's leading.
He's been given boozy so that he can make his ODM people in Senate to pass BBI. Let us speak the truth here. Let us be truthful so that we can get to somewhere. I will not
interject
anymore.
That one is according to you. My sister, that is according to you. You judged.
So that time is over.
I still have 3 points. I've been here the whole day and I've not even finished my points.
How many minutes do you want for the 3 points?
Even 2.
Okay, now in 2 minutes time utakuwa umemaliza.
Tribalism is what is killing us. I really agree with Ashley. She talked something very good and I really support her. The way she said, even our sister, she gave a very tangible point. Even our sister got married with a Kikuyu, with a Luman, and have a baby. Not married, I cannot say it, but got a baby with a Luo man, and they are living together. These things you people are seeing in Kenya. When we are outside here, even the best women we always appreciate, we as Luos are Kikuyu women. We are very friendly, but when we come back to Kenya, it's another thing. That is about tribalism. Corona, my sister Ashley, please, Corona is real. But the way Kenya are handling Corona is very much different from any other first world countries. First world countries like where I'm staying, they have only opened supermarket. They close all the things. We buy things online. If you want to go to supermarket, like where I'm staying, you have to be tested. You have this sanitizer at the door. You have to take your crank and your this thing to trolley to buy things, but nobody is even at the door to ask you to take it. But in Kenya, you finish your work, instead of going home, you go and you want to go and stay with other people. You talk. What are you talking? And you know it's Corona. Go. Let the Corona finish. You people will continue with the new life. If you don't want to go home, you stay there. Then you look at time. Oh, 30 minutes. My brother Francis talked about something. He was saying
It's
that
over.
workers should give these people ample time to close, and even if workers give them 2 o'clock is the end of the time. I'm telling you, a Kenyan citizen, they will go to River Road. That's the time the people will be going for their barber shop. That's the time they will be going to, and they are not going. You saw a very good example in this roadblock. It
Thank
proves
you.
so many things, not only about the ambulance.
Thank you.
All the people who came out, they were drunk, just like Ashley said. They were drunk. They are talking, drunkard people like, okay, me I drink, but I don't come out of my car.
Hata Muraya alikuwa
So
drunkard.
when they came out, they were drunk, and you expect a police to leave him. You expect a police to argue with the drunken person. How? And you know Kenya, the way they behave. Something small that can be solved, even within no minute, they make a scene. They start making cameras. Are police not, these police people not human beings? They are human beings.
Thank you, Kizito. How many minutes for
is
last,
this
Kizito?
issue of police being underpaid. Where I'm staying, the police, they are the best paid people. They have been given that mandate, the full responsibility, everything. You have nothing to argue with the police. You have nothing to argue with the police. With that respect, if everybody can respect the police like that in Kenya, they are being paid well. They are being paid. Then the person who is paying them is telling them that, you know what, when you are found with this thing, you are going home. Just the same way they are doing it here. If you are found even taking a bribe of 5 shillings, that is your work is end. But in Kenya, you go to court, they form inquiries, what inquiry, it takes 2 years, 3 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kizito. Kizito, I have a last question for you as you are going. Kizito, nimesikia kwa news eti kuna lockdown country nzima. Ni confirm kama ni ukweli ama ni uongo juu kuna venye sielewi lugha kiasi. So, niambie tu kama ni ukweli since Friday.
No, it's not there. The lockdown that is there is not about every place. It's only that you cannot come from start to another start.
Okay,
it's what they are going to start with. Is still being discussed in Bundestag.
Thank you.
Tomorrow we'll get more information.
Asante sana Kizito. So guys, najua kila mmoja wenu anataka kureact to what Ashley was saying, which won't be possible kwa sababu in the next 40 minutes tutakuwa tunamaliza show. So ndio maana nilikuwa namalizana na wale wanataka ku left. Kuna mmoja anataka ku left in the next 1 minute?
Yes, I do.
Okay, speak
Ayaga.
for 45 seconds, then you can go.
Hey, 45 seconds. Thank you very much.
Kama unataka dakika 5, ngoja.
Kenye nimeelewa Nancy ni kama Miguna. Ni wale ma refugees. They are just refugees who left Kenya on a bad faith, and then they want to demonize everything about Kenyan leaders and Kenyan everything. They say people call us shitholes. We don't care. Even if we are shitholes, we don't care. We are not third generation human beings to come here and get what people are talking about us. That is the truth. Sometimes tuliambiwa na Nyerere kitambo, yale ya kusikia changanya na ya kwako. Nancy, chenye unasikia about Kenya changanya na ya kwako. Don't just pop up. Tell us you support Raila, you demonize Raila, you go to Ruto. You have not told us what Ruto has done better while in government. And if that government is doing wrong and Raila is quiet, and the same government Ruto is inside, and now you are supporting Ruto, my friend, you are confused like I've never seen somebody who is confused like you. You are just like Miguna. Wachana na siasa za roho. Siasa za roho weka kando kidogo. Settle yourself.
Ayaga.
Forgive yourself.
Listen. Can I interject? Just let me tell you something. When the madness of an entire nation...
Let me finish.
I'm interjecting. I'll let you finish. Give me a second.
Forgive
Can I please
yourself.
interject?
We had people who supported Jubilee government. They have forgiven themselves for the pain we are going through. So forgive yourself. That is number one. Accept you made a mistake for supporting such people. In fact, you are the problems of Kenya, and then you ran away, and then blaming everything on us. People who are here.
Ayaga,
Yeah?
I support
I've never been in ODM. I've never been in Jubilee.
Excuse me, Ayaga.
I've never been.
Excuse me. You don't have any evidence that Ashley ran away from Kenya. Since you started talking, you are making allegations, negative allegations against Ashley. And the thing that you have just said is the last thing that you've said.
And you know what,
so
Ayaga,
maybe we can go to the
evidence.
next person, maybe.
Wait, let me just tell him. I have evidence that I supported Raila. I was active. And I'm not saying it. I'm telling you. I can give you a name and I know you know that person. I supported him a lot. Like a lot of my time. So when I'm angry, I have a right to be angry. I'm a Kenyan too. So when I say we, the shithole, even a lot of these people, if not the whole planet, will agree that we are behaving in a very mediocre way, and it is a shame. We have to call a spade a spade. We don't have to let people call us. What I'm asking us is let us uphold our country. Ili istahili heshima. Ikikuja kwa Yahoo, inakuja kwa kuheshimika, not as a laughing stock. Because when they laugh at it, they laugh at me, they laugh at you. Whether you are in or out. Some people wanaenda nje, wanaenda kurepiwa, wanaenda kurudishwa kwa box because our country has refused to make the economy work for everybody. It's not a laughing matter. It's not a laughing matter. And don't let it knock to your door for you to understand. Understand it now. Easy games is in a change. Today you might be in a good situation because that Kibaki or whoever more you're supporting is in government, in quotes. Tomorrow you might be the opposition. So support something that is going to help everybody, whether it is you or anybody else. And the last thing is that when the madness of an entire nation disturbs a solitary mind, it is not enough to say that a man is mad.
Nancy.
Thank you, Ashley.
I'm not Nancy. Unaona jina yangu ni Ashley.
Thank you, Ashley. Thank you, Ayaga. Thank you, Ayaga. Ayaga, maybe for you to speak
Clinton,
now, it's either
give me
you
a
don't go
what?
personal, you
Mimi siko
present your
personal.
point, not in a personal way.
I'm not personal. I'm not personal.
But ukimwambia alitoroka Kenya, ni mtu mwoga, vitu kama
Sijasema, ni
hizo.
yeye mwenyewe alisema, and ni kama huko unamsikiza. Alisema alikuwa anafuatwa na DCI before, my friend. So
the first two sentences will determine what's next. Okay, Ayaga, proceed in 2 minutes.
Mimi sijasema alitoroka. Kitu yeye mwenyewe alisema alifuatwa na DCI hapo, and he had to fly, she had to fly. Mimi sijasema alitoroka.
I didn't say that.
Opole.
Yeah. But it's okay.
Opole.
I didn't say that.
So excuse me, Ayaga. Excuse me, guys. I know everybody here tumesikizana venye tunaongea, and these things we are saying, some of them we are just repeating ourselves. So Collins, welcome to the show. And what I want to say is this: in the next 40 minutes, we're gonna do something quite special, in a way that we're gonna twist this topic in a little bit, kwa sababu naweza sema hapa kwa comments hecklers wamelala, na hapa kwa show sikuona heckler, so sitaki niseme. So we're gonna twist this topic a little bit, kwa sababu kila mtu mwenye amekuja tumedivert kutoka kwa hii silaha mtaani ama hiyo issue ya curfew ya jana, alafu tukadiscuss vitu zingine or AOBs. So mimi ningependa kusema hivi, from yesterday's situation, Francis Mwendo is in Nairobi as we speak, anafanya pale kazi. I'm experiencing kitu, wengine tunaona tu kwa TV because tuko nyumbani. But there are those people within Nairobi, within Kenya, ambao wanakuwa affected na hii reality on the ground. So as panelists here, watu 10, what do you think? What can be done? Yes, the corona is with us. Curfew lazima iwekwe ndio corona iishe. Kuna hizo counties 5 lazima zifungwe, ama Kenya nzima lazima ifungwe. What can we do? Just sober minds. To debate tu, tusiingiliane mara nani, tusiitane majina. But your final point in this show kuhusiana na hiyo shida ya jana na what can be done, kwa sababu kila mtu ukikaa chini unakula, unaweza sema pale hii serikali haingefanya hivi, but they could have done this. So maybe I'm going to record whatever we are saying here, then it will be posted tomorrow. Maybe for those who are not here before can listen to it. It will take like 30 to 40 minutes. So everybody tutakuwa tunachangia. So kama unataka kuondoka before 40 minutes, wewe ndio unaongea wa kwanza, alafu unang'atuka hivyo hivyo. So sitasema eti Bernard aanze. Kama unashuku unafaa kuongea wa kwanza ndio because unataka kutoka, you'll have your time. Collins, umetusikiza from background, uko na dakika zako 6 za kunena.
Thank you so much. I'm gonna take 3 minutes. Then I'll use the 3 minutes on the other side.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I've heard and I've listened to us talking, and I thought we would not take these discussions to be so personal. So I would like to say sorry for any other person that feels that he was attacked or she was attacked personally. Like, I realized that Ayaga is trying to be so personal with this thing. So some of us are not in these other countries for our own liking. Some of us came here as students. Some of us are here because of the jobs. And some of us came here because of asylum seeking. So we just have to try to correct that. I think that's well taken in the first 30 minutes, that's the first 30 seconds. The next option is our Kenyan people like to be alarmists and a sensation of nothing. Whatever happened in the Thika Road, it's not something that should have happened if it's at all that we know what we are supposed to be doing. Policemen are a human being, and we cannot make a country full of drama where everybody wants to see the likes and the comments in his social media, because that's what we are trying to make Kenya to be. Kenya is turning into a country where it's being run by social media, where I need to create a drama so that people can like it. If the curfew time, whatever happened in Thika Road should be like something that could have been avoided. Most of the countries are doing the curfews. I know most of the people don't understand why the curfew with the corona, and that's why they are so, I'm not going to apologize for this, but I have to say it before, so prepare yourself to get it, so stupidly arguing that corona only comes in the night. Most of the time, corona is an airborne disease. But because these airborne diseases, some of them are being transmitted through the droplets, and most of the time, these droplets come from the nose and the mouth. So if somebody is given time, the first person who is always so lazy with his mouth is the drunkard. So most of the time, you'll find that most of the people who drink, I don't say that they are bad, you can drink, but it's not always easy to control your mouth when you're already drunk. So if you find the people locking the bars, because it's even internationally, this COVID, I've walked through 5 countries during the COVID time. I was locked down in Peru, sometimes down back there. I came and I went back to Antigua. I went to Montserrat and then I came back here. So within this COVID period, I've walked through 5 countries. So I've seen what happens. Every country is trying to control the movement at night, because in the day, there are things that you cannot do. People will not be kissing all the time at the daytime. But when it's night, the music's playing. You can kiss even a neighbor that you don't even know for the first time because you're now drunk. People will be dancing to the music, especially in our countries where we do a lot of live music. I'm very much fan of Hangla music, but I listen to Hangla music. So all those times, those are why we close down the states. Most of the states and most of the countries are closing down at night so that the movement at night regulated. Movement in the churches are regulated because that is where a lot of people meet from different sectors. The first and the foremost important thing that we should do, and why are we doing the vaccinations in schools? I know Mago has said something, that schools will go on despite the fact that coronavirus is in the country. Why? Children are having good immunity, the people who are at young age, the school-going age. So we are trying to make the parents get vaccinated because they are at advanced ages. Then we vaccinate the teachers so that at least when the children meet in school and they get COVID, they don't take back the disease, even if they take back the disease, because this COVID vaccine is not about curing the disease. It's about trying to make your reaction to infection go down so that you don't react to the infection. It's not about curing the disease. I'm happy Wagungu is here. Karibu Daktari. So we are trying to make the disease response to be lower so that we vaccinate the teachers, we vaccinate the parents. The children can take care of themselves, and it's not even herd immunity still. It's just still trying to create the transmission to be a little bit low. So one of the things is we have to vaccinate the adults and anybody who is vulnerable, and we also have to vaccinate the teachers. We will take it down and also give the distance, social distance. The third thing that I'm also trying to put across is what are we able to do? That's what Clinton asked. What are we supposed to be doing? What we are supposed to be doing is this. There are some kinds of jobs that can be done online. Can we allow our people to do them online? And we can only do that when we work with the internet providers, the Safaricom, the Telcom, the fiber, and the what. They can help, the government can help them so that there is reliable internet connectivity. I was supposed to do my exam in Nairobi because I'm not doing anything here. I'm supposed to do my exam in Nairobi at the Prometic Center at JKUAT Plaza. I'm not able to do it because we are told the possibility of stima kupotea Nairobi is 24%. Stima kupotea Nairobi for 3 minutes is 24%. So that is so high for an exam that is online. So we can help our internet so that there are things that we can do online. There are some jobs that can be done online. That's the money, what the money the government should be doing, enhance the online thing. And number 2 is on the essentials. Not everybody is doing an essential work. most of the government facilities should be turned into online so that at least ukiapply kitu unaipata online. And that means we must make the post office to work. This is the time that the post office can help the country so that at least wanasafirisha vitu. Kuna watu hawafai kuenda town center. Some of these things we can devolve them so that they can go down, like mambo ya kutafuta kitambulisho, kutafuta passport. They were there taken to Kisii, Nairobi, Kisii, Mombasa, and the other sides. So it should be facilitated so that people don't come to the town center. These counties that are blocked already, we can devolve the services to other counties. I think my 3 minutes is over, so I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, Ayaga, 5 minutes.
Let me apologize for Nancy kama kama amefeel nimekuwa personal. I'm never personal. In fact, always I'm very neutral. Ni saa zingine tu yale personal attack huwa they are making about our leaders. In the line of defense, inakaa ni kama iko personal, but it is not personal. Finally, tunaongelelea kitu ilifanyika Thika Road. Niliongea kitambo. Kenya, we don't disobey things. That is number one. Kenya, even if you push that curfew to 10, at 11, bado utapata watu kwa barabara. Hiyo ni ukweli. Hiyo ni kitu lazima tuseme. Hata mimi niko hapa nafanya kazi, by the way. I'm at work. I'm at work and it is almost 2. Yeah, I have my customers here. I'm doing my job here. Wakikuja nitapambana na wao. Nikishikwa, I don't complain. I will not go live and record everything everywhere that it is yeah, it is ni ukweli. So mbona tunafanya hivyo? Hiyo ndio sababu. Tunafanya hivyo kwa sababu hii Kenya taxes are very high. Juzi nilikuwa nasoma kwa documentary ingine that in a highly taxed country you cannot make a progress. You cannot. You have to risk. You know, in Kenya we don't do business. We say we are risking. People like Bernard will tell you that we are risking. In Kenya we don't do business. We are risking. Yeah. So sometimes even if we risk up to late, you don't blame us that we don't obey the law. We can't obey the law. Law should provide the solution. Oh, president akisema kitu ama akitoa order, hiyo order inafaa ikuwe solution to our problem. Isiwe ile chanzo cha kuongeza tatizo yenye tuna face. Sahii watu wengi hawako kazi. Nancy say nilikuwa na kinyozi, by the way. I closed it up the other day. I had it, but I had to close it. Sababu ilikuwa town. Inataka nifike pale by 6, nifanye kazi mpaka late at night. So kama wale watu hawawezi fanya hiyo kazi, rent enyewe ya hiyo kazi mwenyewe amekuwekea juu, and you have to pay, unalipa every month. Sitalipa rent mahali sifanyi kazi, ama ile kazi ukipiga hiyo hesabu na wale wa kulipa wafanyikazi, no benefit. You cannot do that. So it is very painful. Ndio maana saa zingine unaona ukituchokoza sana, alafu unatuambia ni wewe ulisupport Raila Odinga, sijui Uhuru Kenyatta, tunakasirika, alafu mnafikiria we take it personal. It is not personal. You cannot make us, you cannot support wrong situations here and then you fly away then you blame it on us. No, sometimes we get personal because such kwa sababu ya hizo shida ndogo ndogo, unaona. Like daktari told us he support Jubilee. Now he's there smiling with us. He's there smiling with us. My friend, the cost of running a business here is not easy. I sympathize with most of us. Imagine a police today, a security, a police officer. I don't know if that guy is a police officer, but he's working with IPOA. IPOA, the guy came to ask me for 2,000 kwa sababu stima ya nyumba yake imezimwa. It is serious, my friend. Ni ukweli, ni serious. Na mimi pia nikamwambia, kwa sababu sasa wewe utafanya kazi huko, sasa wewe nipe namba yako, niuzeuze mpaka late, ndio nikupe hiyo pesa kesho nikishikwa, tutapambana na hapo. Unaona? You are talking about corruption. We lazima tufanye corruption kwa sababu lazima tufanye corruption kwa sababu the life.
That's not corruption. That's unasaidia friend as a friend. Si ati unampea hiyo pesa so that akutetee. Hiyo unampea kama rafiki na atarudisha.
Shida, unajua nikishikwa mimi nitampigia ukapigie huko chini. And that is the corruption I'm talking about. Unaona? Sahii ni saa ngapi? Ni saa 8. My friend, I'm at work. Mimi nafanya kazi. Na sidanganyi watu. I'm at work. So so Kenya life imekuwa ngumu. Life imekuwa ngumu. Na ni ukweli. Ni ukweli, life imekuwa ngumu. Like hiyo curfew ni sawa tu, tutaheshimu juu ni corona ni iko, tumekubali. Mimi ndugu yangu nimezika hapa, a friend of mine the other day, wakili alikuwa wakili, tukaenda mpaka kwa Ugenya tukamzika, amekufa na corona. So corona iko, but sometimes utakufia njaa ama utakufia corona. It is better you face the corona kule nje rather than kukufia kwa nyumba, kufukuzwa kwa nyumba. Sahii niko na jamaa ako Kenyatta mochari, amekufia depression kwa sababu alifungiwa nyumba, bibi akaenda kwao, akaolewa na mtu mwingine, huyo bibi akapigwa mimba huko, bibi kukuja akamwambia wewe ni mwanaume bwege, so mimi nilipata wanaume wengine. Jamaa akawa shocked, akawa depressed, akakufa. Unaona? Sahii tena niko kwa mchango. It is real, it is serious. My friend, we are facing a lot of troubles in Kenya. So sometimes mkituambia sijui nilisupport Raila, nilisupport Uhuru Kenyatta, my friend, we can be personal. We can be personal. And it is not si kupenda kwetu. Yes.
As we talk, kuna nini kama utapitia Thika Road imefungwa tena sahii.
Thika Road imefungwa, yes. I know.
Yes. Okay, sawa.
Yeah, I know.
Utapitia wapi ukienda kwako?
Mimi niko kwangu. Kazi nafanya kwangu, baba. Kazi nafanya kwangu.
Okay. Ayaga, your 5 minutes is over mpaka tukakuongezea zingine.
Thank you very much.
Malizia kwa dakika moja. Okay.
Thank you very much. So mimi kazi nafanya kwangu. In fact, if you want something I obey ni curfew time. Na sanitize. I have my sanitizer somewhere around here. I have even the throat sanitizer. So even before I go back where mahali familia wako, I sanitize. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much Ayaga, na pole kwa jamaa wako ambao uliwapoteza kwa sababu ya corona.
Yeah.
Francis.
Nashukuru sana. Ayaga, kweli umeongea ukweli kabisa. Last lockdown I had a business and I had to close it. I had employed around 6 guys. So I had to let them go. So I understand what you're saying. And I was in the same business that you are doing, because I've seen it. But it was a restaurant. These things are very serious, and Kenyans should take Corona serious. Actually, we should be very serious about it, because it is with us. And what we can do is let us obey the rules and the regulations that has been laid forth by the government and the health workers. It is for our own good. Yes, it is affecting us, so as very serious, but we have to abide with the rules and the regulations. Even the Bible says, if you break the rule, the government should be on your head. So as we do these things, my friends, Corona is there and it is with us. It is us to take the initiative, the self-responsibility. And again, what I don't know if Clinton, you have seen a clip of around 3 pastors who have prophesied about Kenya, and they want president against closing down the churches. I don't want to go into details about the pastors, because I know tunaambiwa tusiwaguze watumishi wa Mungu. Now we respect that. But I think government should work hand in hand with the clergies and see how we can pray of our nation. Because I think God has the answer of everything. There is nothing that is impossible to God. Before I leave, I would urge us also to pray for our families, our friends who are affected, and if we can help each other where you can, do assist your fellow colleagues, your fellow members of the society, because you never know. Tomorrow, nobody knows about tomorrow. But let us be keen about the corona. It is there. Let us believe in God. Let us trust in God and work hand in hand with the government. We elected the government. We can't blame it to an extent. We chose the wrong. I don't want to say we chose the wrong leaders, but to some extent they have failed. But because they have failed, we cannot run away from the fact that they have failed. What we can do is to support where we can. If it's a matter of lockdown, a matter of curfew, although I don't know, for me, the lockdown is fine, but the curfew, hiyo yenyewe sioni ikiwa na maana sana, because most of us, we are responsible men. We get to our houses at early. Only the irresponsibles will be roaming around at night, and those are like night runners. Maybe all the evil men who want to do their evil things, like do robbery. But let people work till 9, and then people go to sleep. But if we lock, some things are funny. Naweza sema kama Magufuli. Unajua Magufuli alisema may his soul rest in peace. Alisema kwani corona inatembea na usiku. Enyewe ni kweli, because even as we can see, most of the time at night ndio huwa watu ni wachache, kusema ile ukweli, and that's a fact. Usiku ndio watu huwa wachache, lakini mchana we interact, tuko sokoni, tuko kila mahali. Acha nimalizie Clinton na kusema hii ni sawa, sikatai na mambo ya magoa, watoto warudi shule, hiyo ni mzuri, education and life must go on. Lakini shule na kanisa kanisa ni watu wazima, tunaweza keep social distance. Watoto si wana interact surely, hata hakuna kitu ngumu kama nishaikuwa at time after form 4 nishaifunza shule. Hakuna kitu ngumu kama kucontrol watoto. I tell you, they must interact, whether wako na mask, whether wataosha mikono, whether nini, they must interact, and that's a fact. So as much as we say they have eti wako na immunity, daktari yuko hapa atatueleza, lakini as much as we say immune yao iko sawa, but still hapo I think Uhuru atufungulie kanisa tu tuabudu. Juu nina miss sana kuomba, isipokuwa naomba kwangu kwa nyumba, lakini when we have that spiritual nourishment in the church, yani it's better, you feel in the presence. Amen. You feel you change, yani.
But I think people go to
are you
church
getting?
in Kenya.
We don't go. See, some areas we are at Nairobi, with the 5 counties, we don't attend to churches. We only online churches. In fact, I am blaming myself. I don't know the time I gave my tithe, but God forbid, tufunguliwe tu tuende kanisa,
Francis,
at least to worship.
Francis, nikuulize, kwa hizi 5 counties wamefunga, unaweza toka Machakos uingie Nairobi, ama kama uko Machakos unakaa tu? How do you operate within the 5 counties? Nielimisha hapo tafadhali.
Within the 5 counties, because I'm doing business, I have to move within the 5 counties.
Okay.
So movement is not an issue. The issue is about the worship. The worship centers. Actually, we should put God first as a government. Na kwanza uangalie hizo clip Clinton, maybe it would be another discussion for the next time. Hizo za wale mapasta wameprophesy about Kenya. Mmoja alisema aliona bendera ya Kenya imechanwa, mwingine akaona simu ya Kenya inapigwa ichukuliwi. Mi hupenda kusikiza watumishi, so it's not funny, but go and listen.
Yeah, it's not funny, lakini unaisema kuwa funny. Yeah?
No, actually I'm very serious.
You must also remember that they told us Trump was God sent, so put it also inside.
Huyo alipandwa na kiburi. Unajua Mungu anaweza kukuteua, lakini upandwe na kiburi.
No,
Mungu
the second election. So just know that not all of them will tell us the truth.
Lakini unajua ni huyu mmoja mwenye aliprophesy kifo cha Magufuli, actually ni wawili. Mmoja aliprophesy 6th of July 2019, na huyu mwingine wa Tanzania aliprophesy kifo chake akaconfirm, and it happened. Unajua sasa, na ameprophesy about Kenya. Still, unajua I'm worried. It might happen in Kenya.
Wewe jamaa achane na sisi kabisa.
Don't worry, look here.
We need peace.
I'm a Bible teacher, and there is no prophecy that is infallible. Every prophecy must be tested, and it must have 2 to 3 witnesses. So we cannot take it on the face value that he prophesied previously and it came to pass, so he has been authorized to prophesy everything and it comes to pass. That is a wrong conclusion, the same.
But these are three prophecies from different people.
Or not, but we need to judge it instead of using it to instill fear and drive people into panic mode.
Kama mimi bana, nimepanic bana. Simu ya Kenya haichukuliwi bana.
No, the interpretation that he meant, he said, we are not calling God, so he's not answering our prayers. The other,
that is where I have a problem, because prophecy is supposed to give direction, it's supposed to give comfort, it's supposed to help people be fortified in their faith. It's not supposed to instill fear. Then number two, if you say that we are not calling God, what do you mean? How many pastors do we have in this country? How many services are being held? It's only 5 counties that they are not gathering. The rest of the nation is gathering. So you as a prophet, how do you now come up and say we are not calling God? Are you the one who live with God in the same bedroom and he has confirmed to you that he has not heard our calling?
I think, Francis, we are not going to generate this thing into a religious context, because whatever is going on about the religion is, they always tell us that religion is the opioid of the masses, okay? So we cannot generate our thing. A country cannot be run by prophecies. There is no country that can run on prophecies, because God speaks to us in different ways. The same God that told us that he's not going to let us down is the same God that tells us that if you don't follow what I say, then you have to follow the wrath. You have to face the wrath. So any interpretation of everything is upon the Christianity and upon the religion, the Muslims. Because in Islam, I know we have also people who are very, very active in the Islam, and we have also the Buddhists. So we can't run a country on religion, and we have to give the space for the religious to take their part. So
Thank
continue,
you. Thank you. I think we have had a very healthy discussion, and I would wish to leave the panel and have my nap for the remaining time. So guys, have a good night and God bless you.
Okay, Francis, thank you very much. Ng'ang'ana tu man, haya yote yatakuisha and life will resume. Thank you very much. Thank you, Frank. I'm Francis. Ishmael, you want to leave?
No, I'm here until morning. Unless just give another person who has to leave.
Okay. Samilong, leta maoni kutoka Northeastern basi. Umesikia Kenya kuna simu, it's either to receive hiyo simu ama hiyo prophecy kuja.
I choose not to comment.
Mi nimepanic walai, but it's okay.
Siendi mahali, but I wanted to share these points za ninio mapema kabla zipotee. First, I think about the pandemic and the lockdown and the curfew that is there in place. I really think it's the high time that the administration led by Mutahi Kagwe and the president rethink the entire thing, and they really formulate a pandemic framework, because this lockdown with no action is not helping anyone, because the only thing that is doing, it's creating what we call disaster in waiting and frustration among Kenyans. The second thing, I think the police and all the essential service providers need to be trained and really be educated about this thing, because you get that you're with a doctor who is working who is practicing privately, and then they be telling you, hii kitu hata ni kama tu inafixiwa, and getting such sentiments from people that we're expecting to be in the front line is really disappointing. Alafu tena people tend not to take it serious, because if there's somebody that is the one to handle it and then they're taking it lightly, hivyo, what about the mwananchi mwenye hajui chochote huku chini? That thing, I think we need civil education about curfew and about the lockdown, because I don't think Kenyans really understand why these things are in place, because it's like they're being forced onto us. That is why unapata people are not even taking it seriously. People are just like, let me just do my things. Because I remember there's a friend of mine who is living in Fathom. He was telling me, you know what, hata nitoke hapa kwako 7:30, I live in town, so hata nitoke hapa 7:30, saizo kutakuwa na jam, so nitaenda kwa nyumba tu directly. And I was asking him, like, 7:30, by the time ufike kwako saa 2 imefika. What about ukikutana na polisi huko utawaambia nini? So I don't think people are really taking this thing the way it's deserved, because sidhani kama wamepatiwa the sufficient information about it. So I'd really like to see if the government can at least bring programs kwa TV, radio. You remember the other time, the first phase wakianza kusema all these things about washing hands, keeping social distance and everything. Now they need to do another one about pandemic, about lockdown, because I think it's really, really necessary. Fourth thing, you know, police officers are also human beings and people who with families. So when you see police officers wamejirundika kwa Land Cruiser, like 15 of them, and then they're going to arrest or doing patrol, and then when they get you there, they arrest you and put you in the same car. The vehicle is already full with the 15 officers. So wewe ukiwekwa hapo ndani, what is that? Surely, I think we need to humanize the police officers also, and to consider them as human beings, because we are putting them at risk as much as we are putting the entire state at risk. Because if we don't consider the fact that police are not keeping social distance while performing their duties, then we might as well just say, let everybody be a super spreader. The fifth thing about the corona and the pandemic, I think we need to revise the essential service providers list. Because, for example, an officer that is not on duty is not an essential service provider. A detective mwenye anafunga ofisi 5 is supposed to be at home by the time the pandemic, the curfew time hits. Yeah. People are just loitering around because they have the essential credentials. They're just moving around. That's when they're taking advantage. They're using their cars as a means of transport, since the public transport zitakuwa zimefungwa. So I think they need to review the entire thing. Now, about the police and what happened yesterday, I think it was a clear show of how unserious we are in terms of recruiting police officers. Because we get people, for example, we are here criminologists, and then you'll never get the opportunity to be recruited unless you pay like 300,000-400,000 to someone so that they have mercy on you and recruit you. But the repercussion to that is that you get these kind of officers that don't really know what they're doing. Another thing, we need to complete these police reforms, because unless we're able to do that, we still have incompetent police officers. We still have these kind of people that tells you that instead of a whole senior officer, instead of looking for a solution, they'll tell you, call the person by the name, order from above. Yeah. And that is the senior person, the commanding officer on the ground. The third thing about police and what happened, I think the police and the whole state, every single department in Kenya needs to embrace the tradition of putting in place protocols of worst case scenario. We really don't have this culture in Kenya. We take things as they arise. We tackle things as they arise. Most of the administrations that in developed countries like US, you get that they have strategies and protocols on every single thing. Whether there is a tsunami, may it be a 3 something earthquake, they have protocols, right? But only in Kenya, institutions focus on emergency protocols in terms of fire, in terms of building collapsing. Those are the kind of emergency protocols that we have in place. But we really need to think outside the box. Let's think about, what if today the drainage system in this great county of Nairobi fails, and then we get heavy rains for more than 6 hours, what will happen? Already as it is, the drainage system in Nairobi, if it rains for even more than 45 minutes, the roads will be flooded. No one will be able to even drive their cars. Now, what if it happens for like 6 hours? No, those, I think those are the kind of things we need to think outside the box as Kenyans. We need to really think outside the box. This is why there's a guy back at my place home. I really never understood why he put up a wine and spirit shop, and then behind the counter he placed a window, right? Now I'm getting why he did that, because you see now the wine and spirits hakuna mtu anakunyia ndani, but for him he had that thing. He thought of the worst case scenario. What if I'm not able to sell to these people while sitting down? So what he did, he opened that car window behind the counter. Now currently as we speak, nobody is getting in to drink, but he's selling takeaways through that window. So in businesses also, I'd actually advise Kenyans to think outside the box. Do not limit yourself on what is obvious. Stop thinking about what is obvious in any business that you do. I have not seen a place where like they have put a notice COVID friendly. Kwamba we have actually done everything, tumezingatia kila kitu about COVID, and your safety and my safety as service provider or as a business person is guaranteed in Kenya. Not yet. That is why our economy is still going down. People are just lifting their hands. Hey, tunaisha, ni kubaya. And nobody is thinking outside the box. We need to think outside the box. Let's come up. We know Kenyans, we believe that we are creative. Let us think outside the box. Let us bring new innovations and new ideas. And the third thing, I would like to demystify this notion ya kwamba iti COVID ina traverse usiku. Again and again, I repeat this kindly. The reason why kuna curfew ni so that you get few hours to move around. These few hours, you prioritize what is important to you in that day. So the ones that are not necessary, they're things that you don't need. So these 8-10 hours that you've been given, you prioritize if it's going to work, if it's going to do your shopping, if it's going to your barber, if it's going to see somebody in the hospital, all these things, you need to prioritize these things. That is why the curfew is there. Otherwise, it's just that the unnecessary things like interacting, going to clubs, chilling, all these things. It's not like we are not being told to be antisocial or anything, but let us adjust our lives with the situation that we're in currently. The last thing I would like to say is about hawkers and these businesses zenye zinategemea watu wa jioni. I really don't get why anybody would say eti kwamba biashara inaanguka kwa sababu hatuuzi mpaka saa 2. You're not selling mpaka saa 2, but the fact is hawa watu wanatoka kazi, hawa watu wanapitia hiyo njia tu wakienda kupanda gari stage. It's the same place that you've been standing. The only difference is you need to adjust your time to know that, kwa sababu unapaswa kuwa hapa by some, watu wanatoka ofisini wao wametoka town tayari by saa 1, na mimi niwe nimeingia saa 8, kwa sababu kuna ule mwenye atatoka mapema, kuna yule atatoka saa 9. It's just the same thing. We just need to think outside the box. And then one thing, let us all agree, there is no business that is doing well in Kenya right now unless you are a drug lord ama wewe ni mwizi. So I think those are the only businesses that are working well saa hizi. So the rest of the businesses they have all been affected. So hakuna mambo ya kusema ati sijui kwa sababu ya hii corona ama kwa sababu ya curfew. let us adjust ourselves. Let's think about outside the box. Because I know Kenyans, we are very creative. We have ideas and we are capable. East Africa is looking at us. You know, the other day, Madam President Samia Suluhu said that she's going to set a commission to benchmark about COVID. Honestly speaking, where do you think they're going to refer to first? It's not Uganda, it's Kenya. Now, can you imagine ni nini ya maana watasoma kutoka Kenya, surely? And trust me this, that they are going to beat us at this. Because one of the things that I like about Suluhu is that she said the other day, get it from them, bring it in, customize according to us. No, ichukue huko, ilete, irekebishe, ifanye kazi kwetu. And that's what will beat us, kwa sababu sisi kwetu we are very selfish. The politicians are selfish. Individuals are selfish. Business people are selfish. That is why mtu anasema you need to work mpaka like an hour. You know, in Nairobi, what I know, because I know some few people wenye wako kwa security industry, and I talk to them, they tell me that in town mnafukuzwa by saa 2, but in the estates huko at least they are a bit lenient, kwamba ikifika saa 3:30 ndio wanaanza kuzunguka. Why? Because they are considerate kwamba by the time saa 2 inafika you're still on the road. Kuna traffic because everybody is rushing. Ikifika saa 3:30, saa 4 wewe ukipatikana nje, wewe tu ni mambo yako mwenyewe. Sasa ati kwamba polisi wanakuonea, ni wewe uko na mgongo ya kutandikwa. So wacha ifanyiwe kazi. Otherwise, thank you guys very much. The discussion has been good. I like the discussion temperatures. Leo hakukuwa na mambo mingi sana, and ayaga. Stop being too personal to some people. Come on. You know these things. Otherwise, thank you guys.
Okay. Thank you sir. Tumekusikiza and we are very grateful for those pregnant points. Bernard, we tutazidi tu kukuonea bana. Itabidi we ni mzee wa kijiji. Ishmael.
Mimi nataka kwenda kula daku, unajua.
Yeah, so itabidi uongee Ishmael.
Nimesikiza kila mtu, Bernard, Francis before atoke. Yaani kila mtu ako na idea. The idea is totally good, you know. So mbaga na wish each and every panel mwenye ako hapa angekuwa maybe the sectors we are trying to locate, ama hizo section tunajaribu kusema this and this tuna shida. One of our panelists angekuwa among within those section of government, it could be good thing. Nimesikiza kila mmoja, actually sitaki kurepeat because we will be repeating ourselves about corona. About corona, mimi vile nilisema mwanzo tangu jana, corona iko kama tu ija kufikia, ndio maana watu wataongea mingi, no? But kama imefika among one of your family, na siombei mtu yoyote corona. Just I make the point clear. Siombei mtu yoyote corona. Mwenye ako kwa hii panelist na mwenye hayuko, kitu tunaomba tu Mwenyezi Mungu aendelee kutukinga na corona, na watu waendelee kuwa waangalifu na corona, because at the end of the day, vile nilisema, tutasema polisi pia ni binadamu. Hata kiwa nayo na unaenda kuargue naye hapo kwa roadblocks, utapatana na corona. Utoke hapo na hasira zako, uende kwa nyumba upatiane, bibi apate corona, watoto wapate corona. So at the end of the day, kesho mkiamkanga kitamburia lazima na corona, it will be late. So Ayega naye amesema kwa kazi, I think Ayega yeye anasema watu follow law and order, lakini yeye avunja law and order. So Ayega, just be careful, don't be preaching water and you are drinking wine. because at the end of the day wewe ni kioo cha jamii, na ukiwa kioo cha jamii ujue most of your customers, most of your fans are watching you worldwide. So just be careful, because maybe OCID ama one of your friends may be coming for you soon. But I don't hope, or I don't wish akukamie very soon. What we will have to argue, each and every Kenyan, Corona is there. When Corona came, we didn't alert us it's coming, but we don't know when Corona is leaving. So let us be careful. Second thing, let us embrace each other. Maoni ya kila mtu, tuchukue maoni ya kila mtu. Whether tunapenda tupendi government is there to stay until another 1 year, 2022. Ndio maana saa hii tuna vile, kama ulipigia Jubilee, ulisupport Raila, wewe ulisupport, lakini saa hii mambo ya Corona ni personal. Ndio maana unaona tukiwa hapa kwa hii panelist, sioni MP, sioni MCA, sioni senator, sioni governor. Sasa that why to show simply mean that the personal responsibility. That why kila mmoja atakuja na maoni yake kujaribu kuona penye shida iko, lakini kwa wale viongozi tulichagua hakuna mtu anaonekana, because hapa ni kila mtu na mzigo wake. So penye tuko, penye tunaweza fikia, I thank the guy man alianzisha this program. It is very good program. Ina pass information worldwide, pia Facebook wapi. So kila mtu anajaribu kuona, okay, tulikuwa na makosa hapa, lakini what should we do? We should be doing ABCD. So that okay, but careful. Watu wangevaa mask, hakungekuwa na lockdown. Penye mimi niko, uambii vaa mask. Jikufanya tu kiburi hapa, corona ikikushika hata kampuni kusaidii. Lakini ukienda huku nje, tuna application, kama ushaishikwa na corona, tuna vile tutatreatiwa. Because ukifika iwe kwa duka, kwa supermarket, before uingie unafungua hiyo application. Hii application kama ushaigonjeka corona, itawaonyesha tu ulishagonjeka corona. So tuna vile watakutreat. So kwa Kenya watu wavae mask. Unajua hii mambo, most Kenyan mtu anavaa mask kwa ndevu hapa, kwa kidevu hapa. Mask, corona iko kwa mdomo, corona iko kwa mapua. Because huko ndo watu wana breathe. Sasa unapata msaa amefunga mdomo hapa, mapua ameacha. Hiyo mapua ndo worse. So let us argue, each and every person mask wavae. Asiye tu, umejua trend ya Kenya ni msaa anavaa mask, akiona karao anashusha, akiona karao anapandisha, akiona karao anashusha. Ule karao si safety yako. Wewe ni kama you are driving on Thika highway, you must be driving careful. Ukienda tu out of the lane utagongwa. So watu wakijua kuvaa,
excuse me Ishmael.
Yes.
Umesema mtu anavaa mask akiona karao, akishapita anashusha.
Yes.
Na kuna jamaa pia amesema hapa kwa show kwamba unashikwa na polisi, unaenda kuagi una polisi mwenye ako na corona.
Mimi nimesema for example, wewe hujui ile polisi, si ndio?
Yeah.
Polisi amekushika because corona ni kama kanza na HIV. Ijiandiki hapa nina corona. Sasa wewe unajua una hasira zako, wewe unatoka kwa gari, unataka kwanza kubishana na karao. Karao mwenyewe amevaa mask kwa hapa. Wewe mwenyewe kwanza huna mask. Unaaji. Wewe niambie, na kuna social distance. Unajua sisi wa Kenya tukikasirika hakunanga kitu za social distance. Utakumbuka social distance ukishafika kwa nyu. So karao akona mask amevaa hapa. Wewe mwenye unaaji na karao huna mask. So niambie. So that why nikasema
alafu kabla umalize Ishmael.
Namaliza mimi naenda.
Collins akawa na issue. Acha Collins azungumze nawe alafu umalizie.
My major point,
Ishmael.
My major point ni watu wavae mask. Asanteni sana kwa nafasi yenu, asanteni sana kwa platform ya leo. Inshallah pia leo usiku itakuwa siku nyingine, tutapatana na muwe na usiku mwema. But ni already asubuhi, so muwe na usiku mwema na siku njema pia. Shukran.
So excuse me Ishmael.
Naam.
Collins wanted to ask you something. Collins, maybe in
okay, Collins, go ahead. Collins hawezi niacha na amani, sawa tu.
Alisema mambo ya mask. How do we put on the mask?
Wait.
Hata mimi nilifurahi sana.
I love that how he's demonstrating how we put on the mask.
I will demonstrate.
Hey.
Collins, mask inavaliwa hivi.
Okay.
You get the point?
Yeah.
Mask inavaliwa hivi. So wewe niambie, msema amevaa mask na naongea na wewe. Unajua mask ziko different. Lakini hapa amevaa hapa hivi. So mask inafaa ivaliwe mpaka hapa. Yaani funge kidevu na hii.
That's good.
So saa zile mtu anavaa anaacha mapua wazi. Hiyo mapua na mdomo ziko coordinated, right? So akivaa hivi, kila Mkenya tukivaa hivi, sidhani kama tutakuwa na hizi shida.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with the mask because I put it on from 2010. So I put it on
Wewe
for 10
unacheka
years.
nini? Yes.
Hapana, wewe ndio ulikuwa na demonstrate vizuri raia na polisi. So, lazima tutumie bana. But that point was very correct, members, if you agree with me. Kwamba badala umalizane na polisi ama you follow the rules, usishikwe na polisi. Una break the rules, unashikwa, unaenda kuagiwa na polisi maybe mwenye akona corona, so in the process umepata corona. So thank you very much, Ishmael, for challenging us in such a particular way. Thank you very much.
I'm humble and I appreciate each and every person's opinion.
Sammy Leong, what's the issue?
Oh, thanks, bye.
Okay, sir. Bye, sir.
Nilikuwa nakuna kichwa.
Oh. Thank you. Nilikuwa naona ukituambia bye. So thank you. Ben, wewe nimesema wewe ni mwana kijiji. Ashley.
Yes.
Say something, Ashley.
I think there's somebody called or somebody who hadn't talked. Oh, has he left?
Yeah, even me, I'm looking for the guy. No, Daktari must talk as the last person. Kwa sababu kuna maswali hapa kwa comments. Anahitajika kujibu. So Daktari, wherever you are, tafadhali log in.
Okay. So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity again. I wanted to talk about this IMF loan that Kenya was given. And according to what the IMF said, they gave Kenya the loan to support economic recovery in Kenya. So I was reading an article on imf.org, and it said that IMF staff and the country's authorities reached a provisional agreement on a program to support the next phase of the country's response to the health crisis. So it says they came up with some things that they need to do. The provisional agreement, you know, our leaders keep going on like conference calls and on YouTube to complain that we are getting too many loans. I personally called IMF to try to tell them to stop giving us the loan. And they told me to call my president. I tried whatever I told them about the president, that he wouldn't listen. They say then we need to talk to his deputy, whoever it is. So Ruto has decided to not say anything. So and then they say then you need to talk to your leaders. So you see there is a hierarchy, and all those people have refused to act. So those people who keep saying they want to choose Ruto next, he is wrong, because if Uhuru is doing wrong, he's not being right to Kenyans by standing and watching. When someone is stealing and you're watching them, you're also a criminal because you're watching and not reporting. So being a good citizen and a good deputy, he should hold his boss accountable. So if he's misusing Kenyans' funds, he should hold him accountable. He should go to IMF. They would listen to him more than they would listen to me and you. I called several of those numbers.
Excuse me, Ashley. Is it the role of a deputy president to hold the president accountable?
Well, I'm telling you what I do.
Constitution?
I don't know what his job is. What I know is that I called IMF and they told me they only deal with governmental leaders. And this is a hierarchy they gave me, that if we are not able to talk to the president, you need to talk to his deputy, and then you need to talk to your representatives, because your representative can access the president. And if they can't, they can go to the Senate, they can go to Parliament, and they can pass a law. They can actually prohibit him from taking those loans. So they are indirectly allowing him by being quiet.
So anyway, so that's the thing. So I went online and tried to check why were we given this loan. And another thing these people, members of parliament and the Senate, can also do, they can go and ask our leaders, our country, those leaders that are going to get the loans. Okay, IMF is saying that there is a provisional agreement. Which agreement is this? This money that you are given, what did you agree to do with the money? So that we can hold you accountable to what we know there was a loan, we don't know what it was given for. According for this, it's for recovery. So if it's for economic recovery, BBI is not supposed to be included, but it is being included in this loan. But this loan is being given because of COVID for economic recovery. So it is up to our leaders to go to parliament and ask whoever was representing Kenya on the IMF, what are those agreements that you have made that this loan is going to be used for? And then we can hold them accountable. So I came up with some things that we are having problems with. And one of them is school closure. When COVID first initially came, the whole world closed, all schools closed. But now, as you can see in other countries, they started taking steps to open up. Like some places have gone online, school learning online. We can't say we don't have money. We have this money from IMF. So it is up to us to hold our leaders accountable before they do anything else, that they equip all our schools with computers. Chromebooks are very cheap. In the US and other nations, they're using online learning. So they don't have to stop learning. They can give all the students those those laptops they promised them in 2013, we need them now. So it is up to our leaders to put it in the budget that every student will have a Chromebook. A Chromebook costs very little. If they have to give all the MPs and senators a 50% cut in their salary because everybody else is having a cut, we have to become serious. The schools can open up online, because that would be safe. At the beginning of the school opening, I lost someone very dear to me who had, they had a school, they had a primary school, a secondary school, they were in charge. They had built this big school in Thika. And within a month, they died. They were the owner. And they died because they got COVID. Because the schools were not equipped. Some of the children don't have PPUs. So a lot of people are dying that shouldn't die. We have money. But if this money was used right, we would avoid so many deaths, and even life would continue, not as it was, but at least with some semblance of, like something. So school closures doesn't have to worry anybody. But if only we can put the money that we have got to help in the recovery where it needs to go, we could get every student a Chromebook and get them wireless. Instead of doing infrastructure at this time and building dams at this time, we need to become, it's like we don't need to stay out of touch. Our president needs to reassess his priorities. Yes, he wants BBI, but it is not practical right now when we cannot safely return our children to school. They can still learn. They don't have to go to school. Nobody needs to die unnecessary. They can stay home until it is safe to go back to class. But if this money is used right, that can happen. Another thing on the curfews, the IMF money, if they give people, they know how much, when they took the Huduma number, they have an idea how much everybody earns. They can go there and according to how much everybody earns, up to a certain percentage, those people earning a certain percentage in the poverty percentage, they can give those people income, not the same, according to ratio. They can give those people money to help them so that they can stay home. I've tried to talk to some people to stay home and they say, I cannot stay home. I have to eat. So in order for people to stop going out to look for food like Mama Mboga, if they are given 5,000 each month, Mama Mboga, and according to how much somebody used to make, to the ratio they used to make, they can get 60% of the income that they used to make so that they can at least buy food. This IMF money can do that. So it is up to our leaders to do the work we elected them to. It is up to us to hold them accountable. So I think we have a lot of work to do to push our leaders, to push our MCAs, to push our governor to get this IMF money into the counties. And then about restriction on public gatherings, I think if we watched, I don't know how many people watched yesterday, the Prince Philip's burial. And that tells you how people are taking COVID seriously. I know someone was talking about going to church. The Bible says there is a time that will come, even the Bible you cannot find. The word that you have read, that is in your heart, it is what you eat from. And in this time, this is what the word that you've been sitting there listening to is what is going to keep you until COVID is gone. Because if those people who are saying they still need to go to church, they've been hiding that light under their bed, and that is why it is not shining. Because if they are God, and I'm a Christian, I'll stop there. But you know what? I don't think that should become a factor that we need the churches open. If you need the churches open, you need to fast, you need to pray for Corona to go so we can go back to the business as usual. In the meantime, you need to follow you see even the Queen, yesterday they obeyed. They only had 30 people in the funeral. So that's my take on the public gathering. I don't think we need these sideshows about church. If the church was told, if you don't honor yourself, if you don't carry yourself accordingly, you will be stripped even of the little that you have. And in this case, that's what has happened. So if we want people to believe the church, we don't have to come here and, like advocate for God. Let God advocate for himself. But in the meantime, use what you have learned and live within those confines. If you can, like this is a forum, a church can have a forum online. I don't think person to person is even an issue. So I think, and the last and not least, I pray that our government will use the IMF funds to replace jobs. Like, I know that in the US, what they did, the government, the Congress, which is like Parliament, or which is like the Senate, they give, like if it's a restaurant, they give you money, they give you a loan that you don't have to repay if you retain your workers. Even though they're not coming to work, that you're paying them, that they don't lose their income, just like those senators are not losing their income, that just as the MCAs are not losing their income, but they're at home. So anybody who is paid should also not lose their income. We have IMF. There's a lot of money in play. So if this money is used right, nobody should have to suffer because they can replace that income. You can give every restaurant guarantee that they will pay their workers. Everybody who has closed shop to open and pay their workers. The last time, the very first COVID that came, Uhuru was asking property owners to let people stay for free. Do you know what he needs to do? These loans that he is getting, he needs to tell them to give them the names of the properties, and he needs to pay the property owners the rent for those people who are in those apartments. Instead of asking the property owners to take the loss, he should, as a government, take the loss because he's being cushioned by IMF. Because then he can go to IMF and ask them, give us an interest-free loan, or please forgive a percentage of this because this is what we have done. So we have some of these problems we have are self-inflicted because of bad governance and people who want to steal. But this money that we've been given is enough to cushion all Kenyans. So I think, and then VAT. I think with the IMF loan that we have, we are able to remove VAT completely so that the people can use the money that they pay for VAT as extra money to themselves. Even if they're not directly getting from the government, they are getting money from the VAT. And last but not least, the Central Bank of Kenya said they help cushion the economy with this money by giving interest rates and liquidity injection into their country. I think our Senate has a duty and an obligation to go and ask the government what exactly are these places that they've injected this money, because we are not seeing where they have injected these funds, so that we can know where are they injecting it. Because one of the way to inject the funds is by taking out VAT, taking out taxes, because that will make people spend more because they have more in their pockets. And then it will make Mama Mboga not go out in the streets because they're trying to get a living, because then they will have some money to buy food. So I hope somebody who can do something has heard me, and somebody cares enough about the people of Kenya to do the right thing. Thank you for the platform.
Ashley, a question before you go.
Okay, thank you, Ashley. So you may pick
How
some
much is
questions
the
from
IMF? How much is the IMF money? Because it's like you're put all as if it can take care of all the budget. How much?
Oh,
is
it's
it?
a lot.
And how did we use the Eurobond, which was 240 billion Kenya shillings? Thank you.
Okay, I don't know about the Eurobond, but I will check. Give me a minute. I'll check how much it is. It's not the 250. There is another one that was previous to this one. I'm talking about the very first one. So I'll check and give you feedback. I didn't write the amount, but it's a lot of money and it's in dollars. It's like, let me get the amount. Oh, hold on.
Okay,
I think I have it.
$7
It's okay. It's $739 million. So that's a lot of money. I mean, like if you convert it to Kenya shillings, and it can do a lot.
Ashley, I wanted to ask you this. There's somebody ameandika kitu at the comments. Nasema kwamba for you to request for an IMF loan, you need to articulate exactly what you want to use the money for. Now, my question is, do you really think that this government is in a position to restructure ama review your request yenye wameweka tayari, because I think it's already inaprocessiwa. So can it really happen kwamba wanaweza waka revise the expenditure program yao, alafu ndio wapatiwe hiyo loan ikuje ifanye, let's say, hiyo kazi yenye unasema inaweza kafanya, because it's actually good, but I don't think it can do it.
The loan is saying that IMF loan to support economic recovery in Kenya. So all those things I have said, actually this money, the $739 million was given for those functions. What is happening is the money is being diverted for other functions. One of the time I listened to, and so we need the very first beginning I said, our senators, our MPs need to go and ask. If they don't know, they need to ask, because somebody there said that IMF staff and countries' authorities reached a provisional agreement on a program to support the next phase of the country's response to the health crisis. So we, as the citizens, need our senators and our governors, IMCAs, we need to know this provisional agreement, what was agreed upon. So I don't know exactly what was agreed upon, but I think it is for them to tell us and for us to ask them what was agreed upon for this money. What is it going to be used for? There is something else somebody raised in the Senate. I don't know that it's Senate Parliament, and he said it's almost towards the end of the year, the economic year, and they have not received money they haven't received money for the bursaries. Yet, since COVID started, nothing has stopped on building roads and infrastructure. So they were saying, why is roads and infrastructure being given a priority while they're not giving?
Ashley,
yes.
Can I ask you a question?
Can I finish, please?
Okay.
Let me finish my line of thought before I forget. So my thing is, I think they need to stop right now on the roads and use that money to make sure that our kids are back to school and learning. And they can do that by making sure that there is online internet, and that they give the kids at least a Chromebook in order for them to continue learning while we wait for the COVID pandemic to pass. Okay, go ahead.
Ashley, Nancy, I mean it. Before you ask the question, I wanted to correct something from Ashley. Most of the projects that are happening, the construction projects, this government, what they've done, the person who has been given the tender or the contractor is outsourcing the funds. So most of these projects are not government funded per se. What they're doing, the contractor comes with the funds, and then now they charge overtime. It's the same. It's just the same thing that they used with the SGR. They're using it also here in the Mombasa Road. But
no, I'm talking about specific ones. Specific ones. I had this when they were discussing in the Senate, and they were saying in the next what is it? They will hold the Treasury accountable because Treasury was refusing, and they used that one. And someone said, but this, I can get the clip. I don't have the basics. I have the outline, but I can't go into the meat of it. But someone said what you're saying, and they said no, and then they said something else that it wasn't taxpayers' money, and then someone else came and said no, it is taxpayers' money.
Actually, what they did, they tried to argue the point that even though the main project is contractor based, there are other resources that the government sets aside. Let's say, for example, providing water for the construction that is happening in Mombasa Road. It's the government's money that is being allocated to provide water, such things. So the support things are the ones that we were talking about. But I think it was corrected by somebody say that that one has nothing to do with budget because it's money that had been already allocated. So I don't really think that that argument stood in Parliament.
I'll put the YouTube.
Actually in the Senate.
I'll put that YouTube on here after we finish because it was actually said in the floor of the Senate and it was more detailed than I can remember. But I think it is more than you're saying. But my understanding was that they are releasing the money for the roads, but they are not releasing the money for the bursary. So they were saying if the money is not, if there is limitation in the funds, I think bursary should come before roads. But I'll put the link there when I get it.
Okay, thank you, Ashley. Nancy, you had something to Ashley.
No, I was just wondering this fantasy idea of the IMF money being spent correctly to do the right thing, because we know what has failed us as Kenyans is our parliament. And if our parliament has failed in its job to control the borrowing and has approved nearly every request to incur more debt, even though the IMF have given the conditions on how this money will be spent, I don't think we have so much hope that the IMF money will be spent in the right way. So I hear you, Ashley, but I'm not sure that our government has such a, they're not willing to hear the needs of the common man and actually change their course, because I cannot even see why we are continuing with development instead of pausing them. But although I know some contractual arrangements cannot be paused because of what was committed before COVID, but I'm not sure that your suggestion can be implemented at this time because we have a government that is not really willing. I'm not sure. What I'm saying is that we can hold our representative, we can hold them accountable and ask them to go and debate that in Parliament and put it on record. But the same representative, no. But my point to you is, the executive has held the Parliament captive. So if they've not been able to stop them from over borrowing, and Parliament has not been able to say no, so even if we go to a representative, because remember at the moment the executive is doing everything that the impunity with this executive, and this is also, I was listening to Morathe, that's why I had switched off, because I wanted to hear what he had to say to the Kenya people today. And Parliament has no power because of the people that we have at the moment at the top. So even the IMF loan will not cushion Kenyans because they're held captive at the moment. And if you want to know that this is true, listen to Morathe's interview today, and you know actually our constitution is suspended as we speak today. It's not functioning. We are no longer
And
a
that's why I
democracy.
think, you know, why Raila was held by people like as an opposition leader. I think somebody like I would like to see Ruto do more instead of him going to say somewhere on an interview that he needs to come out and, you know, there are channels. I don't know those channels, but these politicians know the channels they can use to attempt to stop these things that are being done illegally. Instead of standing on the sidelines and watching, they have the power to try and do something and go on record as having opposed it. They are too cowardly. I know someone called me a coward the other day. If someone who knows, I mean, like they have wanted to be in that limelight. They are being paid. They are on a paycheck. They cannot.
But what's your proposal, Ashley?
My proposal is like someone like Ruto needs to go, and when Uhuru has done wrong, like in this loan, he needs to try and see what he needs to do to attempt to. He says he has a lot of.
What is that you're asking the DP to do?
That is insubordination.
You know, like just like the way Raila goes to parliament and try, he's not in government, but he's in government indirectly because he makes his ODM take a party line and a party, they call it party something. So even Ruto needs to get his 104 or 140 MPs to go to parliament and strike down or attempt to stop these loans, cancel them, because they agreed for the debt trillion for the debt ceiling to be risen. They need to go and bring it down. They need to go and say, no, we want to cancel this thing that we agreed to do because it was a lie. They were lied to. That's what Gonjiri said the other day. They were lied to about how. So Ashley, I don't know whether they have a way to go and have it recalled.
Now, Ashley, can I help you on this?
Yes.
I think there is something that you're leaving when you're explaining to Nancy what you want to be done. And I know I'm not in her brain, but I know what Nancy is asking you. Where did we lose the thing that we are having a lot of loans and we are not sure whether we are going to spend this well? And what you want the deputy president to do? As at now, what we are suffering from, we are suffering from cannot be made straight. We are not suffering from what is happening now.
Yes.
There is something called tyranny of numbers that the Jubilee used in the parliament before 2018. And this was done towards the end of the 2016. There is something called borrowing cap, where we need to have how much should be borrowed by the government. And because the likes of Duale thought that they are in government and they are there to stay, they increased the borrowing cap to 7 trillion.
Right.
That the government can borrow. Then later, yeah?
It was actually Ruto. Ruto was the one who did all that.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Because Duale thought that he was the majority leader and they increased it. So the Duale team supported Ruto towards the end of 2018.
Colin,
yes?
I cannot let Samilong's comment go without being challenged.
No, you'll challenge it. I know. I'm just trying to help Ashley explain to you what's going on. And then your question is going to be valid. And then she should now prepare to answer it well. Because, yes, I'm trying just to build on the Nancy's question. What happened is this. These people thought they would be in government forever. The likes of Duale. And that's why even if you ask William Samoei Ruto today to correct it, it's not going to be able to correct it because they are the people who proposed it. And when it came to hit the rock in 2018, towards after the handshake, they increased the spending of the government to 9 trillion, that you can borrow up to 9 trillion. I saw Wetangula the other day that Wetangula was trying to reduce it. It cannot be reduced because it was already passed. So even if they borrow today, we cannot know what they're doing with the money because they will tell you we have not reached the cap. So my sister, Nancy, these people are borrowing the money to steal because they have not reached the 9 trillion cap. So they are still going to borrow for the next 2 years. The only thing we can do to them, I thought somebody was calling for revolution. It cannot happen. It will not happen in Kenya because we have a lot of tribes and every tribe has its own interest. You cannot do it. How do you do revolution where Nancy feels that his brother is the deputy president and Collins feels that his sister is the wife to the president? And then you want them to do a revolution? That one will not happen.
Colin, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, because I want somebody to correct me when I go, if my thinking doesn't really agree with. I understand about raising the cap. It was about the tyranny of numbers. And I agree that Jubilee had too much power that kind of led our country to a trench that we are unable to dig ourselves out to. But I also say this to you. Raila Odinga, he was our savior, and most of us, and although many people think I'm pro Ruto, but I also had a lot of hope for a balanced opposition in Kenya. But none of those ODM, Gladys Wanga, and even when you listen to them now, when they speak, they don't tell us that they object to the borrowing. In fact, they were happy for Uhuru to go again and get the IMF loan now. So when we are asking the deputy president, and although I need tangible evidence, and that's why I said I cannot let Sam Milong go unchallenged. I need evidence to say that the deputy president actually allowed the borrowing to go ahead, because remember, the deputy president is not the chief executive of the current government. Let's stop. I feel like everybody wants to lay the burden on the deputy president. The deputy president is if I may give you an example, I'm a manager somewhere and I have a manager on top of me. They call the shots, but because I'm below them, I've got to agree with whatever decision they make because I do not want to insubordinate them. So the deputy president is in a predicament whereby he found himself where the ship was not being steered correctly, and for one reason or the other, he had to agree. So we cannot demonize this man. He's never been the president of Kenya, but then we are giving him the responsibility of a president. Why do we always want Ruto to take Uhuru's issues? Why do we blame him? And this is a question I even ask my friends. You're a deputy to somebody. It's like a husband and a wife. If a family fails, I'm sure my husband should be held responsible, not me, because I'm the neck, not the head.
Okay. Nancy, there is something here. The Jubilee government messed the country before the 2017 election. Whatever we are now doing is paying back the debt that was already. We lost money in 2014, 240 billion Kenya shillings. That is the money that is killing this country. Even if today we get another loan, it's like you are at home, you are borrowing money to pay another loan, because whatever we are now doing with these monies, they are paying other loans.
No, but my question was, why are you attributing that failure to the deputy president?
No, I'm answering you. Anybody who is blaming Ruto for the failure of this government is a liar to himself. Anybody who is blaming Ruto for the failure of this government is a liar to himself. Ruto and Uhuru were elected together. They are both failures, and none of them is clean. These people failed, and the Jubilee government failed because they are thieves. And I can repeat it. These people lied to Kenyans about the laptops. It was never there, and now the children are suffering. I wrote there was something I wrote at the beginning of COVID. This is the time for the laptops to work. I wrote it like that, and I wrote a lot of comments about it. If we could have been having the laptops, now we could have been working. This IMF money that we are receiving now should be to caution. It should be about cushioning. It should not be about being used for infrastructure. This is about economy. And the only infrastructure that this thing can do is only the provision of the internet. That's the only way they can hide and say, like, we are building the internet to increase the reach of our students to school. Otherwise, there is no infrastructure that this thing should be. This is the same money that should not be doing anything about laptops, any Chromebooks, any other thing. The money we are suffering today is the money that was lost in NYS, $791 million Kenya shillings. The money that was lost in the Anglo leasings that Kibaki left. Even today, I don't think Raila Odinga and anybody who wants to be president after 2022 should be a madman. I don't think if Raila Odinga should be president after 2022 because the country has a lot of loan. It will behave like Mumias behaved. Somebody is running a country on a loan. Wewe unaingia, utaingia kwa loan ingine yenye haujui inalipwa aje. I think this is why I think Ruto should be the president after 2022, so that he can inherit that loan and he dumps himself so deep so that he can pick it up. Because if he's the one who he understands how the loan was taken. So
But
if they're in the government,
Colin, if and I hear what you're saying, but me and you, we are alive. And everybody here are God keepers. Let's allow Ruto to be the president. And I don't know how many of you watched his interview with Linus Kaikai the other day.
Yes, I watched it.
That's why I'm
And I
saying
watched it
is
from
the
the
right
beginning
person to be the president after Uhuru.
Yes.
He is the right person because he
Nancy.
is the person who understands how they took the loan.
Nancy.
So they should struggle to pay
Collins.
that loan so that they leave the country for us.
I beg to
Collins,
differ.
there's something, Ben Kiasi, there's something I need to address. There was this argument in the Senate by none other but Moses Wetangula, stipulating categorically kwamba when they were raising the cap to 9, ilikuwa imepatiwa blessings by Ruto. And trust me, in parliament, the standing orders stipulate clearly that you cannot state anything that you cannot substantiate.
Correct.
Okay? That means your word is a statement. Nobody from Jubilee stood to differ or defend or correct that. Meaning that statement is as true as the gospel in the Bible. Why?
Samilong, but
yes,
I'm asking, I asked a question. Ruto is a deputy president of Kenya.
Yes.
Uhuru ascends, he is the person who is the last signatory for anything that takes place. How can we separate the two and say, Wetangula said this is a standing order? Ruto did not sign. Whatever Senate passes or Parliament, the person who signs his signature is not Ruto. It's Uhuru Kenyatta. So how can you tell us that is the law and it is a standing order, but then the person who signs, you take him away from being culpable for the same?
No, Nancy.
Well, I've
Nancy,
not taken
you are,
him, I've not
I think
taken
you are
him
not.
aside.
Nancy, you've not understood what Samilong said, because a law that has already been signed cannot be discussed again back in the parliament.
Not even on
No.
Madam Nancy. The thing is, I read an article somewhere. It was saying this. The IMF deal backfired on Ruto. Kindly note that. Mimi, I'm pro Ruto 100%. Sawa, I support Ruto. I want Ruto in 2022. There is nobody else I'm giving my vote but Ruto. But now this is what happened. Ruto raised the loan cap in the anticipation that, because he does not know and he was very uncertain of the next time that he's going to be the president about the numbers in parliament. So this is the only time he has the advantage of changing anything effectively with no opposition, because he had the numbers. You see,
that is incorrect.
I was
No. You guys, no. You're telling me
Hey,
it's like
guys,
the way.
why don't
No,
we
hang
listen
on, Ashley.
Kimani
No, hang
Jiri?
on.
Now,
Okay, no, hang
there
on.
is something we are losing here. There is something we are
Sammy
missing
Long,
here.
no, Bernard,
Yes.
1 second, please.
Let me bring you up to speed. The insanity of the Jubilee Parliament before 2017, they did everything to punish NASA. Anytime there was a bill that NASA said no, they all ganged up to say yes, to prove a point that they're in power and nobody can tunya them. So they never thought through anything, and they thought that by changing the law and increasing the debt, it will punish NASA, and they are loyal to the president and they are the ones in power. So they were not in their senses, and right now the thing has turned around, is biting them, and they are the first ones to cry.
Can we listen to Kimani Gujiri for a minute? He's explaining why they raised the debt ceiling. Can I put him on just for a minute?
Yes.
Okay.
Another saying they were lied to.
Oops. Oh, he's disappeared. Okay, continue. I'll put him back.
Kimani Gonjiri is in Kenya or is in the US? Interesting.
He's an MP for Bahati.
Kimani Gujiri is in Kenya, and
He's an MP.
He's an MP for Bahati.
And he's one of the people who raised.
No.
He was explaining why they raised the debt ceiling.
No, my question to Bernard and Sammy Long, I struggle with this idea that the MPs in Kenya, and I've said to you, I was listening to Kererembe today with this guy called Morathe. And today I actually knew our country is sinking to the dogs. Because if these are the people that are calling shots for our country, we are actually doomed.
Why
He
do we allow
said,
Murathe to speak on behalf of
no,
the government?
that's what I'm saying. But he was speaking for the government of Kenya today. And I was thinking, and he said one thing that really disturbed me. He said that Uhuru would call people to go to a certain PG meeting, and Deputy President would make a phone call, and those senators and MPs would turn around and not go to the president's meeting. So to me, Uhuru has failed as a leader, because there is no way, if I'm leading, there is no way somebody below me can be whipping people against me as a leader. So to me, the deputy president is a scapegoat to many people who do not want to put the blame where it lies. And it's unfortunate, and I find it, as Kenyans, we need to wake up, because in the UK, if, like now, I can tell you, you will see Boris Johnson resigning very soon because of a scandal about the previous prime minister, if he does not handle it properly. Because you're the chief executive of an organization. If you cannot manage people below you, then you're not a leader. And that's what Uhuru has done to our country. Even yesterday's fiasco is because the leadership at the top has failed us. And you correct me if I'm wrong, this is where things have gone wrong. And Deputy President said in his interview, if a country can be ruled by people who are not sober most of the time.
Appearing in the drunkard.
Yes, we are going
National
nowhere,
television.
and we can see so many times that we've had people drunk on the national
Nancy.
television addressing important
When did
national
he
matters.
realize
Nancy.
that these people are drunk?
Nancy and Ashley.
When did he realize?
Nancy and Ashley.
8 years later?
Bena.
Forget
Nancy
about
and
years,
Ashley.
8 years later. This is if this
Excuse me, guys.
platform was available to me 5 years ago, I would have said the same thing I'm saying now. So you guys have been seeing your WhatsApps and telling us about Tano Tena. You need to stop that. We need to speak about solutions.
Exactly. You stop
Ashley and Nancy.
So
Ashley and Nancy.
Excuse me,
we
Samilong. Excuse me, Samilong.
I mean it kindly. I just want to request something from Ashley and Nancy. There is this interview, Murathi's interview, today's ones, yenye anaongea Kikuyu yote. Is it possible for it to be translated? Because I think he has done that intentionally to go to a Kikuyu station to speak in order to instigate or insinuate something to a certain group. And then there is this notion that he said, tulimfukuza ODM, tulimfukuza Jubilee, tulimfukuza ODM, hata UDA tutamfukuza akicheza.
But Samilong, I can tell you, Morathe and his people will be so surprised because most people in Kenya can see them for the deceit that they're doing.
I don't think if any normal person can be still listening to Murathe. I don't think any normal person can still be listening to Murathe and then he's talking on behalf of our government. I don't know which government.
Colin, you're saying that. It's true, he sounds insane, but Ruto said something the other day that he's so insane, but the frightening thing is that what he says comes to pass.
Because
the person at the top is crazy. Simple.
Yes, drink mate.
Excuse me, guys. Guys on the upper
guys, thank you. I'm leaving.
Hey guys, just listen just a little bit to this guy, Kimani Gojiri, so we can know more about why just a little bit.
Okay,
let me put him on.
We are used to jamani.
Nasema kwa pengine kwa niaba ya wabunge wale nimesikia tukiwa tunalaumiwa zaidi kwa sababu ya ceiling ambayo ilikuwa 60% tukapitisha ikakuja 90%. Kwanza wacha nikubali niseme ni kweli tulifanya hiyo. Mimi ni mmoja ambaye nilikuwa nimekata. Na sababu ya sisi mimi na pengine wengi kupitisha tuliweza kuelezewa kwa njia safi sana kuwa serikali inakopa kwa banks za Kenya na inakopa na 14%. Na ikawa hiyo pesa kulipa kwa mabanks yote, kwa sababu sasa mabanks hawapei wananchi pesa, walikuwa wanapea serikali as easy as they say kukopesha serikali. Tukaelezewa, mimi mmoja nilikuwa nimekataa kabisa. Tukaelezewa hapana, tumepata njia nyingine ya kumaliza shida hizi. Na shida ni muweke 90%. Mkuweka 90%, tumepata njia ya kukopa pesa kutoka nje na 2%. Hata wengine wakasema 1%. Wakasema hiyo pesa tukikopa tutapewa miaka 30 ya kuanza kurudisha. Alafu baada ya hiyo tutalipa pesa hizo zote tumekopesha kutoka nje, tutalipa local banks zote, ili mambo ya local borrowing kwa serikali ikwishe. Kwa mtu yote nomo na mafikiria mazuri kama wabunge, we saw that is a good idea. Yani utakuwa na relief ya pressure for 30 years with 1 or 2%, na tutalipa local banks, kwa sababu local banks feel safe wakikopeshea serikali pesa, kwa sababu wanapanga interest within themselves and it is guaranteed. Ukipeana bila bond kwa serikali utalipwa, is guaranteed. So we thought that would be the best thing. Kama wakati ya Kibaki, wale walikuweko wajumbe wengi waliona Kibaki did that, na akamaliza local borrowing ya mabenki kwa serikali, mpaka mkaona benki ilikuwa inatoka nje ya benki kwa street, inaweka hama na kupiga kengele kuambia watu wafungue account without deposit, na kupea watu pesa na kwa njia ya interest ya chini, na kupembeleza mwananchi akope pesa kutoka kwao. Kufungua account was free. So we thought we are going back there as member of the parliament. That's why we agreed, let's go 90%. Vile tumeambiwa na serikali ni wakubwa yetu, tutapata borrowing kutoka nje na wamepanga ya 1 or 2%, na baada ya hiyo walipe local bank. That's why we agreed, but it did not work. Tulipitisha, imeenda sasa, ile mpango ilikuwa hiyo pesa kuwa borrowed na ikuja ilipe local banks. It did not pay local banks. Ilikuja ikaingizwa kwa biashara zingine, ilikuwa ikakuja ikaingizwa kwa wakubwa wengine ndani. Sasa katero ikaanza, and that's why we are in pressure. Na ningetaka wananchi waelewe mzuri, parliament did not do this in a bad faith. They were doing this in the good faith for the Kenyans, lakini we were fixed. Na ndio unaona ile siasa tuko nayo Kenya, the problem haina ukweli. The people you trust, the government you trust, ikikwambia ABCD, wewe ukiwa moja unataka kusaidia wananchi wako wasiingie kwa shida, unakubali, unapitisha jambo fulani. Lakini saa hii tumeelewa, ile proposals zinakuja kwa bunge, MP should be very careful. It is not sincere. What we are being told and what it works, it is different.
8 years later.
Wananchi wa Kenya, and I will tell you up to today.
No, can I ask, is this MP live? Is this MP live?
I want to speak being the first person.
No, he said this on 8th of April.
Kindly.
So excuse me, guys.
Kindly allow me to go
We've had what the Bahati MP had to say, and before you react, Samilong, Mr. President has been here for 2 hours. Maybe let's hear some. Mr. President, mko wawili, nitoe gani? Hii ya giza.
Can I leave, please? I'll meet you again next time.
Okay, Collins, but before you go,
I thought I would answer some questions on microbiology. I saw somebody asking about who is a microbiologist. Yes, I'm a microbiologist. So, yes.
So, Collins, before you go, hii idea eti Ruto approved the loan because alijua this is the right time. Sasa kama ni Ruto aliapprove, ndio mbona Uhuru anaboro to punish Ruto ama kufanya nini?
Ruto does not approve the loans on behalf of any country. He has no constitutional mandate to do that.
But we are here blaming him. Etiende aliongoza sijui wabunge.
Hapana, what Wetangula said, and I understand that he is part of the team that accepted it. Yes, not on approval of writing. He said there, and in fact, I think there is a video where he talked with Hussein while they are borrowing. He talked with Hussein when Hussein was still there. So he accepted it on those are called roadside declarations. They are not any part of any law. So when a president or a politician talks on the roadside, then you don't. But anything about Kimani Ngujiri, that's a joker. You cannot wait for a whole 8 years, then you tell us you are lied to. Then that means you are not somebody who is so consistent in his thinking. You are not somebody who has this conscience that knows that whatever you're being told is not practical. So, and if it's at all,
the true picture of the kind of parliamentarians we have.
The problem we have is this: we elect them because of their money. We don't elect them because of their brains. And then some of them pretend to come from abroad. I know of a member of parliament who came from abroad. Does not even have anything.
Actually, wewe uko na issue na sisi. Ona venye umemweka aki.
Kuna watu ambao walichaguliwa kwa sababu ya uzuri wa pesa yao na pia kwa sababu of the parties. Whatever is happening in Kenyan parliament is tyranny of numbers. Mtu akisha. And again, let me make Nancy understand something here.
Hey.
If you see these people going around with these MPs, nobody is taking the interest of wananchi. Everybody is coalescing around Ruto and around Raila because they know, and if you are coming from Western, they coalesce around Mudavadi because they know nikikaa karibu na huyu jamaa, I'm sure of the ticket. That's a regional politics. So saa hii kila mtu in Central because they think Ruto is the biggest man next. So kitu watasema watafuata hata kama ni mbaya kwa sababu wanataka tiketi ya Jubilee. Unajua nani alilia? Kabogo alilia venye alitolewa kwa party. Ndiye akaenda independent. Peter Kenneth alilia akitolewa Jubilee ndiye akaenda independent. So that's what they are trying to do. Every MP and every person who wants to have himself in the limelight. That's why Junet is doing. He called himself a cow, not because he's a cow. He's calling himself a cow to be seen in Migori as is following Raila so that he can get the ticket. This kind of politics is bad. I'm sorry, I'm leaving. I have my exams in the few days to come. Yeah, thank you so much. Good night.
Thank you, Collins. Have a nice time.
All the best.
So, Mr. President, tell us something maybe in 3 minutes. Asante kwa kuwa patient.
Hello, how are you?
Fine.
I've been following your discussion and it's very varied. But I want to challenge you in one thing and for the other. First,
We can't get you. We can't get you well because
we
you
have the
accounts.
mandate.
Log out from one device, please.
There is an echo
Ubaki na
behind
moja.
there in the whole.
Yeah, kwa sababu you are logged in more than one device.
My
So,
issue
toa
is
moja.
let me come out then come back again.
Okay, thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. Thank you. Baba Clinton, maybe unataka kulala. Uko na issue?
Na issue.
Na nimeona kwa comments watu wanasema umeoneshana Clinton. Kwani nilikuwa nimelala bwana?
Ananisumbua hapa bwana. Huyu jamaa lali ako hapa anataka kusikia siasa.
Hey,
Asante.
at last. Nancy hajamuona.
Huyo ni
Somewhere.
Clinton original sasa. So congratulations Baba Clinton. Jina tulimpea hiyo siku tu ali. So endelea Ayaga.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Kitu nataka kuambia Nancy na Ashley because they are here, my sisters. Our MPs, number one, like Kimani Gunjiri, is somebody I respect. Yeye wake ni rafiki yangu, Sami is my best friend, and I know Sami is watching this. And I'm always telling Sami the truth. Ambie mdozi wake. They mess the politics of this country because they thought that by abusing Raila, they will get elected. Those people have no agenda. I asked the guy the other day, now you are telling me to support Kimani Gunjiri in 2022. If Raila doesn't run, what is his agenda? Atatusi nani? Wajaluo na kutairi kwao ama ni kitu gani wata table on table, yeah, to show people that they can be nothing. Kimani Gunjiri is a guy mwenye alitufungia na Raila when I was supporting Raila back in 2013 in Nakuru Hotel. Alitufungia huko nikiwa college hapa na Babu Owino tuki hustle hapa around Nairobi. Alitufungia kwa hoteli kule. So by this guy kutuambia hii sahihi, in fact he has not even apologized. He's just making statement with no apology. And some people want us to believe on such political double-tate. We cannot. My brother, I'm very sorry for those who want to believe on somebody like Kumani Kuje. Those are the people who waste this country. I can tell you the people, I can even give you the example of the MPs that are voted out of nothing, no manifesto, no nothing. Ndio maana they have made Facebook a point of campaign. Wanaenda wanajenga choo kwa constituency, wanaandika jina yao, wanapost kwa Facebook. Wanaenda wanajenga, my friend, people. Na ukiangalia hiyo ranking ya venye MPs wanafanya kazi, they are not even top 100. Alafu hapa kwa FB wametukaza na maneno zingine hata ziko. So hata unashindwa hawa watu wanafanya kazi wapi na wanafanya kazi na nani? They have done nothing. They approved that. Kwanza nikiingia kwa hii show nilisema Uhuru is acting on the law for borrowing. As much as my sister Ashley, they want to sign, sijui calling MIF, I'm very sorry for you. Just call them Uhuru is acting on the law, and those people directed you clearly, call the president. If not president, call the deputy president, because those people seem to understand the hierarchy more than even you Kenyans. Yeah? And after that, he told you call your leaders, which are MPs and the rest. You never mentioned that those people told you to call the opposition leaders. Yeah, they know the opposition leaders has nothing to say. So
Actually, it shouldn't be, Ayaga, it shouldn't be opposition. I think in Kenya, we should have opposition and put the majority and the minority.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, because there is no opposition leader. There is a minority that is in the ODM or NASA, and then the majority is Jubilee.
But I don't think those people direct you to call the minority leaders.
Well, they told me to, the senators include both majority and minority.
But I think they are to the majority side, because those are the people who have the ears and the hearts of the government. Yeah. So it is seen that I am understand the structure of government more than the purported Kenyans. Bado unapiga hiyo kitu ya Kimani Kunjiri. Huu ni mtu tumezoea hapa. Sisi ametutusi hapa around the clock. The way our things cannot done what, the way tumesumbuana sijui nini mara nini. I have clips yenye nikianza kupiga hapa tutapiga mpaka kesho saa 9. So
excuse me Baba C. Hii tabia ya kujaribu kusema eti ukiagi point yako unaileta in a way that sisi ambao tulipigia Jubilee kura hatufai kusema tunaumia, na tukisema mnatuambia tuendelee kuumia. It's not right. Just try and bring your argument out in a way that it's quite neutral. Hata sisi tulivote
in a constructive
tulikuwa na issues zetu na hao wengine, so ukituambia hivyo inatuuma kidogo bana.
Thank you very much. That's why, regardless of everything, I like Oscar Sudi. As much as people will talk ill about Oscar Sudi, number one, Oscar Sudi apologized for number one, supporting Jubilee government. Number two, voting Uhuru Kenyatta, the president Uhuru Kenyatta 3 times. He apologized. The people who are giving us lectures and counter lectures has never apologized. Kenyans, you must apologize to us.
Ayaga, can you also apologize on behalf of your leader, who is Raila Odinga, who promised Kenyans that he will be an opposition leader who cries for the common man, and he's abandoned the sheep halfway?
Raila promised somebody to be opposition leader. You are misled. That is a uongo. Though mimi niko KANU, so I'm not in Odinga side. Somebody else will answer you that. But Raila has never said I will be opposition leader. So to say this and this and that, no, that is a lie. Propaganda.
It is not a lie. He used to defend and really defend the common man. It's only now wakati anakula amenyamaza. We believed he was the opposition leader de facto.
Make him president. You did not make him president. You want him to be permanently opposition leader. He said, I'm not talking this time. You are complaining.
But Bernard, Raila will never be the president of Kenya. Take that to the bank.
Okay, thank you, Nancy.
Can I comment about the video, please?
I can see you've been listening to Mrathe.
Sir, excuse me, Ayaga.
Hey, Bernard, please do not degrade me to that level. You have to withdraw officially.
Nancy, ile makosa Raila alikuwa anafanya. Makosa moja Raila amefanya hii miaka yote kutetea Wakenya. Ikakuwa behavior, ni kama behavior yake kutetea Wakenya. So akidecide to keep quiet, wengine wanaona
he's not quiet. He's not quiet, Ayaga. He's doing something bad. He's using the trust that his supporters have on him to mislead them. And right now, what he's doing is even worse than he has ever done. The fights that he has done for the constitution, he's coming to dismantle it with BBI. And that is the worst way to end.
My sister Nancy, you guys have the mentality that Raila will die in opposition. To your shock,
I have none of those perceptions. I told you I was supporting him. What I am saying right now, he's not quiet. He is very, very, very loud.
Most of you,
and he's loud on the wrong. He's misleading Kenyans to support something that is so wrong for Kenya, especially at this time. All the money that is going to BBI should be going to COVID. Raila is very loud. He's not quiet, but I wish he was even quiet. I wish he just kept quiet if he didn't want to continue and just eat. But to support BBI is the worst thing that he has ever done. And history will judge him.
Nancy, let history judge him. History will also judge the voters of Central Kenya that have always have.
Please don't generalize. I am from Central Kenya. I told you, even my own uncle sang my Uhuru a song.
Government, you guys
was a very supporter of Raila. Myself, I supported Raila, and I'm from Central. Not only am I from Central, in my family there's Kalenjin, so I should have supported the Jubilee. Listen, please. And I asked myself, am I a traitor? So don't say Central. It's not Central. I'm from Central. So when you say Central, you offend me.
No,
I'm not a tribalist. But I have to call a spade a spade. He's doing wrong right now.
Raila is doing wrong for his supporters. Thank you very much.
He's doing wrong for Kenya. He's doing wrong for Kenya right now. He's misleading people by telling them to support BBI while he knows that it will not serve their interest, while he knows that it will not deliver what it is telling them that it will deliver. And you know what? Time will tell that I am right.
Ashley, would you want to lead Raila so that Raila can do the right thing?
He is an adult. He is not in.
So
he knows exactly what he's doing.
You suppose that he doesn't know what he's
doing. So he has not. He knows what he's doing, and that is the worst part. That he started off so well. He fought for the constitution. He fought for multi-party. And I'm telling you, from where I see this ending up, if you see what they are doing, they are getting all the leaders. They want to leave Ruto by himself on the side. And I'm telling you, from how I'm seeing this BBI going, we are going back to a one-party system. So he fought for multi-party, and he's helping dismantle all the youth, all what he fought for in life. He's actually helping dismantle it.
You are wrong.
You know what? Let my statement be judged next year and the year after. This is what he's doing. I will call him. When I saw he was right, I was supporting him. When I see him doing wrong, I will say it. Without any impartial. I am impartial.
Guys, let's summarize. So
I wanted to comment about the video.
Sammy Leong, you're gonna comment about the video, but Mr. President had issues with the network. Acha tumjaribu kwa mara ya mwisho alafu
Yeah, I'm back. Wacha ni point 1, 2, 3 things that you have been discussing, which on one side they are okay and others are not yet okay. As young generation, we should come together when we are discussing and coming up with ideas to push and validate our points. Yes, we have a very strong discussion, but where are we heading to? Are we just discussing here and leave it in the air? We should challenge ourselves. We are ready for tomorrow. What should we do? I can hear each and everyone is challenging Uhuru, Raila, and Ruto, and the MPs. But what should we do? We vote for them and we should guide them. We are the employer of them. What should we do? We should be on the first line to guide them. Once we guide them, if they don't implement what we are telling them, then that's when we should start challenging them. But now we are here complaining, but we are not pushing our point to a point whereby it will be varied. So it's upon us. Once we discuss issue, we push them until we see the outcome. In history, we have been very, very, very poor in leadership because we only vote. After voting, we let the MPs, the senators, the MCAs, and women lead to go on. But do we follow them and give them ideas on what we want them to do? After 5 years, we start claiming that they have done nothing. Yes, we have voted for them, but they are not that brilliant or that perfect to do what we want them to do. So it's upon us to guide them. After we give them our proposals, and yet after 5 years they have not done what we have been pushing, that's when we should strike them out. That's my big point from now onward. In this forum, Mr. Mutembei has done a great job to bring us back together here, discuss and come up with a very, very varied topic. But it's upon us to know the way out, not blame anybody, not have blame game in us, but focus on varied issues and bring change in our country. That's only my point.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Bwana President. So, Samilion.
Thank you, sir. First, I do not understand how in this world somebody that you're representing a constituency with experts, with people that are actually learned, most probably most of the voters are learned than you. Why don't you just take the bill to them, let them interpret it for you so that you can understand it? How do you just go pass a bill by word of mouth without even reading it? Because according to your statement yenye amesema, ina maana kwamba walipiga kura kwa kuambiwa, yaani yale waliambiwa ndio wao walifanya, au mengine hawakuzingatia kwa ni nini, ni mambo yapi yameandikwa hapo ndani. Kitu cha pili, sielewi concept ya kwamba niko na deni iko na interest, nichukue deni nyingine yenye interest ndogo ndio nilipe hii yenye iko na interest kubwa. Ina maana kwamba nitakuwa nimeongeza interest, kwa sababu the loan yenye iko ya China yenye wanasema walikuwa wanataka wailipe, na hii ingine the local loans zenye ziko iko na more than 11%, if I'm not wrong. I'm not good in numbers, but nakumbuka ni kama kitu kama hiyo, around 11 or 12%. Then IMF wanawapea loan na 2%. So chenye nataka ni wamalizane na hizi loans zingine haraka haraka, the local loans na zile za China, na hiyo interest yao ya 10 na wabaki na interest ya IMF ya 2% yenye italipwa in 30 years. Kumaanisha kwamba wao what they're focused on instead of kuleta ama kuongeza the tax bracket ndio tupate pesa ya kulipa nao nini madeni, wao wanataka kufanya iwe ni generational debt, kwamba sisi wengine wote mpaka watoto hata the yaga wenye amezaliwa awe bado wako na deni. I don't think watu wa bahati kama wako serious, they should not even let somebody like that stand before them again, because it is shameful that you are going to represent people alafu wewe unakaa pale ati by word of mouth. Sasa hata haja gani alikuwa hapo basi? Hata fadhali kama kungekuwa na uwezekano wa parliament you send a proxy mwenye tu ataenda kusainia kwamba umepiga kura. That is very shameful. Hata sidhani kama naweza mchukulia mtu kama huyo statement yake to be anything serious or conclusive. So I'm just disappointed. Kama MPs ni hao na hao wengine wenye tumeambiwa kupiga luku na kutujazia Facebook, hatutapata maendeleo Kenya. But again, that is why I am voting for Ruto in 2022. Because one of the reasons why I'm voting for Ruto is he's somebody who believes in internal industrialization, and he believes in the slogan bottoms up. Bottoms up is opening resources for the person who is down there, at least to have money in their pockets. If you have money in your pocket, you're able to purchase. If you start to tax, then our tax bracket is going to increase, meaning tutakuwa na tax, pesa itapatikana ya kufanya maendeleo. So I think if it was possible for the bracket iteremshwe, ninge appreciate sana, but now that we already borrowing, ina maana kwamba haiwezi teremshwa. But I'm praying that if Ruto gets to the seat, hizo pesa ziwe zimeombwa zote mpaka limit, ndio sasa akiingia iwe he has to develop the country. Whoever is going to sit there akose pesa za kuomba, he has to look for ways in order to create money internally, so that at least to grow economy, tupate ka kitu mfukoni na tuanze kujitegemea kama nchi. You see, again, I'll take you to Tanzania. A very good example. When Magufuli came in, he did not ask for money. He did not go asking for loans. What he did, he said, anataka nchi ya viwanda, kwamba anafufua viwanda vyote Tanzania. Hiyo Kenya ilifanya ni ili create employment, ili attract investors. Naona ilianza kudevelop area, kwa sababu now the government, the other day before he died, and also during his burial, there's somebody who was saying this, that there are only four districts that are not connected. Yani Magufuli alipoingia amejenga lami, only 5 districts ndio hajaziconnect. The rest, and you know Tanzania is very bigger, ameconnect each and every district to the other. What does that mean? Road channels in a ease transportation ya nini, raw materials, human resource, and the finished products. Kumaanisha nini? Cost ya input ina reduce. Sawa. Cost ya input ama raw materials iki increase kwa sababu it's easily transported, inamaanisha the finished product will have a better position to bargain and to get profits. If that finished product get a good profit, that good profit translates to good tax, and good tax translates to development in a country. No. These are the kind of things that we need. We need somebody who will be able to think like that. Again, Niwakumbushe what we said. We do not need a manifesto leader. We need a leader with a formula on how to venye atatimiza hiyo manifesto yake, right? To implement the manifesto. We need somebody who has a formula. Ruto, the other day, kwa interview, he categorically stated, Bernard najua kusikia hizi vitu. But that is the thing, and that is the point. So for me, I go for Ruto because one, his agenda is workable. He has a formula, bottoms up. Let us concentrate with the common mwananchi. Second thing, he promised akiingia, apart from CDF, he will open another kitty for SMEs, at least to ensure that 700 million each constituency SMEs wamepatiwa. What that will do, if you increase capital to SMEs are the lot that is paying tax highly, because these big fishes like Keroche, Nini, they only pay once a year, right? And they get their raw products subsidized. Wamenyanyasa wananchi, but si Keroche, sisemi Keroche, I'm just saying the big fishes. Wananyanyasa when you wanna produce the byproducts and everything. But ukiangalia SMEs, right from buying whatever you're going to sell, you're taxed. After selling, you're taxed. The business is taxed. No. So SMEs is the way to go. That's my take.
Thank you, man. Ben.
Very interesting time. Ruto having a formula, I would love to see that formula. In my opinion, there isn't any. Siku njema huonekana asubuhi, Waswahili wanasema. Kama mtu hajawahi kusimamia jambo, akahakikisha kwamba hilo jambo ni la wananchi na wananchi wakalipata, hata kama ilimfanya yeye apate hasara, huyo ni mtu ambaye kumwamini na maisha yako ni kuhatarisha. That is the much I can say on the Ruto formula. That doesn't register anywhere in my school of thought. Now, about the debate and what we've been talking about, what do we do in this circumstance? Much has been said. I would want just to say one thing about the agitation of churches and the comparing of church gathering and marketplaces. That is comparing two worlds that are different. In the church, there is no way you will meet and not touch each other. As much as you're saying social distancing, church is a family, it's a home. Ni kama wewe unasema ukae kwa nyumba yako na watoto wako, alafu mtu asiguze mwingine. Mnafanya social distancing. That will not work. So the president is right to advocate for no gathering. And if they must gather, let them gather 15 people who are doing online service. I am for that, because the church has been marked as one of the places where the spreading of COVID is taking place. We share almost everything in the church, from the microphone to the pulpit and everything else. So it's important that we, as much as we are sanitizing and all that, a church does not need to gather to be church. Church can function wherever you are as a believer, pray, make your declaration, seek God, and check on each other. You don't have to gather and put somebody's life at risk in the name of you must gather. And there was a comment that really caught my attention. Huh? Somebody said something about those of you who have received the vaccine, you're going straight to hell. I don't know if if Clinton noticed that. Huh? I would also want to respond to the same. Huh? The hell and the heaven is not subject to vaccines. Let's just get our fanaticism out of this. The vaccine is part of the means of handling the crisis. Let's encourage it and not spiritualize it. I believe the blood of Jesus is superior to any other blood. And if you want to make heaven, it is the blood of Jesus. It's not the vaccine, or the vaccine cannot come and reverse the salvation you received by believing in Christ Jesus. So let's go easy on this, and church people, let's desist from spreading all this scary information that is not founded. As far as I'm concerned, the end time biblical calendar spells that the manifestation of the Antichrist and the number 666 will not take place until the church has been raptured. So we shouldn't cause anybody to panic. Lastly, on the same thing, a prophecy must all be sieved and be checked before they are trusted. And people have their say. One of the things that I find very wanting is when somebody gives prophecy, then he recommends prayer, or he recommends that the president must call the nation to prayer and things like that. That leaves a lot to be desired when it's given as a recommendation. Why? Because from the biblical history of God's function, not all the people or the kings and the rulers that God used were born again or were Christians. Nebuchadnezzar was not a man of God. There is Cyrus, the king of Persia. He was not a man of God. So how do you expect somebody who is not a believer to be given the responsibility to call a priestly service in order for God to forgive the land or for God to heal the land? There is the role for the church to pray for the government, pray for the rulers. Let the church do her job. But giving a prophecy to transfer the responsibility of church leaders to the president, that except the president call the meeting and then lead the nation into repentance, God will not accept that repentance and the nation will be doomed. Those are manipulative kind of messages which are not helping much. So let's keep our right perspective, follow the regulations given, take COVID-19 or whatever COVID crisis as a responsibility. And we have a nation to save, we have a future to secure. Let's be shoulder that responsibility and take it, as we know that if we don't do anything about it, it will still haunt us. The blame game should cease. If you do your part, I do my part. You sweep your backyard, I sweep my backyard, we'll end up with a clean nation. But this pointing of fingers is not helping much. I believe I rest my case there.
Okay, thank you, Ben. Thank you. And I also want to say thank you very much for those who have stayed with us up to this particular moment in time. And I'm sure we've learned a lot, and maybe we're gonna meet next time again and again. This is a platform that will continue with the discussions that we do carry on a daily basis. So let's hope for the best. Kama mnaenda kazini mimi niko holiday by the way kwa wiki moja, So mi naweza lala anytime, hata kesho lunch time naweza lala kesho. Juu sahii ni saa 9. So Ben, I wish you all the best. Thank you very much for your time, and may God bless you wherever you are.
Amen. Thank you. See you in the next show.
Okay, thank you very much. Hello? Hello? Pum, 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 pum.